Welcome, dear listeners. I'm Jonathan Carlin.
And I'm Benjamin Carlin.
And we invite you to join us through the Griffin Door, your one-way ticket to the enchanting world of Harry Potter. So grab your wands and dust off your broomsticks and join us as we unlock the dark corridors inside Order of the Phoenix, Chapter 10, Luna Lovegood.
All right.
Well, it's about time.
It is about gosh darn time. Like, Luna is one of those characters that whenever I am doing a read through, I am always blown away when you get to her, because you're like, how has Luna not been here the whole time?
Right, I know. It's like she seems like such an integral part of the character lineup, and she's missing for like over half of the story.
Over half the story.
Yeah.
The nearest mention that we get of what could be Luna is during Harry's first year when they sort a character named like Moon. Yeah. Who could be Luna. So, because Luna obviously means moon. But no, I love this here. We obviously got to take a quick look at the chapter art here, where we've got Luna herself with the wand kind of like sticking out from her ear, and she must be rocking like a Hagrid 15-inch long wand here, because it's
a big one.
It seems like it's coming really like, it's like an antenna almost. You got the upside down Quibbler, which is of course classic and amazing. She brought her own chintz armchair, apparently.
I know, right? Why is she rocking that chintz armchair?
Right. I mean, it looks like exactly what I pictured Dumbledore to like manifest during the hearing chapter.
Exactly. I think you're exactly right. She's also rocking the socks and sandals.
Yeah, good
but
for
ahead of her time,
honestly, she's just an early adopter.
She's an early adopter, trendsetter,
probably more like it. Yeah, that's exactly it. No, and I honestly, I love this one. I feel like there's so much that comes with the addition of Luna into the fold. She is, if you ever look at like a sort of character orientation in terms of like the lawful, chaotic, unlawful, like whatever breakdown.
Yeah.
I feel like she is the chaotic good that lives on the exact opposite side of the spectrum from Umbridge's lawful evil.
Yeah.
And it's like, it's almost as if like Luna is specifically there to protect us from Umbridge.
I think you're right, because they're both kind of introduced in the same book, and they are on exact opposite like sides of the spectrum. Yeah,
yes.
It's like one is meant to balance the other out.
Yes, exactly.
In a sense.
Like and eventually like the Quibbler is even like weaponized as like the key stroke to really start turning the tide against Umbridge's regime.
Yeah, and to like start getting people to believe Harry.
Precisely.
Yeah.
Yep. So it's great to see Luna here. She is like such an innocent force for positivity, if not occasionally quirky. But I love occasionally quirky.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. So it's going to be great. So I'm super excited for her to kind of enter the fray here.
I know it's a good chapter all around, and this is going to be a really interesting chapter because this is our Ride to Hogwarts chapter, and it serves as basically a mirror chapter for the final chapter of the book, which is when they're taking the train ride back. And almost every single scene that plays out on the train in this chapter will play out in different fashion on the ride home.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think it really kind of goes to show like if Goblet of Fire is supposed to be like Empire Strikes Back, where the, Vader wins effectively.
Yeah.
It's almost like you've got like another soft trilogy happening here in reverse, where you've got like, if you look at it as episodes 4, 5, 6,
right?
Where like you're coming on the heels of a Vader victory, Harry's gonna maybe come out like a little bit stronger at the end of Order, and then obviously Half-Blood's gonna end with the death of Dumbledore. So,
right.
Kind of like take the Star Wars saga, flip all of everything, and then align it with 4, 5, 6, and you sort of get like a similar path.
I mean, if you look at it just as like an odd number thing, it's like 4 is for is the middle one, in the same way that Empire is the middle one.
Exactly.
That and to that end, it's definitely where they have one of their biggest victories in terms of Voldemort returns.
He has a body again.
He has a body. It's definitely like the bad guys win this round.
Right. Yeah. He's got his wand. He's got his body. He can touch Harry. It's like Cedric's dead. I mean, like most of those things were bad. Sorry. No part of me intended to make that joke when I started talking. And then
they just keep coming, you know?
I know.
Yeah, they never get old. Just like Cedric.
Oh no. Oh, that was too good. Someone somewhere in the world just did an absolute spit take.
I hope so. I hope it was you, dear listener.
Yes, indeed. Oh my gosh.
I mean, I say it's like the one where they win, but it's like Cedric dies and Voldemort comes back, then Sirius dies, then Dumbledore dies, then Harry dies, then they kill Voldemort.
Yeah. I know, but I mean, it's certainly you're seeing varying stages because even in Goblet of Fire, while it is a Voldemort victory on the whole, like Harry still also survives the encounter. He bests him in a duel in front of all of his closest followers.
He embarrasses him.
Yes, exactly. He immediately goes and informs Dumbledore. And then even though like the prophecy is lost at the end of this book, something they could have just literally had Harry go and just like smash the prophecy like while he was there. That would have been like the really smart thing to do.
Who, the order?
The order. Just have Harry go smash the prophecy.
Yeah.
Like go break it.
Go break it.
Like it almost doesn't seem like it should be breakable.
I mean, I feel like Harry would be like, but why? What's this say? And they'd be like, well, we can't tell you that yet, Harry.
And then Harry would be like, listen, you've not told me a lot of things.
Not told me a lot of things. And it's like, why can't you tell me? It's like, because we want you to be a regular boy for another year, Harry. He's like, I'm not regular.
It's not working.
It didn't work at all.
My whole life, none of it regular.
Just go ahead and tell me what's up, okay? How about that?
How about that? Oh my gosh. Okay, yeah. So lots of big stuff to tackle inside of lots of big stuff for setup for later, and also just to tackle in today's chapter.
Yes.
So why don't we go ahead and dive on in?
Let's go ahead and do it. We'll start off with our first sentence, as always. Harry had a troubled night's sleep, and then the dragons arrived. So just from bad to worse, really.
Yeah, I literally wrote so real insult to injury.
Yeah, like I wonder what he was what was troubling him in the night. You know,
well,
could he hear them coming? It's like I just feel like something bad's gonna. Oh my god.
That's it. It's like the Jurassic Park, like the little glass of water on like the dashboard, and it's like sending ripples because like the T-Rex is like walking.
Yeah.
It's like in his dream, it's just like he's I think he's let's see, his parents wove in and out of his dreams, never speaking. Mrs. Weasley sobbed over Creature's dead body and watched Ron and Hermione, who were wearing crowns, and yet again, blah blah blah. So we know what his dreams are. But intermixed inside of all those dreams is just boom.
Yeah.
Boom.
Yeah. Aaron's like, it's probably not a T-Rex. There's no way.
However, it might be a dragon.
But it might be a dragon. Yeah.
And oh my gosh, it is.
And yet, what do you know? There they are.
Right.
So we get to hear the inside of Harry's dreams, which are always a little bit prophetic.
They are indeed.
Yes, they are. And this one is no different. So it's his parents wove in and out of his dreams, never speaking. That's just like memories from the graveyard. Mrs. Weasley sobbed over Creature's dead body. This is supposed to be like light foreshadowing for Sirius's death, not Creature's death or anything, because he doesn't actually end up dying.
He doesn't end up dying. Yeah, that's true. And it's sort of like coming on the heels of the woes of Mrs. Weasley, where she's just basically had this like really horrific encounter with the boggart, and she's seen all her various members of her family basically dead before her. Then you got Ron and Hermione, who are wearing crowns. And that's obviously in reference to the fact that they've just both been awarded the prefect position.
Yep.
And then yet again, Harry found himself walking down a corridor, ending in a locked door.
And that's Voldemort infiltrating his dreams.
Yes, indeed.
Unwittingly, thus far.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yep. So he woke abruptly with a scar prickling to find Ron had already dressed and was talking to him. Better hurry up. Mom's going ballistic. Says we're going to miss the train.
They are always late. Always. Why can't they just if I'm Mrs. Weasley, it's like, yeah, we're getting up at 4 next year.
That's it.
We're getting up at 4.
Yeah.
I don't know what we're doing. Why do we keep getting so late to the Hogwarts Express?
I say that as if like me taking my daughter to the drop-off circle at her preschool every morning. It's like we're always like leaving the door with like 1 minute of the available window of time to leave the house.
Yeah, sure.
Based on traffic.
And
it's like we can't leave any later.
I know.
And then Addie's like, but I want to climb in the car all by myself because I'm a big girl now. And I'm like, you're right.
You know what else big girls do? They get ready on time, Addison.
Notice you needed to wear 2 different colored shoes today. That was another 2 trips up the stairs for Dad.
Yeah.
Just so you know.
Just so you know. Just so you know. Just telling you right now, I know what you mean though. There are definitely days where I'm like, okay, like we need with like typically for my kids, they probably need to leave the house by like 7:25. But as far as we're concerned, they need to be in the car at 7:15.
Well, you guys have like mandated like you built in the buffer.
Oh yeah.
Smart.
It's like we need to get in the car now.
Right. If we don't leave now, then we won't be 10 minutes early.
Exactly. And you know what? We're not going to leave now, and we will be on time because we're going to leave 10 minutes late, which is actually on time.
Right. But that's okay.
But that's okay.
But you don't need to know that's okay.
You don't need to know that's okay. You just need to know that it's all going according to plan. Wink.
Yep. All the kids out there listening are like, hey.
Now, wait a minute.
Is that how it works? That is how it works.
That is how it works. But believe me, if you start pressing all the time, if your parents start getting mad, it's because it stopped working. You're like, now we're actually late.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Then we get Ginny basically enduring what should have killed her.
What should have killed her, quite frankly.
Yes. So really, page 1, Luna Lovegood chapter, Ginny dies.
Ginny dies. What if Fred and George killed Ginny?
Yeah, that's what happens next. It says, there was a lot of commotion from the house from what he heard as he dressed at top speed. Harry gathered that Fred and George had bewitched their trucks to fly downstairs to save the bother of carrying them, with the result that they had hurtled straight into Ginny and knocked her down two
flights of stairs. 2
into the hall. Mrs. Black and Mrs. Weasley were both screaming at the top of their voices.
My goodness.
Yeah, which I don't know. It's too far. It's like, I can only imagine. Like I think about like the suitcases that we travel for, like, like major travel or for like on tour or something. Yeah. It's like those bad boys weigh, north of 45 pounds.
These are trunks.
Trunks. They're not even like our meticulously crafted, crowdsourced, kickstarted away bags.
Away bags, yeah.
Yeah.
These are trunks. These are supposed to have all the clothes they're going to use for an entire year, basically.
For an entire year, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this is just what slams Ginny down 2 flights of stairs. Have you ever fallen down the stairs? Because it hurts.
It does hurt. Stairs are not good for falling.
Stairs are not good for falling. They're clunky and sharp, and they just keep going.
Right.
Especially when it's 2 flights. But in any case, that you have Mrs. Black and Mrs. Weasley both screaming at the top of their voices, which feels like it happens a lot, that both sides are like screaming so much.
Yeah, and this chapter is going to have a lot of this like equal and opposite type situation unfolding. And so this is just the first real example where it's like you've got Mrs. Weasley, who's like the mama bear. It's like she's pure. We love Mrs. Weasley, of course. We obviously do not feel that way about Mrs. Black.
Nope.
She is incredibly rude and mean and prejudiced and all those types of things, but they are both reacting in the exact same way.
Yes, which is screaming. And I think more what it's doing is like trying to illustrate the tension that exists right now between like Molly and Sirius, which is going to continue on the very next page, where like they both love Harry so much, but the way in which they want to show it to Harry is like the exact opposite.
Yes.
Right. And it comes at odds, even though they're so on the same page, which is why earlier it says like sobbing over Creature's dead body. It's like, because they do also love each other in terms of like we really respect each other and love that the other one loves Harry, but they just disagree with each other about how to do it.
Yeah. Like, well, what the right way to do that is.
What the right way to do it is, yeah.
They were both looking out for him differently. Yeah.
Yes.
And then Hermione came running into the room, flustered, as Harry was putting on trainers. Hedwig was swaying on her shoulder, and she was carrying a squirming Crookshanks in her arms.
Why is Hedwig sitting on Hermione's shoulder?
Oh, because she had borrowed Hedwig to send a letter about the prefect badges.
Okay, yeah.
Yes,
all right,
yeah. So good continuity.
There you go. Mom and Dad just sent Hedwig back. Okay, it just answers it right there. Yeah, and the owl fluttered obligingly over and perched on top of her cage. She's like, getting away from you now.
Yeah,
and that cat, and if I say so myself.
Right, yeah. And then let's see here. Are you ready yet? Nearly. Ginny, all right? To which I wrote in. Well, yeah. 1, aw. 2, no, she's not all right. She fell down 2 flights of stairs.
Yeah. We knock you down 2 flights of stairs, Harry, with a trunk.
Right. Yes. Let's see here.
You imagine it's kind of like when Neville falls out the window, like maybe she just sort of like comically bounced like an eraser down the stairs.
I had never considered that before.
Right.
Yeah. But I've also not given this nearly this much thought before.
Well,
I now do believe that is what happened because otherwise she has endured major trauma.
Major trauma.
Yeah. Blunt force.
I know.
In fact.
How was your day back to school? You know what? The train ride was fine, but what wasn't is I fell down 2 flights of stairs.
I'm like imagining, in The Incredibles when Mr. Incredible gets taken down to like his boss's office and he throws him through like 75 cubicle walls. And then it cuts to Mr. Huff in the hospital bed and he's like all bandaged.
Yes.
That's Ginny right now.
I'm also imagining the 2 flights of stairs as being very similar to the 2 flights of stairs we have to walk up to get to our office every day.
Just straight up.
Just a straight up, never ending long line of stairs with a pretty large landing in the middle. And I'm just imagining like you fall all the way down, get to the landing, something happens and somehow you manage to keep going.
Yes, yes.
Poor Ginny. I mean, my goodness.
Poor Ginny indeed. But it's okay. Mrs. Weasley's patched her up, says Hermione. But now Mad Eye's complaining that we can't leave unless Sturgis Podmore's here. Otherwise, the guard will be one short.
So this is continuing like a tiny little subplot with Sturgis Podmore, who has been imperious by the Death Eaters to try and break through the door.
Yes, indeed. Yep. Yeah. And this has also been brought up in the previous chapter as well, where Mad Eye basically was discussing the fact that Sturgis has not been kind enough as to return his other invisibility cloak. And that's actually the reason that he ends up finding the photograph of the original Order of the Phoenix because he's looking for his other invisibility cloak. So a little bit more Sturgis Podmore stuff here. Those are the kinds of details though that like if I get more than a month's like reread away from the Harry Potter books, Sturgis Podmore is a character who does not exist in my mind.
Right, he would just disappear.
Like just completely forgetful. I don't picture Sturgis as anything.
Right.
There is no image in my head.
No, I agree. I don't have like almost any image at all. I kind of imagine him as like Varys from Game of Thrones.
Okay.
Like wearing that kind of like robes at all times a little bit.
Okay.
And that's about it. But like shorter and bald.
Okay. Well, you have more descriptors than me.
That's what I got for Sturgis Podmore.
I picture Sturgis as like a sturgeon, which is like
a fish?
Like a really big fish.
Like a really big fish. Sturgeon Podmore.
Yeah, Sturgeon Podmore.
Sturgeon Podmore.
Right, yeah. So imagine a fish, double it.
Double it. There. I hope Sturgis Podmore's Patronus and or Animagus form is indeed large fish.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
There would be nothing better than casting a giant Patronus and it's this like fully fledged like whale-sized creature and it just like flops right on the ground and can't like charge forward. And, like,
it doesn't like it to like float through the air or anything.
Yeah. Does it like, the stag like canters.
Yeah.
But no, none of that. We're not doing it.
No. Well, that's too bad. Like a goldfish just like yeah. Well, that'd be the worst Patronus.
This is so useless.
Oh man,
I know.
Yeah.
But yeah. So then Harry's sort of like, God, we have to go to King's Cross with a guard, and then Hermione's like, you have to go to King's Cross with a guard, which I can only imagine Harry's like, oh, but instead he's like, why? It's like
irritably.
It's like, come on, man. It's like Harry, you know why. I think you know.
I think you know why, but then he brings it up. He's like, I thought Voldemort's supposed to be lying low. You telling me he's going to jump out from behind a dustbin and try and do me in? And Hermione's like, I don't know.
It's just what Mad Eye says,
don't
okay?
Yell at me. The real reason is, of course, because of the prophecy, which nobody will tell Harry about.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes. Will you lot get down here now, please? Mrs. Weasley bellowed, and Hermione jumped as though scalded and hurried out of the room. Harry seized Hedwig, stuffed her unceremoniously into her cage. Hedwig and Harry are not having a great
Not having a good year.
No. It has not been going great so far. I feel bad for her. I never like instances where Harry takes out his anger on Hedwig.
Me neither.
It's never warranted. She's always got your back.
Always got your back, dude.
She bit Ron's hand for you.
I know.
Like,
this is how you treat her. Stuffing her unceremoniously into a cage.
I mean, who would ever stuff an owl?
And
that's a little Gum Pine reference. That's the delivery owl we have here at Through the Griffin Door, who delivers all of our owl re-letters for the Patreon.
Yeah.
Anyway,
let's see. So they do get outside, and we find out that the two people guarding Harry are going to be Mrs. Weasley and Tonks, clearly the two toughest people to escort the most important person.
Yeah. Moody, on the other hand, this is the big one. Like, Moody is the one that like Voldemort ultimately goes after during the Battle of the Seven Potters. He's going to deal with the luggage.
Yeah, I got the luggage.
The inanimate objects.
Yeah, I know. Like, I mean, I know I'm making a joke, and like, I don't want to like discredit Mrs. Weasley as she does kill Bellatrix later on in the story. And Tonks is clearly talented. I mean, not talented enough to survive the final battle, but like.
like,
which I guess neither is Moody.
There are factions of fans who are like, they're all sitting there so nervous. Like all the Cedric people have already left. They're like, okay, we're out, you know? But like we got to be careful because there's a lot of Miss Weasley fans, including me.
Yeah.
You know, so we got to be cautious about who we insult here.
No, we're not. I'm not insulting her. I'm just saying, like, if you're Mad Eye Moody, like I think maybe Mad Eye can see Mrs. Weasley for what most people can't, and he's like, okay, we want the toughest people with Harry. That's going to be Tonks, my protege, and Molly.
Yeah. I mean, they do say never get between like a cub and a mama bear.
That's true,
and I think it's like that's exactly what Bellatrix does.
Yeah,
it does not go well for her.
Does not.
Yeah,
no.
Yeah. Then of course we get the for heaven's sake, Sirius Dumbledore said no.
Yeah,
and a bear-like black dog appeared at Harry's side. So Sirius is like, yeah, I know. I'm going anyway.
I'm going anyway. Yep. Right. So now Harry's got the protection of his of Molly and Sirius. So again, at odds.
At odds. Yep. Absolutely. She wrenched open the front door and stepped out into the weak September sunlight. Harry and the dog. It's like you can just say Harry and Sirius. Like we know. Yeah. We know who the dog
Harry
is.
And the dog. Yeah. Just because you forgot there. Although you're forgetting what Mrs. Weasley said. She says, "Oh, honestly, well, on your own head be it." Which I'm like, careful.
Too soon.
Too soon, Molly. Too soon. Who do you think you are? Us? Come on.
Let's just give it like another 600 pages and then we'll get there.
I mean, that's not, it's like, it's not a very veiled insult, you know?
Wow. You old dog. Oh, man. This is
it's the blackest humor.
Hopefully other people think we're as funny as we do.
Anyway.
Where's Tonks? Harry said, looking around as they went down the stone steps of number 12, which vanished the moment they reached the pavement. She's waiting for us just up here, said Mrs. Weasley, stiffly averting her eyes from the lolloping. Great use of the word lolloping.
I literally wrote that in my notes. It said, great word.
Great word.
Great word.
Black dog besides Harry.
Yeah.
Yeah. An old woman greeted them on the corner. So this is Tonks, obviously. And you know what? At least we can say on one occasion ever, Tonks uses her disguise.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I don't want to point out that she clearly can change all the way into an old woman, and like in the Hogshead, Mundungus is basically going to be dressed in almost the same way.
Yes, as a pile of rags.
A pile of rags.
Or something.
I don't know. You know how old women are piles of rags.
Of course.
Of course.
Again, offending no one.
Offending no one. I just don't know why Tonks isn't more utilized for this particular skill. Watch your Harry, she said, winking, because the order cannot keep a secret.
They are so like, look, we're being clever.
We're clever.
Notice me.
Yeah. I'm surprised she doesn't fully transform right in front of him. Didn't recognize me, Harry? Don't worry, it's me, Tonks. See?
I'm back to the old woman again.
Yeah.
It's still me, though. Harry's like, I know.
I got it. Better hurry up, hadn't we, Molly? She's like, which is the worst. It's like Molly's been trying to hurry everybody up, and she's like, Molly, you're kind of late.
I know, moaned Mrs. Weasley, lengthening her stride. But Mad Eye wanted to wait for Sturgis. If only Arthur could have gotten us calls from the ministry again. But Fudge wouldn't let him borrow so much as an empty ink bottle these days. How muggles can stand traveling without magic?
It is a hassle. I'll be honest with you, Molly.
Yeah.
You've hit the nail right on the head.
Right. If there is certainly, if we had teleportation, all bets would be off is really what it comes down to.
Imagine the productivity.
Yeah.
Imagine.
We'd be great.
We could just there.
Be no more cars.
No more cars. No more planes.
Right. And we could just live anywhere.
You could just live anywhere. That'd be an Earth without borders. Maybe they know about teleporting. They're not letting us have it because it'd be like, this would just break down so many other industries.
It would.
Yeah.
It would make certain things also slightly dangerous as well.
What?
Like fences become a lot less useful if teleportation exists.
Well, that's true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You'd have to have some type of teleportation fence.
Wow. Teleportation fence. That sounds dangerous as well.
It does. And electrocutie.
Ooh. It's like the movie Jumper.
Yeah. Probably.
Yeah.
I'm sure that's a good reference.
That's absolutely a good reference.
Yeah.
Have you seen that one with Anakin Skywalker and
No, I've seen
Samuel and Mace Windu?
I saw it and forgot it.
Yeah.
Is what happened with
Mace Windu comes back and he's like, I am getting revenge on you for that whole, like, letting that guy kill me thing.
Right. I had to fall out of a window.
I had to fall out of a window. So now I'm going to set up giant electrical traps to wherever I think you might teleport.
Right. Yeah. Anyway, we're way off the rails today.
We are.
Let's see here. The great black dog gave a joyful bark and gambled around them, snapping at pigeons and chasing its own tail. Harry couldn't help laughing. Sirius had been trapped inside for a very long time.
Yeah, which is just its own kind of like cruel and unusual punishment to force Sirius to stay inside so much when he was already in prison for 12 years.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, he managed so well last year without this hiding spot, you know?
True.
Just out in the world. And lest I recall, Kingsley Shacklebolt whole job for the Order is apparently making sure people don't find Sirius.
But even though he's already in a completely unfindable location.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, you know,
anyway,
whatever. Let the man out.
Right.
Take him for a walk.
That's right. Yes, for sure.
If only you had someone who could disguise themselves.
As anyone. Right.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Then they, once inside the station, they lingered casually beside the barrier between platforms 9 and 10 until the coast was clear. And not exactly right in between 9 and 10, but like about 25% of the way to 10. Just for clarity.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
That's a 9 3/4 joke.
I got it. I think 75% of the way to 10. Been right.
No. 25% of the way to 10.
9 3/4.
Yeah. 10. Oh, I'm saying 25% of the way from 10.
From 10.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I think we're on the same page.
We're on the same page. Yeah. Which is 182.
Well, yes. Yeah, you're right. I was like, no, I already turned the page. Oh, it is 182.
It is 182. There we are. Yeah. There we go. Let's see. So here we go. The Hogwarts Express is there, belching sooty steam over the platform packed with departing students. Harry inhaled the familiar smell and felt his spirit soar. He was really going home. But honestly, he's not. Nothing about this train ride is going to be the way he wants it to be. Everything is going to be different, and Hogwarts is going to be less like home than ever.
Yes, indeed. And then the next thing we get is a little bit of it's going to be a setup for later. And I would argue this is another like little equal and opposite situation because we're going to hear, "Nice dog, Harry," called a tall boy with dreadlocks. "Thanks, Lee," said Harry, grinning as Sirius wagged his tail frantically. So this is calling to attention the fact that somebody is recognizing that Harry has a dog.
Yes.
Lee is, of course, a fellow Gryffindor. He is the commentator for all the Quidditch matches. He's best friends with Fred and George. He's a good guy. He's just literally saying, "Nice dog, Harry."
Yeah.
However, later in the chapter, Draco is also going to say this in a very like, oh crap. Draco knows.
He knows.
Yeah.
Saw the dog, knows that knows who the dog is.
Exactly. And this thing that was like cheering Harry up, watching what was the word? Lolloping, watching Sirius lollop around is going to go from seeming like a fun kind of like, of course we can bend the rules a little bit to like, oh my gosh, I just put Sirius in grave danger.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't know how it's putting him in grave danger specifically, but
just because he could be caught.
I guess he could be caught. Yeah.
Yeah. That's the main thing.
I suppose. Yeah. Yep. But let's see. Then we've got, "All okay," he muttered to Mrs. Weasley and Tonks. "Don't think we were followed. Constant vigilance." Yeah, don't think we were followed. You have a magical eye, dude. That's Moody talking here. Yeah. And also, I mean, I don't know who, I guess, I don't know who you think would be following you. There are Death Eaters on the platform, so there's that to consider, you know?
They didn't follow you. They're here.
Yeah.
Dropping off Crabbe and Goyle and Draco and... Who else do we have?
Let's see. Do we have not like the Parkinsons? Not Theodore Knott.
Theodore Knott.
Knott, yes. Knott's kid is there.
Right. Yes. Oh, Knott.
Oh, Knott.
Is he even a Death Eater?
I mean, barely.
I know.
Oh, surely not.
Let's see here.
So Sturgis never shows up at all. It says, "I'll be reporting Sturgis to Dumbledore," said Moody. Yeah, where is he? Again, he's been imperious. So this is again, like they are so on the lookout for stuff, but they are determined to believe that Sturgis is like, just like
misbehaving
rather than something bad happened to him.
You're right. Like
you're right.
No one is concerned about Sturgis's health.
Right.
Like it's like that is the darndest thing. One of the people of our secret organization didn't show up.
Yeah.
Gosh darn it.
I know. I mean, he was on duty guarding against dark wizards, and now he's not here. What is the deal?
It's like,
guys,
be better at your jobs.
Be better at your jobs. At least you got Harry's luggage to the platform.
But there's that. There is that.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Right.
What I love though is that Harry is arriving to the platform with both of the last defense against the dark arts professors.
Oh, yeah.
Lupin and Moody are there.
You're right. You're right. Yep. Then you get a line from Moody that's going to come back to bite Harry later. Keep your head down and your eyes peeled, and don't forget, all of you, careful what you put in writing. If in doubt, don't put it in a letter at all. Basically, later, Harry is going to have a situation where he wants to write to Sirius, and Hermione is going to remind him of this advice from Moody, and it's going to be like, yeah.
Fine, I won't.
And it's like, it's good advice. Like, you understand why he's giving it, but it's once again going to also provide a backbone for one of like the narrative essentials, which is that Harry always has to have limited access to people who could help him.
Right. Yeah.
And obviously this is going to be true now because once he's at school, it's like he doesn't have many people he can trust. He's going to have Umbridge, who he's up against. McGonagall is going to be incredibly tight-lipped about everything, and Dumbledore won't talk to him. So it's like,
right.
Like it's like he's
left on his own.
He's always on his own.
Always on his own in these cases.
Yeah.
Yep. But they get on the train, and we have the great black dog reared on its hind legs and placed its front paws on Harry's shoulders. But Mrs. Weasley shoved Harry away toward the train door, hissing, "For heaven's sake, act more like a dog, Sirius." Which I'm like, well, for heaven's sake, don't say his name.
Not out loud.
Come on, you even have like Snuffles. You have.
That's another one that is so bad. I mean, it goes back to like the Witherwings thing.
Yes.
It's like big old Witherwings.
Witherwings. Wink, wink. Watch her, Harry.
I know. It's just it never goes well. But this is like the moment where, because Mrs. Weasley specifically says Sirius's name out loud.
Yeah.
It's like, if anything, she is actually compromising him in this situation more than Sirius is compromising himself.
Absolutely. That's what's happening.
Yes.
Yeah.
So anyway, then the other thing I wrote down here, this is just an interesting little piece of trivia. Not even that interesting, just it helps me to do it this way. But there is Molly, Arthur, Mad-Eye, Lupin, Tonks, and Sirius, aka Snuffles. So 6 total people in the guard.
Okay.
Yeah.
On the way to platform 9 3/4.
On the way to platform 9 3/4. So
okay.
I just wanted to keep that piece of data like logged away in my mind. You know, it's usually 7, but this time it's 6.
This time it's 6. Yeah. All right. And then you get a nice little like look at the constant difference between Ron and Hermione here, where she says, "He shouldn't have come with us," said Hermione in a worried voice. And Ron's like, "Oh, lighten up. He hasn't seen daylight for months, poor bloke." And you've got like the classic like logic versus common sense like approach that these two always have to things.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, you definitely got the or worse, expelled, kind of like tone coming from Hermione, who of course wants to be more on the cautious side of things than Ron, who's sort of like, people gotta live.
Right. It's like, well, what's the point of even being here if you're just, yeah, exactly.
Right. Like there's actually a kind of interesting moment. I always found this to be a little bit fascinating in the story Project Hail Mary, where at one point in time, there's a scenario that presents itself that might require the astronaut in space to have to like just eat like astronaut paste. Like flavorless paste for like a huge extended amount of time. And he basically it's like, despite the fact that he will have food, it's like, that is an inhumane way to exist.
Yeah.
Like, it's like, it is unacceptable. Like, yes, I can technically survive just eating this like toothpaste nutrient sludge, but I won't do it.
Yeah.
Like, and it's, I always appreciate that just like a little bit, because it's sort of like, okay.
Yeah. It's like Mark Watney and the potatoes.
Yes, precisely. Yeah.
And honestly, I was just thinking about this. I always think about that line from Wally where it's like, I don't want to survive, I want to live. And so like Hermione in this situation is more on the survive side of the argument. And Ron's like, well, he's got to live, or what's the point of surviving?
Yes.
But then you can bring that sentiment right back down to the prophecy itself, which is neither can live while the other survives.
You're exactly correct. Oh, that was well set up by you.
Thank you.
Well done.
Yeah,
I love that.
Yeah.
Because you're also right. Like, we keep talking about Harry being like like everybody's trying to give Harry his childhood. Like Dumbledore is trying not to put too much on him, but Harry cannot like live properly.
Right.
Until
he can't have that childhood.
Right. Like it's like that Voldemort has taken that from him.
Yeah.
He's taken his childhood from him.
Yeah.
It's like it is so unacceptable. Childhood is one of the most pure things that there is.
Well, that's Voldemort's plan. He's like, he can't understand any of that stuff.
I know.
It's like, yeah.
Yes.
It's like if he just let Harry live, he might have had a better chance, you know?
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Yep, absolutely.
Or I think we said that in a video recently. It's like if Voldemort could so easily win the war by just ignoring Harry completely.
If he put no stock in the prophecy, he'd be fine.
Yes, exactly.
Unfortunately.
Yeah. Yep. Even when he comes back, he's like, just ignore, like, even if Harry is there and just alive, like, just don't worry about him.
Right.
He can't do anything.
But that's not good enough.
But he can't.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because if he could, then he wouldn't be Voldemort. You know, that's the thing. That's the
because
thing.
because if he could, he wouldn't be Voldemort. And that is what it always comes down to with Voldemort.
Yes.
Yes. It's like if he could show remorse, he wouldn't be Voldemort.
Right. It's like you think it's so easy. It's like, yes, it is, but he can't, because then he wouldn't have done the other things either.
Right.
Yeah.
Anyway, so now we're on the Hogwarts Express, and this is like one of those moments where like Harry spent the entire summer basically feeling as though he's going to be expelled. He's not going to get to go back to school with Ron and Hermione. And now here he is. He's on the train. It's like, okay, all the darkness is over. Number 12 is behind me. I'm going home.
Yeah.
And Harry's like, okay, where should we sit? And then Hermione is going to say, well, Ron and I are supposed to go into the prefect carriage, said Hermione awkwardly. Ron wasn't looking at Harry, and Harry's like, oh, right. Fine.
Yeah.
And so it's like right away, like one of the things that like he does, like one of the like quintessential parts of going to Hogwarts for Harry is taken. He doesn't have his two best friends.
Right. So like, and that's something he's even going to say. It's like he's never ridden the Hogwarts Express without Ron before.
Right.
So like that immediate change. Harry is immediately alone, separated from his two best friends. Yep. And then, you know, Ron at least has the tact to say, it's a pain having to go down there. I'd rather, but we have to. I mean, I'm not joking. I'm not Percy. He finished defiantly.
Oh, I know you're not, said Harry, and he grinned.
Yeah. It's like, I love that about Ron. It's like, he's just like, he kind of gets it, you know?
Ron has definitely got like a decent amount of like awareness about this situation.
Yes.
In particular, not all situations for Ron, but this one he does seem to have a pretty good pulse on.
Yeah.
But then fortunately, Ginny says, "Come on, if we get to move on, we'll be able to save them places." So this is even something where even just like 1 year later, the idea of like Ginny being the person to be like, why don't we go sit together?
Yeah.
You know, it's like that would be like, whoa.
Yeah, I know.
You know, but instead,
no.
And then, and instead, actually, I think in year 6, Ginny is like, I need to go find Dean.
Yes.
Or is it Dean or Michael Corner?
I think it's Dean.
Okay.
At the start of year 6.
Yeah. So it's like, and then like the monster inside of him
is like, huh? Who's that?
The Dean.
Who's this Dean character?
Oh man.
So as they're trying to find seats, though, Harry could not help noticing that a lot of people stared back at him with great interest, and several of them nudged their neighbors and pointed him out. So this is just like the fresh round of rumors and confusion about what happened last year, and he's like starting to experience it.
Yeah, exactly that. And it's kind of like, you know, people have been reading the Daily Prophet all summer. They've been seeing like all the very like slight, you know, kind of like pokes that they've been sort of putting in his general direction, as well as Dumbledore's. So it's, you know, he's definitely becoming like a little bit of like a social pariah at the moment. And it was the very last character they brought into Neville Longbottom, who obviously Neville ends up having a great arc, pretty much starting at this moment, going through to the end of the story, where he's just going to be on an upward trajectory the whole time.
Yep.
But Neville, obviously, as far as Harry feeling a little like lonely and outcast-ish, is probably not going to be the most comforting, like, yes, Neville, my dear boy.
Yeah.
Like Neville has also found himself without anywhere to sit.
Yeah, pretty much. Feeling like lonely himself, which is fitting, because this is you'll eventually learn, of course, that Neville was the other one the prophecy could have like applied to. And here you have both of them kind of like alone, but fighting each other.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
Yep.
Let's see here. And he's maintaining a one-handed grip on a struggling toad, Trevor.
Who he still has. Look at that. What do you know?
Good for him.
Yeah, I feel like, do you feel like any of in this book in particular, that Trevor is going to be like a little like Umbridge, like one hand on the toad, you know?
Yeah, keep one hand on the toad.
Keep one hand, keep a weather out here.
Right.
Yeah.
Hi, Harry, he panted. Hi, Jenny. Everywhere's full. I can't find a seat. And then what's funny about this, obviously, is that this is Neville, who's also having difficulty finding like his space or whatever. And then Jenny's like, what are you talking about? There's room in this one. There's only Looney Lovegood in here.
Which I can't believe Jenny calls her Looney right here.
All I can think here, and this would be my take, is that Ginny is not saying it the same way that other people say it.
Right.
Like she's not making fun of her. I mean, I think it's a weak argument because I don't think you should call her by this nickname. But like that's the best I got.
Like maybe she thinks they know her title by reputation or something.
Maybe that. Like it's sort of like if she just said like Luna Lovegood's in here, that they'd be like, who?
Right.
But like maybe Looney Lovegood helps them understand.
It does help that the next thing she says is like, don't be silly. She's all right.
Right. And that's the thing is that they're in the same year. So these two would have, grown up together in some capacity. They would have been classes probably
maybe
together.
Harry's year never has classes with the Ravenclaws.
Well, I know. I knew you were going to bring that up too. But somehow, some way, they seem to know each other.
They do seem to know each other. Yes, you're right.
Yeah.
Yes.
And so she walks in. Hi, Luna. Is it okay if we take these seats? And the girl beside the window looked up. She had straggly waist-length, dirty blonde hair, very pale eyebrows, and protuberant eyes that gave her a permanently surprised look. Harry knew at once why Neville had chosen to pass this compartment. The girl gave off an aura of distinct dottiness. And I went through and just took the liberty of drawing a bunch of dots around the word dottiness.
Oh, there you go. Very dotty.
Exactly. Yes, precisely. Yes. Yeah. You could also think of them as like Raxperts, but
yeah, sure.
Any which way, whatever works best for you. Perhaps it's the fact that she stuck her wand behind her left ear for safekeeping, or they'd chosen to wear a necklace of butterbeer caps, or that she was reading a magazine upside down. Her eyes ranged over Neville and came to rest on Harry. She nodded.
It is one of the best single paragraph character introductions ever.
It is. Yes, it's wonderful. It really is. Yeah. Thanks, said Ginny, smiling at her. Harry and Neville stowed the trunks in Hedwig's cage in the luggage rack and sat down. The girl called Luna watched them over her upside-down magazine, which was called The Quibbler. She did not seem to blink as much as normal humans. She stared and stared at Harry, who had taken the seat opposite of her and now wished he had not.
I know. Quite a first impression for Harry.
Yes.
And then she's just kind of like, had a good summer, Luna? Yes. You're Harry Potter. I know I am. He's like, and I don't know who you are. Neville laughs at her and she turns on him and is like, I don't know who you are.
Right. Yes.
Which this is a setup for go ahead.
I was just going to say, this is another like little situation that I think is again going to be like a little equal but opposite, because like it goes to show that like Harry's fame, which he hates, precedes him.
Yeah.
Like, but it's like one of those things where it was like, it was going to be one of these two boys.
Exactly.
Like, and take the entire script, flip it on its head, have Voldemort attack Neville as a baby, and this entire situation goes differently.
Right.
If anything, we are living in the alternate reality where the story is called Harry Potter and not Neville Longbottom.
Right.
And there's a separate reality that exists out there where this entire situation just is flipped.
Right. Yeah. It's Neville Longbottom and the Order of the Phoenix.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
Exactly. But yeah, this is definitely supposed to draw the contrast between Harry and Neville. So Luna already knows who Harry is, and like Harry's like, I know exactly who I am. And Neville, she says, I don't know who you are. And Neville's like, I'm nobody. I don't even know who I am.
It's like, it's okay. You have your glow up coming. It's fine. You're almost
You sure do. You sure do. Let's see. And then Ginny, of course, says, no, you're not. Neville Longbottom, Luna Lovegood. Luna's in my year, but in Ravenclaw. So there's that. And then Luna does her little sing-song, wit beyond measure is man's greatest treasure, said Luna. So just like, I guess it's interesting. I think it's interesting that you're immediately introduced to her as the Ravenclaw, because she's unlike any of the other Ravenclaws you're going to meet.
Yeah. And this is actually, it's like one of those things when I go back to like a very, very, very early Jay versus Ben, I am fairly certain I got the question, which house is Luna Lovegood in, wrong.
Oh, no.
Because, I mean, it's like, obviously, like once you've really spent like a lot of time with the story at all, you know that she's in Ravenclaw, and her relationship with Ravenclaw is deeply important to the outcome of the story, because it's how Harry goes to find the diadem.
Right.
But like, she read to me the way that I interpreted Hufflepuffs.
Right.
Like was I think like what happened a little bit. So you're right. Like she's a bit of like an outlier within Ravenclaw, but that's also where she kind of has this like Cloud Cuckoo Lander like situation going on, where it's like, because she's so odd, a lot of the things that she says, it's easy to question. but the reality is that she's oftentimes right.
Yes. Yeah. It's like one of those, like, the Cloud Cuckoo Lander, like you said, like that like 1 out of 10 things they say is like more correct than everything else in the room.
Right.
And it's just like, but the other times it's sort of like, we can't really take you seriously, which makes them very effective, like red herring machines and like foreshadowing devices and all that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So Harry's just sort of sitting there like in like a state of general discomfort. Like it's just been like an odd, unsettled sort of day.
Yeah.
One moment the carriage was full of sunlight and the next they were passing beneath ominously gray clouds.
Yes. And so the weather so often in this book is going to be reflective of Harry's mood or else what is coming for Harry. So even this, it's like it's sunlight and then it's ominously gray clouds. So this is clearly foreshadowing like Umbridge and the difficult year ahead that Harry is having.
Yep, precisely that. Yep. So then Neville chimes in though, guess what I got for my birthday? And I love that Harry's like, I don't remember all. like,
oh, I don't know.
No, said Neville, I could use one though. Lost the old one ages ago. No, look at this. And I'm going to let you take over from here because I know you have a theory.
Oh, I absolutely do. So Neville produces the Mimbulus Mimbletonia, he says proudly, which is also going to be the first password of the year. And the Mimbulus Mimbletonia is a really interesting little plot device we have here because the Mimbulus Mimbletonia is going, like, we're going to keep an eye on it throughout the book. It is going to represent one Harry Potter himself.
Okay, let me pause there because I like to interject with my part of this theory.
Okay.
So Jay says the Mimbulus Mimbletonia equals/is Harry Potter. This is the description of the Mimbulus Mimbletonia. It was pulsating slightly, giving it the rather sinister look of some diseased internal organ. The Chosen One, people.
The Chosen One.
It
sounds to me kind of like barbecue Voldemort in the train station, you know? Maybe it looks more like the Voldemort just now.
Okay.
Yeah, piece of Voldemort soul inside of him. Let me see. I'm going to go ahead. I actually marked it said verse. I have 865. Let me go see what I marked on that page because that was a few weeks ago when we were on tour. But I'm going to get there. Here it is, 865. Boom. So what I have here is that Neville was stroking his Mimbulus Mimbletonia, which has grown a great deal over the year and now made odd crooning noises when touched, just like Harry. No, the point is that it is going to have grown a lot over the year.
Wow, what a beautiful metaphor.
Yeah. I'm like, I know I want to go back and listen to what I said. I know I had a much more elegant way of explaining this when we were on tour.
There is more to it. Like I completely know what you're talking about because the very next thing that's going to happen. Well, first a little piece of trivia. My great uncle Algie got it for me in Assyria. So there's Uncle Alphard who gave Sirius all of his gold that he has, and Uncle Algie who gives Neville his Mimbulus Mimbletonia. So just those two little Uncle A names there for you. And obviously Neville's going to see if he can breed it. But Harry's going to respond with, does it do anything, he asked. And Neville's like, loads of stuff. It's got an amazing defense mechanism. Hold Trevor for me.
Amazing defensive mechanism. Who does that sound like?
Harry.
Yes. Right? Yeah, because what Voldemort tries to possess him, but he can't, you know? He can't do it.
Also, Harry is like spectacular at defense against the dark
defensive magic in general, especially after someone holds the toad for him.
Yes, exactly. I literally... I love this because it's very like a la hold my beer. Yeah. But this was just Neville saying, quick, hold my frog.
Quick, hold my toad. I'm in.
But what's going to happen here, though, is that he is going to hold up the Mimbletonia, his tongue between his teeth, chose a spot, and gave the plant a sharp prod with the tip of his quill. Liquid squirted from every boil on the plant, thick, stinking, dark green jets of it.
Gross.
Maybe that's like the Voldemort soul inside of him. You know, it's like it's just a big drink.
No, what's real? Okay, I'm remembering more of my metaphor as we get back into the chapter.
Yeah.
Yes,
so I'm poking fun at you.
Yes, well, while Neville's poking the Mimbulus Mimbletonia. But here's the real comparison: is that here we have at the beginning of the year we have the gross-looking Mimbulus Mimbletonia right here or whatever. And
not even crooning
yet. I mean, come on. But what is going to happen is that when Neville pokes it even slightly, it is going to erupt on everybody around him. And I don't know if you guys have been paying attention so far to this book, but every time Harry in this book gets like lightly poked by anyone around him, he does the exact same thing. He is going to be erupting on everyone.
It's going to keep happening. And I think Hermione a couple of times is going to have to like really be like, and Harry, I would appreciate it if you would stop like losing your head every time your Ron says something.
Yes.
Like it is not our fault. We are on your side.
Right. Also, this is another part of it is that, as I said, the first password is going to be Mimulus Mimbletonia. But don't forget that Harry is the Mimulus Mimbletonia. So even though Dumbledore is apparently ignoring Harry, the password is just Harry Potter. Okay.
Okay. Right. Yes. Of course. Yeah. So that is what Dumbledore is subtly hinting is sort of like, it's like, Harry, this is me speaking to you in code.
In code. Wink, wink.
Via your roommate's new plant.
Exactly.
You get it, right?
You get it.
You get all my codes.
It's one of those things that I don't think is very, it's more of a literary device for the reader, I think, than it is for the characters.
I understand completely. And I just think it's so silly to imagine our glorious golden Harry Potter as the Mimulus Mimbletonia.
I know. And yet it's going to keep coming up where I think, did I even have more on this particular page? Let me see. No, I have more to come up with later on. Page 865 and 864 are really important to this particular chapter.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. We'll come back to it.
We'll come back to him.
Yeah. Okay. So let's see here. So the dark green jets of pus go everywhere.
One of my least favorite words.
Yeah. And Neville's going to be like, sorry, I haven't tried that before.
To which I'm like, what?
I put in all caps, really?
He said, what's it do? Loads of stuff. Oh, haven't tried it though. Don't actually know this is going to work.
I can't believe in that moment, it's almost as if like Neville received this as a gift, was so excited and was just waiting for his gran to ask at any point in time what it did.
Yeah, and she's like, I'm not asking you about that. I want no demonstrations.
None. So Neville, I can just imagine all summer has been like showing up to like the breakfast table in the morning, like with his plant, setting it on the table and like looking from the plant to her to hit, like, you know, back and forth.
Yeah.
It's like, you want to ask me what it does? You want to ask me what it does? So finally someone has asked him and therefore he's like, let me show you.
Let me show you. Ready? You got something sharp? Oh my gosh. I hate this too. It is described as smelling like rancid manure, which is disgusting, but worse when you read this sentence where it says, Stinkstap's not poisonous, he added nervously as Harry spat out a mouthful onto the floor. Like, I would be so mad. I'd be like, I'm moving.
That's
See ya.
Yes.
I'm going to go find Dean. Who are Seamus and Dean sitting with that Neville couldn't sit with them? You know?
It's true.
Right?
Yeah, that's a good point.
They're down there having a laugh with Lavender and Parvati, as far as I can tell.
Right. Yeah. That's probably it. That's probably it. I love my little note here. He says, sorry, I haven't tried that before. Didn't realize it'd be quite so. And I wrote in, quite so what, Neville? Quite so what?
Quite so what?
Like, you knew it would do something. What did you think it would do?
You knew it was going to do something to that effect, right?
Yeah.
And as ever, the absolute most embarrassing moment of Harry's entire life, as far as I can tell. This is when one Cho Hot Lips Chang decides to make her presence known and open the door.
That's right. Hot Lips, by the way, is a very, very old reference from the pandemic times when we would do all these trivia nights on the Super Carlin Brothers YouTube channel. And somehow, some way, Cho Chang turned into Cho Hot Lips Chang.
H-A-W-T.
H-A-W-T. That's right. Yeah. We all know how it's spelled. But in case people are like, why are you calling Cho Hot Lips?
Cho Hot Lips Chang.
That's why.
Yes.
Now you're in on the joke.
What you guys need to do, and you don't have to do this or anything, but if it were me, I would maybe head to the Cho Chang Wikipedia page and just like add it in, you know? put it under aliases.
It'll be fine.
See if someone can do it and get a screenshot and send it to us.
There we go.
Let's make it canon.
Yeah, Wikipedia is going to give us a cease and desist order one of these days.
This is the fandom wiki, okay?
Oh, the fandom wiki.
The fandom wiki.
I thought you meant the real Wikipedia.
Do you think Cho Chang has a real Wikipedia page?
Almost certainly.
You think so?
I do think so.
Like the actress or the real Cho Chang, or like the character Cho Chang?
The character Cho Chang.
You think? Oh. Okay.
I bet she does.
Okay.
I mean, I'm just spitballing here.
She might.
I'm just stink sapping.
Just think sapping over here.
Anyway, Cho arrives.
She arrives.
Yes, very pretty girl with long, shiny black hair. Was standing in the doorway smiling at him. She was the seeker on the Ravenclaw Quidditch team. We all know that, but I was just reminding you. Oh, hi, said Harry blankly. Said Cho. Well, just thought I'd say hello. Bye then.
Oh, poor Harry and Cho. I mean, between Neville and Ron, they just don't even get a chance. You know?
Not truly. Yeah, no. Like later, Ron is going to be talking to her, and she's going to be wearing like a Tuts Hill Tornadoes badge, and Ron's going to like be like, "Do you even support them, or is it just because they've gotten good lately?"
Yeah,
and
Hermione's like, "What is the difference?" It's like, it means she's not a real fan.
She wanted to talk to Harry, you idiot.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah. So that didn't go very well.
Yeah, it does not go. And then Harry even reflects on it. Says he would have liked Cho to have discovered him sitting with a group of very cool people, laughing their heads off at a joke he'd just told. He would not have chosen to be sitting with Neville and Looney Lovegood, clutching a toad and dripping in stink sap. Oh my gosh, about as bad as it could go. However, if we look at pages 864 and 865,
yell it on me.
Yeah, I will. This exact scene basically repeats itself on the train ride home. And it's going to go like this. Harry looked around. Cho was passing, accompanied by Marietta Edgecombe, who was wearing a balaclava. His and Cho's eyes met for a moment. Cho blushed and kept walking. Harry looked back down at the chessboard just in time to see one of his pawns chased off in its square by Ron's knight. So basically what's going to happen here is that Harry is about as embarrassed as he could be here that Cho Chang saw him in this way. But on the return ride home, he's going to be sitting with the same people, but instead of being concerned that he was sitting I wish I was sitting in a compartment full of cool people. It's like, well, guess what? Come the end of the year, he does think they're cool people.
It's just, it's the same people. His perspective has changed.
His perspective has changed.
Yeah.
And the same girl comes up and he no longer cares about impressing her at all because his perspective has changed. You might say he's grown like a Mimbulus Mimbletonia.
Wow.
Yeah.
I can't believe you went there.
I did.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, but then I do think this is an interesting moment in response to this, because basically the rest of the cabin, also covered in stink sap, is watching this terribly awkward exchange unfold. Mm-hmm. But amongst those ranks is, of course, Ginny.
Oh, she knows what's up.
She knows exactly.
She's like, what you doing here?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
So basically, I feel like what Ginny is witnessing is Cho possibly being a little bit okay, well, never mind. Essentially, I'm going to leave.
Bad time.
Yeah, exactly. And Ginny's like, never mind. Look, we can get rid of all that easily. And she pulled out her wand. Scourgify. The stink sap vanished.
Nice.
And so it's it's like this to me feels like Ginny follows. I think she's got a lot of both of her parents. She's obviously got a lot of Molly's fire, in terms of her sort of intensity and power and stuff like that. But obviously Molly does operate a very full household of people, and Molly is very good at some of the householdy type of charms, which I only bring up simply because Tonks, who is an Auror, struggled to eliminate and clean Hedwig's cage back at Privet Drive. So I feel like there's a piece of Molly's both handiness, but also ferocity that we're seeing in Ginny here.
Yeah. There's also, I feel like maybe what she's trying to be is okay, Cho Chang was just here. Clearly it bothered Harry, but I'm the one who's already sitting here, Harry. And look, you know what I noticed? Scares easy.
Scares easy.
Stink sap, watch this. Gone. Fixed it.
It's not even a problem.
Not even a problem. It's a real woman, solved that problem.
Yeah. Wow.
Shots fired.
Shots have been fired. You have put serious words inside of Ginny's mouth.
Is that not what she's doing here?
I think that she is proving a point. I
that
think
point.
It's for Ginny to say.
It's for Ginny to say.
It's for Ginny to say.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's right. That's right. Harry, Ginny, and Neville had finished their pumpkin pasties and were now busy swapping chocolate frog cards when the compartment door slid open and in walked Ron and Hermione, accompanied by Crookshanks and a shrilly hooting pig widgeon.
They're just walking around with their pets.
Yeah, right. It seems like you would have dropped them off earlier.
Yeah.
I'm also in love with this note that I wrote, which was just Avengers. Assemble.
They're all here now.
We've got this is the crew. This is the crew that will go to the ministry later.
Yeah, it absolutely is, and fittingly, it is gonna. Ron's first thing when he gets in is say, "I'm starving," said Ron, storing Pigwidgeon next to Hedwig, grabbing a chocolate frog from Harry, throwing himself into the next seat. He ripped open the wrapper and bit the frog's head off, which is a absolute reference to Umbridge.
It 100% is. Yes. We have personified the chocolate frog as Dolores Jane Umbridge.
And these 6 are going to do something about it.
Bite her head off. Metaphorically.
What they're actually going to do is abandon her with a herd of angry centaurs.
That's it.
Some would say it's worse.
You are on a different level today.
Thank you, I think.
For sure. Some would say it was worse. Oh my gosh, I'm crying. Okay, so we get an explanation as to a little bit of prefect lore here. There are 2 prefects from each house, said Hermione, looking thoroughly disgruntled as she took her seat. Boy and girl from each. And guess who's a Slytherin prefect, said Ron, still with his eyes closed. Malfoy, replied Harry at once, his worst fear confirmed.
Why does Dumbledore do this?
It's a bad choice.
Why does he do it? I don't understand this move by Dumbledore at all. Like what?
It makes me feel like Snape got to pick the Slytherin prefix and Dumbledore was like, move over, Minerva. I got business to do here.
Yeah.
And Minerva was like, are you sure?
Yeah, sure, because I already put Harry down. Felt pretty obvious.
He is like, oh boy, like, you mean,
oh, guy.
Like Ron is,
well. Go ahead and pencil Ron Weasley in for you there, Minerva. All right. Snape, you need help? Nope, I see you got Draco down. We're good.
This is all working out just great.
Yep.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I mean, I can understand where it's like, if you're Dumbledore, it's like, maybe picking Crabbe or Goyle would have been okay, that was so clearly stupid. But Blaze Zabini right there,
Right there.
Right there.
Yes. I mean, he does seem like the better choice.
He seems like the better choice if you're Dumbledore.
Yeah, Malfoy's gotten into a fair bit of trouble on his own. And his dad's Lucius.
Exactly. Remember, Lucius literally bullied the other governors into getting you kicked out of the school. You were the headmaster, man. If I'm you, I'm also, Lucius gave the diary to Ginny,
which opened the Chamber of
Secrets and nearly killed 5 people and a cat. Okay.
His son, though.
But you know what?
He's different.
His son, Harry just reported that Lucius Malfoy was in the graveyard, is a Death Eater still, and you're go ahead, make Draco a prefect.
Give him power over Harry.
That's what I should do. It's not like this is an unknown rivalry to you,
Oh, of course not.
Yeah.
Oh, it's just absolutely ridiculous. And then, so then we've also got that complete cow, Pansy Parkinson, said Hermione viciously. It's whoa, man, okay, gloves coming off on Hermione there, too.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Who's Hufflepuff? Harry asked. Ernie Macmillan and Hannah Abbott, said Ron thickly. And Anthony Goldstein and Padma Patil for Ravenclaw, said Hermione.
I wonder how Parvati feels about that.
I know.
Yeah,
but I mean, she was never going to beat Hermione.
Oh, I mean,
there was,
for sure.
There was literally no chance.
There was no chance. But that's what people thought about Ron,
That's true.
That's true.
Yeah, I don't know. I would have picked, maybe it's good to have his 2 best friends in a position of power just in case. But that's another one where it's pick Dean.
Pick Dean.
Dean seems pretty good at stuff.
He seems pretty good. You
know? Yeah, as far as we can tell, he's good at drawing.
Good drawing. Yeah.
He's okay at Quidditch eventually.
Eventually, yeah. Also goes out with Ginny, But I think like the real reason it's good that we bring up Padma, because now we can finally talk about, and look, if you guys were tired of Hermione, I got great news for you.
Buckle up.
Buckle up for the Red Moon train, y'all.
We are going to unashamedly point all of our effort towards converting as many of you people to Ron and Luna shippers as we possibly can.
Enter this now. You went to the Yule Ball with Padma Patil. Now, notice right away, you guys, that Luna didn't go to the Yule Ball and is pretty socially awkward. Right. She has apparently sort of one friend, Ginny. And you know who she knows about? Ginny's brother's date to the Yule Ball. Yeah. There you go.
How about that? A bit. She didn't know Neville's name at all, and Neville went with Ginny.
Yeah, exactly. She didn't know Neville's name at all, but she knows who Padma Patil went to the ball with. I'm just saying.
That's right. Everyone turned to look at Luna Lovegood, who was gazing unblinkingly at Ron over the top of the quibbler.
I mean, this is how she's greeted everyone so far, but
well, it's true. It's true. Yeah. But then Ron's gonna go, yeah, I know I did.
I know.
And she didn't enjoy it very much.
Yeah.
Luna informed him. She didn't think you treated her very well because you wouldn't dance with her. I don't think I would have minded, she added thoughtfully. I don't like dancing very much.
Now, this is a great sentence for all of you Ron and Luna shippers out there, because let me tell you something right here. Luna is remarkably well informed about how things went for old Padma Patil and Ron Weasley at the Yule Ball. Right down to saying she doesn't have great tact, but you know what? Neither does Ron. But what she says is, I don't think I'd have minded. Like, oh, I wouldn't have minded if you took me to the Yule Ball and didn't dance with me. I'd have been pretty okay with it because I don't like dancing. But that's patently false, because if we get fast forward to Bill and Fleur's wedding, right, Luna's going to be out there dancing solo on the dance floor.
Some type of like swatting the rack spurts away from her head or something like that. Yeah, yes. Exactly.
And during that scene, I want to say that one Ron Weasley is looking on saying, she grows on you, Luna.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. He's like watching her.
He's watching her. He's out there. And this is when Ron's like in like hot Hermione pursuit.
Precisely.
Yeah.
Exactly. So this is a big one. Ron stared up at the cover with his mouth hanging open for a few seconds, then looked around at Ginny for some kind of explanation, but Ginny had stuffed her knuckles in her mouth to stop herself from giggling. Ron shook his head bemused.
Ginny's like, watch. This is the best flirting I've ever seen.
She's like, not only is it awesome to see Luna like stepping up to the plate, but making my older brother uncomfortable.
She's like,
win-win.
This is a win-win. Also, she's like, hey, Neville, where can I get one of these plants in case I see Cho Chang again?
Oh man. Let's see here.
So anyway, they start talking about the prefix stuff, and they say, we're supposed to patrol the corridors every so often. And he says, I can't wait to get Crabbe and Goyle for something. And Hermione's like, you're not supposed to abuse your position. And Ron, again, fairly points out, he's like, oh, yeah, because Malfoy's not going to abuse it.
Right. Yes, exactly. And it's definitely like, again, we have a very like the same but opposite situation going on with how they like relate to their roles as prefix.
Yeah.
Like it's like they're both prefix. They both have a belief about what that means, and they couldn't be more different from each other.
Right.
Yes.
Hermione's is obviously the more like logical, like optimistic view, and Ron's is like the like common sense, like look at exactly how things are, Hermione.
Right, yeah. Yes. And she's like, so you're just going to descend to his level? And he's like, no, I'm just going to make sure I get his mates before he gets mine.
Yeah, just good looking out. Come on, Hermione.
Precisely. Yeah. For heaven's sake, Ron. Like,
sounding a lot like Mrs. Weasley.
It sure is. But yeah. I also have like a giant, like, compare these two situations with how Luna is relating to Ron in this situation and how Hermione is relating to Ron in this situation.
Oh.
You got Luna over there being like, I wouldn't have minded if we didn't dance. And then Hermione's like, oh, Ron.
Yeah. Stop doing things wrong.
We may as well start calling it Ron.
Ron
G. Weasley.
Ron G. Weasley.
Oh my God. If his middle name started with a G, it would be the funniest thing ever.
Oh, that'd be great.
Especially because Weasley, it's like, so if you put like W, Ron, G, it would spell like last initial, first name, middle initial.
Spell it wrong.
Wrong.
Yeah, there you go. That'd be great.
Yeah.
Sadly, his middle name is Bilius.
Yeah.
So it doesn't work.
Different
We
brother's
just
name.
got Rube. No, that's not it. Rube.
Romb.
Roast beef Weasley over there.
Oh, okay. There we go. Anyway.
Yeah. And anyway, then Ron is going to go ahead and make the hilarious joke. I'll make Goyles do lines, said Ron. He lowered his voice to Goyle's low grunt and screwed up his face in a pain concentration, mimed writing, I must not look like a baboon's backside. To which everyone thinks is funny, but nobody laughed harder than Luna Lovegood, who let out a scream of mirth that caused Hedwig to wake up and flap her wings indignantly. Yeah. Oh my.
She laughed so hard that her magazine slipped out of her grasp, slid down her legs and onto the floor. That was funny. She gets him.
She does get him, you know?
Yeah, that's my yes.
Yeah. And you know what? She's laughing this hard. And here's my explanations. Because one, either this is the first joke Luna's ever heard in her whole life.
Right. Possible.
Or she's trying to impress Ron with how funny she thinks his joke is.
Even if it's not trying to impress, even if she just naturally thinks that he is like that funny.
Also that.
Not a bad thing.
Not a bad thing.
You know, not everybody like might think I'm funny, but hopefully my partner thinks I'm funny.
Exactly.
You know,
and I think that's really more it. I think Luna genuinely thinks this is just like rib cracking hilarious.
But that's just like good chemistry.
It's just good. I mean, exactly. They've known each other for like, what, 3 seconds? When's the last time Ron made Hermione laugh this hard?
Never. Until
the next movie.
In Half-Blood Prince, when they're going to be like, how old is Dumbledore anyway? And Ron's going to be like, 150? I don't know why that scene like gets our goat so bad, but it totally does.
It's just like, it's the absolute fake laughter of them all and the like not that funniness of the joke.
It's not that funny and it's the fake laughter. And it's it almost to me always feels like, why are the filmmakers being so lazy as to not take this again? Like, run another take. You can get a better laugh out of these kids.
You can do it.
They're pretty seasoned actors at this point.
Pretty seasoned.
Yeah. They can laugh.
As far as I can tell, even based on the rest of this movie, they're all pretty funny.
Yeah, right? Exactly.
Yeah.
But anyway, she's laughing so hard that Ron actually doesn't even know. And he go like if she's making fun of him or not. And he's like, "Are you taking the mickey?" said Ron, frowning at her. Baboon's backside. She choked, holding her ribs.
The ludicrously prolonged laughter of Luna Lovegood. I wish that was the chapter title.
Is that what you wrote?
No. That's just what I thought just now.
I like it. I like it. Yeah. Let's see here.
So whilst she has dropped the Quibbler, Harry picks it up and starts looking at some of the articles in here, and he realizes that one thing he's looking at is a fairly bad cartoon of Cornelius Fudge. To which I'm wondering, like, who draws these cartoons? You know, is this old Zeno?
It has to be Xenophilius.
It has to be Xenophilius. Yeah.
Yes. Is it described as being like crayon-like drawing, or do I just picture it that way?
Let's see. I don't think it describes it as a crayon drawing.
Okay. Fairly bad cartoon of Cornelius Fudge. Harry only recognized him because of the lime green bowler hat. One of Fudge's hands was clenched around a bag of gold. The other was throttling a goblin. The cartoon was captioned, "How far will Fudge go to gain Gringotts?"
Yeah.
Beneath this were the titles of other articles included in the magazine. Corruption in the Quidditch League. How the Tornadoes are taking control. That's a funny one as well as far as Luna and Ron is concerned, because
yes, it is.
This is Luna's dad's publication talking about how the Tornadoes are cheating.
Yes.
And Ron is going to jump down Cho, who the Tornadoes are her team's throat. Because of her fandom of it.
If only she had been there when Hermione and Ron were arguing, she could have been like, I agree with Ron. The Tornadoes have been using a combination of whatever.
Gum disease
and
wart cat powder
to take over the Quidditch League.
Right. Yeah.
Then Hermione would be like, what do you even know about Quidditch, Luna? And she'd be like, I'm a commentator next year.
Next year.
Yeah.
That's right. No, she take that under advisement.
Yeah.
Like, I'm going to learn.
That's it. I'll show you what I know about Quidditch.
Secrets of the ancient runes revealed. Sirius Black, villain or victim. That's sort of an interesting one that I think posts as like a. Obviously, the story is ridiculous because they're going to believe that instead he is a singing sensation, which he most certainly isn't, by the name of Stubby Boardman. However, I do think it's funny that this is at least like a little bit of like a flag waving in the air that's kind of suggesting that the Quibbler might believe that Sirius isn't just a villain.
Right. Yeah. So there's at least that. They're like willing to consider unusual possibilities.
Yes.
Indeed. Yep. Then Harry, of course, wants to read the one about Sirius. Also a rather bad cartoon, which we have to assume also Xenophilius.
Almost certainly. Yep.
Almost certainly. Sirius, black as he's painted, notorious mass murderer, or innocent singing sensation. And this is, of course, the article that Kingsley was slyly trying to hand to Mr. Weasley while Mr. Weasley was inviting him over for meatballs.
Meatballs.
Yes.
That's exactly right. Yeah. And he's like, oh, yes, Sirius will find that very entertaining indeed. Because it says, startling new evidence has recently come to light that Sirius Black may not have committed the crimes for which he was sent to Azkaban. In fact, says Doris Purkis, trivia.
Doris Purkis.
Of 18 Acanthia Way,
Don't
Little
do it.
Norton. Don't ask. That one will not come out of the noggin again. Black may not have even been present at the killings. But people don't realize that Sirius Black is a false name, says Mrs. Purkis. The man people believe to be Sirius Black is actually Stubby Boardman, lead singer of the popular singing group The Hobgoblins, who retired from public life after being struck in the ear by a turnip at a concert at Little Norton Church Hall nearly 15 years ago. And she recognized him the moment she saw his picture in the paper. Stubby couldn't have possibly committed those crimes because on the day in question, he'd happened to be enjoying a romantic candlelit dinner with me. Oh my gosh. There's just an unbelievable amount of trivia inside of that entire thing.
There absolutely is, from Doris Purkis, who has a lot of problems. I love that like Xenophilius's like structure for basically every article is, here's what people think, but does he?
Yeah, yes, absolutely. Doesn't it literally use that exact line?
Does. The very next one is about Cornelius Fudge, and he says, let's see. Fudge has always insisted that he wants nothing more than to cooperate peacefully with the guardians of our gold. But does he? Sources close to the ministry have recently disclosed that Fudge's dearest ambition is to seize control of goblin gold supplies and that he will not hesitate to use force if need be.
Yeah, then he's referred to as Cornelius Goblin Crusher Fudge.
That's what his friends call him.
To which I wrote in like a nickname. One of B&J's favorite lines from the entire series is when Ron is using the autocorrect quill and he has written his name, property of Runil Waslib, into his copy of Half-Blood Prince. And Harry hands that copy to Snape in the bathroom after Sectum Sempra-ing Draco. And Snape is like, Runil Waslib.
Yeah. He was like, that's my nickname.
A nickname? That's what my friends call me.
I know what your nickname is, Potter.
Anyway, so I was making a joke to us for something that won't happen for like another 47 chapters.
Yeah, the real joke here is that it says Cornelius Goblin Crusher Fudge. That's what his friends call him. Because I'm like, what friends?
He doesn't have any friends.
Have any friends. Come on, man.
Yeah, then it says he's always talking about the goblins he's had done in. He's had them drowned. He's had them dropped off buildings. He's had them poisoned. He's had them cooked into pies.
Yeah.
Okay.
There we go. There we go. Yep. What is this? Hold on. I have a funny note here, I think. Oh. Let's see. He said, Harry did not read any further. Fudge might have had many faults, but Harry found it extremely hard to imagine him ordering goblins to be cooked in pies. And then I just added the note. Yeah. Well, ask him again at the end of the year.
Yeah. Fair enough. Let's see. He flicked through the magazine, pausing every few pages to read an accusation that the Tutshill Tornadoes were winning the Quidditch League by a combination of blackmail, illegal broom tampering, and torture.
Yeah. Well, how dare Cho support this?
That's exactly right. It sounds a little unethical, to say the least.
To say the very least. Yes. Yeah. Of course, that's the team that Cho is a fan of. So again, too bad Luna wasn't there to just support Ron in his questioning of Cho's badge. Right.
Yeah. So then Ron's going to ask, anything good in there? And then Hermione is going to chime in, of course not. The quibble is rubbish. Everyone knows that.
Oh, Hermione's just batting 1,000 on this train ride.
She really is. Excuse me, said Luna. Her voice had suddenly lost its dreamy quality. My father's the editor. it's like, uh-oh, that's nightmare fuel right there.
I know.
That is
That'll
the literal
keep Ben
worst.
up for the rest of his life.
I would never sleep again.
Never sleep again.
And for good reason.
Yeah. It's got some interesting, it's quite, I'll have it back, please.
Thank you, said Luna coldly, leaning forward and snatched out of Harry's hand, rifling to page 57. Trivia,
yeah. Where's the runes, I guess, right? That's
right.
what she's looking at.
To turn your enemy's ears into kumquats.
Ah,
yes,
very
yes,
good.
indeed.
Excuse me, guy.
All good?
Yep.
Okay. Harry looked around and he had expected this, but he did not make the sight of Harry looked around. He had expected this, but did not make the sight of Draco Malfoy smirking at him between his cronies Crabbe and Goyle any more enjoyable.
Here comes Draco.
He showed up.
Yep.
And he's just come fully armed as well.
Yeah.
You see, I, unlike you, have been made a prefect, which means that I, unlike you, have the power to hand out punishments. Yeah, said Harry, but you, unlike me, are a git. So get out and leave us alone.
Yeah.
Got him.
Got him. Also, Ben, if you want to flip to page 864.
Oh my gosh.
The most important ones here.
Please tell me what happens.
I will tell you what happens. So right here, Draco's going to come in and taunt everybody and get everyone all mad and kind of walk away with the upper hand here. However, on the train ride home, firstly, Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle, who had clearly been waiting all week for the opportunity to strike without a teacher, witnesses attempted to ambush Harry halfway down the train as he made his way back from the toilet. The attack might have succeeded had it not been for the fact that they unwittingly chose to stage the attack right outside a compartment full of DA members who saw what was happening through the glass and rose as one to rush to Harry's aid. By the time Ernie Macmillan, Hannah Abbott, Susan Bones, Justin Finch Fletchley, aka Jeff, Anthony Goldstein, and Terry Butte had finished with the wide variety of hexes and jinxes Harry had taught them. Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle resembled nothing more than 3 gigantic slugs. So
amazing. So once again, yes, you're going to have just yet another occasion that's going to unfold involving all the same people, but they go in very different ways.
Yes.
Because Draco will kind of get like the last word in this particular exchange, but just basically by saying like, let's see here. Well, just watch yourself, Potter, because I'll be dogging your footsteps in case you step out of line.
Yeah.
And so this kind of hails back to like the Lee Jordan being like, nice dog, Harry, when they stepped onto the platform. So
yes.
the dogging is in italics here in the book. And that's sort of like suggesting that Draco knows the truth about Sirius.
Yes, it absolutely does. And him and Hermione pick up on this, but Ron does not. But then, of course, Harry immediately is like, he had thought Sirius coming with him to the station was a bit of a laugh, but suddenly it seemed reckless, if not downright dangerous. But it's a great case. It's again a case of Harry like blaming himself for basically everything, because at the end of the day, he's still impossible to get to. You know, Sirius is like perfectly protected at Grimmauld Place.
That's true. Yes. Yeah. So, and I mean, it probably wouldn't even be that unlikely that the opposition assumes they've got Sirius somewhere in hiding.
Yeah.
You know, everybody else except for like the government kind of knows some of the key pieces, I think.
Yeah. Let's see here. Them have as they move on, the weather continues to get bad. It says the weather remained undecided as they traveled farther and farther. Rain spattered the window in a half-hearted way. Then the sun put in a feeble appearance before clouds drifted over it once more. This is going to kind of be how Harry's year goes. He is going to have moments of sunlight, moments of rain, but never anything stable ever.
Yeah, it's just going to be kind of like ups, downs, all arounds, mostly downs in all arounds.
Mostly downs, lots of downs, for sure.
And detention.
Yes.
Yeah.
But the DA will be there.
The DA will
have
be
some
there.
good stuff.
Yeah, that's, you know, it's been really kind of like an interesting one as well, because this book, and everybody knows this is not like an astute observation about Order of the Phoenix, but it's a bit of a drag at the beginning because Harry's in such a terrible mood and it's so frustrating, and the opposition just seems to keep winning, and like everything just seems to keep getting worse. But it is kind of like a nice build up for like the second half of the book when things start going better for Harry. Where you kind of get to see maybe not like proper like sunshiny type of victories, but like he is making like headway.
Right. Yeah. So anyway, after that, Luna finishes reading the Quibbler, puts it around, and took to staring at everyone in the compartment instead. Great. Good for her.
Yeah, that's got to be fun.
Yep.
Yeah. Let's see here. So go ahead.
Oh, good. Yeah. Then they arrive at the station. Ron and Hermione are supposed to supervise all the kids or all the first years getting off. They disappeared from the carriage again, leaving Harry and the others to look after Crookshanks and Pigwidgeons. And look who volunteers to carry Pigwidgeon, you know? I'll carry that owl if you like, said Luna. Not the cat. Not the cat.
Not the cat. But
Yeah,
maybe
that Hermione girl, I didn't like her so much. But that Ronald boy,
he is funny.
He is pretty funny. And I would love to carry his owl for him, please. And thank you.
That's right. Yep.
Yeah.
So Harry does allow this. And now this is another like one of the things that Harry was like most looking forward to about coming back to school is just sort of like all the familiar sights and sounds and everything. And notably visiting with Hagrid. And unfortunately, this is like, this is one of the moments when he would normally hear Hagrid calling to round up all the first years to make their way across the lake to go in for their sorting ceremony. And unfortunately, that voice did not come. Instead, a quite different voice, a brisk female one, was calling, "First years, line up over here, please. All first years to me."
Yes, solid grubbly plank right there.
Actually, I don't think it was my best.
No, okay. You want to try it again, or
let's? How does this one work? How does this one work?
Yeah, okay. Is she like a little bit sprout like with the booba tuba, or is it
first years? Line up over here, please. All first years to me.
Oh, solid. Yeah,
kind of seemed like somebody who I don't even know.
It kind of sounded like a goose.
Well, you know. That's what I got.
Very good. I liked it.
Thanks.
What's interesting about Grubbly Plank being the one to pick up the first years, though, is that it suggests that just because Hagrid's not there doesn't mean that the care of magical creatures teacher has to be the one to do it.
Right.
It suggests that what you really need, why the person picking the first years up to take them across the lake actually needs to be good with beasts more than they need to be like the groundskeeper or something. Because Grubbly Plank's not the groundskeeper in the meantime.
No, she's not at all. And so I think I think where you're going with this is obviously the belief that what actually charters the first years on the self-driving boats is the giant squid. And its many tentacles.
Pulling them across the lake.
Pulling across the lake. And sure enough, I mean, we know that Colin's younger brother, Dennis, falls in and the giant squid picks him up and puts him back in the boat.
It's right there. It's right underneath.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And otherwise, the boats are apparently if it's not the squid, the boats are apparently magically moving, but it's Hagrid taking them and he can't do magic.
He can't do magic. Exactly. And I think it's doubly interesting because what we're about to discover is the Thestrals, the invisible creatures that move the carriages up to the castle. Yeah. So the fact that a different magical creature is what moves the boats across the water, I think stands to reason.
Absolutely. Yeah. I forgot we were about to just meet the Thestrals, aren't we?
Yes.
That's going to happen right here in a couple pages. But let's see. So in any case, Professor Grubbly Plank is there and Harry is immediately concerned. Where's Hagrid? And Ginny's like, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, weird. And then it says Harry and Ginny became separated. Oh, finally, they're not going to get together anymore. Sorry.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think it just kind of goes back to what we were saying before. So, yeah. Where's Hagrid? I don't know, said Ginny. We better get out of the way, though. We're blocking the door. And then it's going to cut to Harry saying seeing Hagrid again, one of the things he was most looking forward to. That's sort of kind of what I was just covering there.
Yes.
And so he's just immediately trying to convince himself he can't have left. He's got a cold or something.
Right.
He's trying to come up with some just explanation.
Yeah, just rationalize with himself here.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes. And then when it walks over, it says, here stood 100 or so horseless stagecoaches that always took the students above first year up to the castle. So 100 or so horseless stagecoaches. I was like, is that math correct? And so basically what we typically assume is that we have 40 students per year. Roughly. So 5 boys, 5 girls, each house is 10 times 4 houses is 40 times 7 years is 280.
Right.
Minus 40 for the first years, which leaves you with, let's say it's 100 coaches for 240 people. That would be obviously easy math of 2.4 people per coach. You can't have 0.4 per people. So assuming maybe it's 3 to 4 people and it's not quite 100 and the math actually works.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
All right, pretty good. That works out very nicely, except that for the first time ever, Harry is going to notice that they're not horseless. He does a double take. The coaches were no longer horseless. Of course, They never were. He supposed he would have called them horses, but we get the nice explanation of the Thestrals. Black coats cling to their skeletons, of which every bone was visible. So even this part of Hogwarts, the like whimsical horseless carriages are now suddenly like these creepy, evil-looking horses carrying them up to the castle.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yes, which makes it seem much more menacing, even though Thestrals themselves are not actually inherently negative at all.
Yes, no, they're not. But it does like create this like eerie, sinister feeling as you go up to the castle for the first time, which is of course more of like how the year is going to end up going. Then Ron does catch up with them. "Where's Pig?" said Ron's voice. "That Luna girl was carrying him." Oh, look at that. Yep, Luna. She's like, "Yep, I got your owl, Ron.
I got you. Let's talk some more. Do you want to ride together?"
Yeah.
Let's see here. Seconds later, Hermione emerged panting from the crowd. Malfoy was being absolutely foul to a first year back there. "I swear I'm going to report him. He's only had his badge 3 minutes and he's using it to bully people worse than ever. Where's Crookshanks?" "Ginny's got him," said Harry.
Yeah.
There she is. So Harry's just sort of like, what am I? Just you guys just using me for all my where's your pets knowledge?
Basically. Oh, you know what? I just read another little note I had here. What I think is very much at play as well is that the Thestrals look like sinister and eerie, but by the end of the book you realize that they're not. They're super useful and good. Right. Whereas Umbridge is going to like look and act sweet and like innocent and dressed in pink and laces, like she's not evil, but of course nothing could be further from the truth.
Nothing at all. Nothing at all. Yes, yeah. The thing that's dressed like a pink gumball, very dangerous.
Very dangerous.
The very bat-like skeletal horse, completely kind.
Pretty cool.
Yeah, not bad at all.
Yeah.
Come on, let's get a carriage before they filled up. "Haven't got Pig yet," Ron said, but Hermione was already heading towards the nearest unoccupied coach. Harry remained behind with Ron. "What all those things do you reckon?" he asked Ron, nodding at the horrible horses as other students surged past them. "What things?"
Ugh.
"Those horses."
Ron and Hermione are going to be insufferable on this point.
They are. Yes, they are. Yeah, Luna appeared holding Pigwidgeon's cage in her arms. The tiny owl was twittering excitedly as usual. "Hey, you all," she said. "He's a sweet little owl, isn't he?" And it's like Ron is sometimes like annoyed with Pig, but this is her being like, "I like your owl.
I like your owl."
Yeah.
Do you want to go to a dance and not dance?
Sounds like fun.
Sounds like fun.
Yeah. Yeah. "He's all right," said Ron gruffly. "Well, come on then. What were you saying, Harry?" "I was just saying, what are all those horse things?" Harry said as he and Ron and Luna made for the carriages in which Hermione and Ginny were already sitting. "What horse things?" "The horses pulling the carriages," said Harry impatiently.
Yeah.
They were all, after all, about 3 feet from the nearest one.
Yeah.
It was watching them with empty white eyes. This is like where I'm like surprised. Do they make no noise?
I mean, they must not even make it like clip clops or something on the ground, right?
No clip clops at all?
No clip clops, no coconuts, you know?
No whimsy.
No whimsy. And he's like, well, what are you talking about? I'm talking about, he grabbed Ron's arm, wheeled him out. It's like, what am I supposed to be looking at? And it's like, Ron. Do you not remember in year 2 when Harry could hear this voice in the walls that no one else could hear, and it turned about to be this super dangerous monster that almost killed your sister? Okay.
Yeah.
Do you remember that? Do you remember that? Okay. Because now Harry's like, hey, look at this weird horse thing. And you're like, Harry, you're crazy, man.
There are no instances where you can see things I can't.
This has never happened before.
Yeah. Oh man. Yeah. So can't you see them? See what? Can't you see what's pulling the carriages? Are you feeling all right, Harry?
God, they just forget about magic so much.
Yeah. Harry felt utterly bewildered, because it's like he's being gaslit, kind of, but not really, because like Ron doesn't know either. Like Ron is not like being a jerk and like being like, no, I don't know what you're talking about. I do, but I'm not going to tell you that.
Yeah, right.
Like he doesn't know at all, but Harry is just sitting there being like, I must be going crazy.
I can't believe Harry is not like, here, give me your hand. That.
You touch it.
You touch it.
Yeah. If there's nothing there, run into it.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Right.
Why don't you go ahead and run in between there then?
Exactly. Yeah. Or have Ginny do it. She's already fallen down 2 flights of stairs today.
Yeah. She's pretty invulnerable, it seems.
She'll bounce right off.
Yeah.
Yeah. The horse was there in front of him, gleaming solidly in the dim light issuing from the station windows. Behind them, vapor was rising from its nostrils in the chilly night air.
You can't see that?
I know. Yeah, right. Exactly. Apparently not. Apparently all aspects of it is invisible.
All aspects, even the mist coming from their nostrils.
It's nose moisture.
Yeah.
Yeah. The magic extends to the nose moisture.
Yeah. That is, undead nose moisture.
Right. Precisely. Yeah. Shall we get in then? Said Ron, looking uncertainly. Looking at Harry as though he was worried about him. Yeah, said Harry. Yeah, go on.
It's all right. You're not going mad or anything. I can see them too.
Can you? Said Harry desperately, turning to Luna. He could see the bat-winged horses reflected in her wide silvery eyes. Oh, yes, said Luna. I've been able to see them since my first day here. They've always pulled the carriages. Don't worry. You're just as sane as I am. Helpful.
Like maybe a little bit. Maybe she doesn't know, though. She's just like, yeah, they're there.
Right.
If you don't know what thestrals are, but they've always been there, you'd be like, yeah, they're there.
Yeah. This is like the Cloud Cuckoo Lander, though. It's a character trope. This is a real thing. Luna is a very good example of this trope,
if not the most shining example.
Right. She might literally be the top one that comes up if you like read about it. But this is like an instance where there's been a lot of things about Luna that have seemed so quirky so far that it's like, even though she is confirming what Harry is also seeing, it's making him question like the reality because she seems so unbelievable.
Right.
And so it's like, it becomes like a great big mess. And I would just like to then also show and bring to attention here that I drew a picture of a thestral on my page.
I love it.
Yeah. And it's even got Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Luna in there.
Super.
Pretty great. So just a reminder that if you sign up for an annual membership over on our Patreon there,
you might get that page.
You might get that page. And not only, do you get a page from one of our books, but you also get bonus content, ad-free listening, all sorts of great things over there. So be sure to check it out. Patreon.com/Through the Griffin Door.
Man, if you get that page, you don't only get Ben's drawing, but the back of that page is a chapter art page.
Oh, this would be the kind of one where you would almost need like a rotating page. Yeah, because the next page is chapter 11, The Sorting Hat's new song.
Yeah.
And so you would need like a rotating frame so you could like, be like,
enjoy both sides.
Which side do I want to display?
Exactly.
That's exactly it. Yeah. What a thing to be aware of. Anyway, so yes, that does obviously bring us to the end of chapter 10. Looking forward to chapter 11. But before we close out for the day, Jay, do you have a review for us?
Of course I do. This is from Ranger Dog.
Ranger Dog. The only ranger dog on the mountain, fighting fires with Forrest the
Fun.
Thank you. That was all I needed.
Ranger Dog. Amazing podcast. I love it. I look forward to listening to it every Sunday. I have a question. What if Creature never came back from the lake in Deathly Hallows? When the trio were asking Creature about the locket, he tells them that Voldemort forced him to drink the potion, and then he sailed away, leaving behind. Then Creature needed water. He crawled to the island's edge, and he drank. Dead hands came out of the water and dragged Creature beneath the surface. I think that it can make for an interesting conversation and maybe a video. Anyway, love this in your other works, Purple Heart.
Oh man. Okay. So what would be the really, really big details here?
Details would be, namely, that Regulus doesn't know then what happens on the lake, right? Because Regulus is who calls him back.
Right.
So, in that case, then Regulus doesn't go to the lake himself and recover the locket.
Right.
Yep.
So interestingly, Regulus's recovery of the locket has almost nothing to do with Dumbledore's discovery of the cave and the locket itself.
It is really just adds a side quest for Harry later on, and it gets like Creature a little bit more on their side when he can tell them this story. It also causes Regulus to die, even though he's switched sides. So Regulus would not have discovered the Horcruxes at all.
Right.
But he would be like turning on Voldemort.
Yes.
So he could either turn spy or else just be killed by Voldemort in more regular ways.
Yeah, I mean, and that's an interesting thought as well, is sort of like, what would Regulus do if, like, because I think that what happens there is Regulus calls Creature back.
Yeah.
He just like, so if you can imagine, he's at number 12 Grimmauld Place. That's what I tend to think. I don't know why, just because it's home. But I imagine that he's just waiting, or like pacing in his room, just thinking like, what is Creature doing? What is Creature doing? What is Creature doing? And then finally it's just sort of like asking the air, Creature, and Creature has to show up.
Right.
And so it's like Creature can use his unique house elf magic to exit the otherwise inapparatable room.
Yeah. The cave.
And return back to him. And so if he doesn't, then at some point in time, or like even if it just takes Regulus times it well.
He does, yeah. I mean, if you called him back too soon, like Creature would have just like, cracked out of there, and Voldemort would have been like, "Hey, what the?"
Yes, exactly. Yeah. So that would have looked bad on Regulus anyway.
Yeah, he'd have been caught right then, right there.
Would have been caught right then, right there. Alternatively, this would be the kind of thing that if you own a house elf, especially if you have a good relationship with it, the way that Regulus did with Creature, I suspect that if you say their name and they don't show up, you immediately know there's a problem. Like, right away.
That's the thing. If Creature doesn't come back, he knows he's dead.
Yes.
In which case, Regulus is going to have to act very fast.
Yeah.
I feel like that's obviously like a huge catalyst for him, because he's already kind of like turning, and then like finding out that.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same outcome either way, because it would mean that Voldemort took Creature for some experiment and it killed Creature. Right. And I mean, it's just as bad as almost having killed Creature. Right. For the experiment.
Yeah, it's exactly.
Yeah.
In which case, Regulus. So the problem is, he's like a regular Death. He's like a regular Death Eater with the mark. So if Voldemort like calls them, he's like one of those people in the circle. Like he is referenced by Voldemort in the graveyard as like people who died or whatever.
Right.
So the problem is Voldemort is such a good Legilimens that Regulus is basically, if he is turned on Voldemort, he's basically going to have to avoid being in Voldemort's presence almost at all.
Yes.
Right.
Correct.
So he almost immediately will have to seek out like Sirius and or the Order to
get protection,
right, or do what he can,
right,
to fight Voldemort.
Right. And that's the kind of thing that I suspect would be pretty useful pretty quickly, because as far as we know, no other Death Eaters other than Snape come over, and that's not really until after the damage has been done.
Right. So the tricky bit would be Peter then, right? Because if he goes to the Order and
Peter's going to know him from both sides.
Peter will know him from both sides, but Regulus won't know Peter from both sides, I don't think.
Okay.
Right?
Like,
and then Peter...
Like Regulus could be surprised to see Peter here on this side of the door.
I don't think anyone realizes that Peter's a Death Eater. Like, even the other Death Eaters.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
I think... So if that's the case, then if Peter sees Regulus at the Order of the Phoenix, he's going to tell Voldemort, and Voldemort's going to be like, "Oh, he's not there in my orders."
Oh.
Right?
Yeah, that would be bad.
That would be bad. Not that he maybe could do much, but it seems like they're fairly good at killing the Order members.
It does seem that way. So here's an interesting curiosity as well, from Sirius's perspective, is that Sirius values friendship above all else. That's like his thing.
Right.
He's like the man's best friend. He's a dog. Like he would die rather than betray his friends. We know all these things about Sirius. It is the one thing I absolutely believe to be true about him. Regulus is not someone who he gets along with. They have chosen to walk to the beat of different drums. Sirius has had to be compared to his younger brother, and how Regulus grew up to be like a right, proper Dark Lord following Git or whatever he calls him. So here could be a situation where Regulus could potentially show up at the Order and actually like tell on Peter. But you have to keep in mind that Peter is Sirius's best friend.
Right. Yeah.
Who's he going to believe?
He's definitely going to believe Peter. He already recommended him as Secret Keeper.
I know.
You know?
That's what I mean. Yeah. It's like that's not good.
It's not good. Yeah. Sirius is going to have a hard time trusting Regulus at all.
Yes, he is. Yeah. So it's going to be, but I mean, that may also provide an opportunity for Regulus to prove his worth somehow to the Order, because the thing that we've made the argument before that Regulus has the potential to have been the chosen one before Harry was. And to be fair, he's like the only defecting Death Eater of his own free will, because Snape only defects because of Lily.
Yeah.
And like Regulus just does it because of goodness.
Yeah.
Because he chooses like the better path in the end. And he ultimately dies 15 years before Harry arrives at number 12 Grimmauld Place. So like
Okay, I think Regulus would survive through, and I bet he kind of fills the Snape role. Like Regulus probably ends up like the potions master or something in the end.
Oh, that would be cool.
Right?
That would be so cool. Because then, I mean, Regulus would be much better.
Much better. He would love Harry,
Oh, this hurts me already to think about.
And we already have our whole theory that Regulus was like the other chosen one,
And isn't Regulus like the lion? Like, isn't that like that
is it
constellation
lion, or is
means?
it cat?
Maybe it may be like cat, but lions are cats.
Lions are cats, obviously. Yeah.
Yeah. Let me see. Let me just double check that particular detail here. Regulus constellation, Leo the lion.
Leo the lion.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Regulus is not a constellation, but rather the brightest star in the constellation, Leo the lion.
Okay. Boom.
Yeah.
There you
so
go.
even being a star in the lion constellation feels like being like a member of the Gryffindor team.
Right.
So that would work really well.
That would work really well.
Yeah.
So then it's like, what if if Regulus is the potions master, he's probably significantly more helpful to Harry. Yeah, that would be good. Or maybe Snape is still the potions master, but then like Regulus ends up being like defense against the dark arts teacher 1 year or something.
Could certainly be a DA professor.
Probably year 3 or whatever. When then you have like Regulus while Sirius is on the run and all that stuff.
Well, that's true. That's true.
Because then you'd be like, well, I wonder who's helping Sirius into the castle.
Right. Yeah. Oh man. Okay, that ended up being very interesting.
Yeah.
I think there's plenty more string left on that line to be kind of like pulled on. But
it is a bummer that Regulus doesn't survive longer because he is a character that really deserved a lot more like development. It would have been great to get to know him better.
It would be. It's too bad there's just not more like backstory on him or like additional reading or anything that we can do to get us like a better idea of like what he was going through. Because a lot of times what I tend to think about Regulus is that he would have witnessed Sirius go through Hogwarts before him and betray the family values of like the toujours pure and all that type of stuff and basically become a Gryffindor instead. And he may just literally be trying to survive in his own house. Like you can't fault an 11-year-old for wanting to make your parents proud.
Right.
Like, so maybe he wants to be in Slytherin. Like,
yeah,
because he saw Sirius not do it and it didn't go well for him.
Yeah. I mean, can you imagine the Shrieking Shack if it's Regulus and Sirius and Peter and you have like two like both spies are in the same room?
That would be crazy. Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, it would be really, honestly, it would be a neat mirror image.
Yeah. It would be a very interesting mirror image. Oh man, I almost wish, this is a very interesting potential.
I know. Yeah. We're going to need, we are so like running out of time here in the day.
I
but
know.
We're going to have an opportunity to spend more time with this and just stew in it, kind of like move around all the parts until we find out where it goes. But great question. Love this one. Yeah. So stay tuned.
Stay tuned
for further listening.
Yes, but otherwise, thank you guys so much for joining us this weekend. Make sure you join us next week for Chapter 11, The Sorting Hat's new song here on Through the Griffin Door.
Today's episode was edited by Isabel Chrisley. Vaishon Brandon does our art. Catherine Stein is our production manager, and the show is hosted by me and Jonathan Carlin.
Welcome, dear listeners. I'm Jonathan Carlin.
And I'm Benjamin Carlin.
And we invite you to join us through the Griffin Door, your one-way ticket to the enchanting world of Harry Potter. So grab your wands and dust off your broomsticks and join us as we unlock the dark corridors inside Order of the Phoenix, Chapter 11, The Sorting Hat's new song.
Boy, howdy. Look at this one. I love this chapter art.
It's great.
It's really great. This is how I picture the Sorting Hat.
That is how I picture it. Yes.
Yeah.
I agree.
It's pretty much a dead ringer. In fact, I believe when we made our sorting candle for Carlin Brothers Mercantile.
Yeah.
This was the artwork that I shared with Isabel as we kind of like zeroed in on our design. So we were working off of this is like the depiction.
The depiction. I like this one very much. This one has like the rip as opposed to like the like mouth shape
of the
movies.
Right.
Yeah.
The movies went weird with it. But I mean, I guess it's not like too awful bad. I'm curious to see how certain challenges are faced when they do like the rebooted series for props like this. Like, what were we dealing with? Because Sorcerer's Stone came out originally in 2001. Yeah. Which means that they were probably using technology circa 1999, 2000 in order to animate that type of thing. So here we are 25 years later with updated tech. But it's also not a feature film. It is a TV show. And sometimes that can have its own weird hurdles.
It can. But HBO tends to not like really hold back on these sorts of things.
Right.
Yeah.
So go like take the dragons from Game of Thrones and the intensity at which we put effort into those and funnel all of that into the Sorting Hat.
Yeah, do that. The Sorting Hat. And then also the dragons.
Yes. And all the magic. Yeah, I feel like you got to be really careful with the magic. That's another one that I feel like the films were always a little like loosey-goosey on just like...
Yeah. The way they did the magic in the movies is curious at times. Like a lot of it's just sort of like shooting sparks at one another. It's sort of like, which is not ever how it's described in the books.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't feel right. Like it's like I feel like this is also where you could like really test some of the bounds of like a soft magic system versus like a hard magic system, where the wizards themselves almost have like for lack of a better term, like mana. And it's like the mana is almost like expendable.
Right, like they could run out.
They could like run out. Yeah, like it can be like tiring to cast spells.
Right. Well, I'll say, okay. So in Chamber of Secrets, I think the duel between Harry and Draco is pretty good.
Oh, on the dueling
like
club?
how they handle that magic. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think that's quite great.
That's really good. But then like I get when you get to like Order of the Phoenix and Deathly Hallows and you're having the big fights, it's just like more cinematic to have like these are, shooting little energy beams at each other and stuff. And it's like, but it's just that, like the energy beam, like in the graveyard, it is specifically described.
Oh yeah. The graveyard's actually fine. For Goblet of Fire, like some of like the odd miscues that they had for the film aside, I actually think the fight in the graveyard, the one small exception I have is the way that they had, Harry, oh my God, Dana Radcliffe standing?
Yes.
It's almost like he's kind of like it doesn't look like he's forcefully involved in the battle in the right way. And they could have been trying to compare and contrast like Voldemort, who's got like one hand on the steering wheel and the other up in this big heroic stance. And he's like all powerful. And then Harry's kind of like hanging on with both hands a little like awkwardly.
Right.
Which I believe is actually how it's described. Harry's using both hands to hold on.
Okay.
However, I still think there's a cooler way to depict it.
Yeah, I think so. It was like, it doesn't look like it feels like what's happening between the wands isn't reflected in the way anyone would stand on the receiving end of it.
Exactly.
Like you need to be bracing yourself in some way.
Right. Yeah. Right. Yes. Exactly. So it's there's a lot to be figured out in terms of how magic is depicted. The other thing that I also think would just be completely fine is just give us like a class or like an on-screen explanation about like, nonverbal magic, which happens in the books as well. Like, just as long as we see that before we start to witness it, I think it helps go a long way towards making like us, the audience, more comfortable with what is being depicted.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah. Yep. Anyway, so we're way off the rails, but it's all because the Sorting Hat is just well done here on this chapter art. But that being said, we also have a couple other details we have to take a look at with the chapter art. One of which is that we have a 4-legged stool.
4 legs?
Yeah.
Is it 4 or 3, Ben?
Is it 4?
This one's clearly 4.
It's clearly 4. So that one, it's particularly interesting because we've often said that the decision between the 3 and the 4 almost feels like it would have been 4, but the 3 represents Slytherin's departure.
Right.
And the interesting thing about this particular chapter is that the Sorting Hat's new song is all about unity. So the fact that it has 4 legs for this particular scene makes a lot of sense.
Right.
Because that's like really what it's going for. So like the 1, 2, 3, 4 matters a little bit.
A little bit, yeah.
In terms of like the house representation.
Right. Do you think he asked for this like in his rider? He's like, listen, like I got like a whole theme I'm doing this year. So like I know sometimes to go for the 3-legged, I need a 4-legged stool.
I need it. It's going to be very important. Yeah, no, I think 100%. This is part of the Sorting Hat's like requirements.
Yeah.
Next to like his Red Bull request.
He's like, also I want a Red Bull backstage when I'm done. I will be singing. Yeah.
Right. Yes, of course. Then the other thing too is also the flame situation. So if you're not looking terribly carefully, you might overlook the fact that the hat is surrounded by candles that appear to just be sitting on the floor in every direction.
Yeah, a lot of candles. I guess they can magically move them, but you don't normally see or hear the candles on the floor around the hat described. So I think that's some artistic license.
Maybe just a little bit. So we got to be careful about not just the Sorting Hat catching on fire, but also the first years.
Also the first years and the 4-legged stool.
Yeah, which was made of wool. Wood. Yeah. Sorry.
Wool. Was that a Big Daddy joke?
It's a Big Daddy joke where the character gets his like L's and D's confused, and they're talking about how George Washington's teeth were made of wood.
Yeah. Made of wool.
His teeth were made of wool. Wood. That's what I said. Sorry. So that's a joke that like one person got, and it was you.
Hip Hop Anonymous.
It sounds like a spell. Anyway, okay. Would you like to kick off with the first sentence?
Of course. This is a bit of a lengthy one too. We have Harry did not want to tell the others that he and Luna were having the same hallucination, if that was what it was. So he said nothing about the horses as he sat down inside the carriage and slammed the door behind him. And then the dragons arrived.
For this book in particular, I feel like every single time, and I mean, I guess it's hard to find like many situations where the dragons can arrive and it's not like, a little insult to injury.
Yeah.
But here's just poor Harry. He's like, I don't know what I'm seeing. This Luna girl maybe is crazy. Maybe she's onto something. I'm definitely seeing these like skeletal looking things, and then dragons show up on top of that. Like, man, what a first day.
I'm not even at the castle yet.
I know.
Yeah.
But this chapter, of course, is kind of coming on the heels of Luna Lovegood, where we got the introduction to Luna, kind of that Cloud Cuckoo Lander style trope character who it's always a little unsure what parts of what they say you can trust and which parts you can't. Obviously, in this case, we can trust her because she is just also seeing the Thestrals, even though we don't know that yet. But I also feel like we're going to have a little bit of something that seems to keep happening in the first half of this book as well, where like Harry desperately wants to leave the Dursleys to go to wherever it is Ron and Hermione are, so he can know what's going on. And he's so frustrated when he gets there, and they're like, listen, it really hasn't been that fun. Like, they're not letting us in on very much information, and also we're mostly just cleaning the place. It's pretty dull.
Yeah.
And Harry's like, oh yeah, it must be hard for you guys. And then he like actually starts to like assimilate to life at number 12, and he's like, it actually is kind of
pretty boring, yeah.
But then similarly, this is like where he's like, he just can't wait to get back to Hogwarts. Like, Hogwarts is home. This is going to be good. There will be Hagrid. There will be Quidditch. And it's the same thing. Like, he just can't wait to get back to Hogwarts, and he gets there and it's like, this is also underwhelming.
Yeah. I mean, every single thing, because like if you're 5 books in, you sort of know how the first night at Hogwarts is supposed to go. There's like very familiar story beats.
Yes.
To Harry and then to you, the reader. And what's going to happen in this chapter is that we're going to go through that and watch every single one of those beats go wrong.
Yeah, I think that's exactly it though. And in probably a lot of ways, what we have going on here is like Harry was the one to witness Voldemort come back. He was patient zero. He knew first and foremost of this particular new opposition that they were going to have to be dealing with. And Harry obviously knows it's a bad thing, but it's almost funny the extent to which Harry has underestimated the ways in which this is going to ultimately impact his life.
Yeah.
Like, it's like Voldemort being back means Hagrid is not there at the start of term feast. He's not there to escort the first years. Like, Umbridge is going to be there instead. Like, all of these dangers and difficulties and problems and all that type of stuff, like, these are all ripple effects all coming from Voldemort's return.
Right.
And these are the ways in which Voldemort returning to power impacts every single individual's, but most especially Harry's, just everyday life. Like it's like the happiness is literally being sucked from the atmosphere.
Like a Dementor.
Like a Dementor. Well said.
Yeah. Chief Dementor. He sort of is.
He is indeed. Yep. So lots to dive into here.
Yes. So either way, so Harry gets in. He's still wondering about the Thestrals, but says nothing about them, which is a real shame because Hermione and Neville are both in the carriage too. And Neville can already see them, and Hermione could probably figure it out.
Yeah.
Instead, he is like asked Ron about it, and Ron's been like, "What are you, crazy?"
I know, which is just absolutely bonkers. Like, I feel like at some point it's going to bring up the fact that Harry had seen something before that Ron couldn't, but that was in a mirror back in their first year. And it's so like, but also there was the mirror and then like hearing the basilisk. Like, it's like there are other instances like, Harry, if you're seeing something and you're Harry, like, we need to put more, like everyone, even Ron, it's sort of like, it's like, put more stock in that.
Right. Like, Harry is different, and especially in the last chapter, not the last chapter, 2 chapters ago, we're like, I knew you'd get away with it. You always get away with stuff. And it's like, yeah, because Harry's special, dude. He's the chosen one. Figure it out. Yeah, exactly. If Harry says it, then it must be true. Yeah, exactly. Come on. Don't you know who this book is about yet? Ron. Yeah.
It's not called Ron Weasley and his best friend Harry, who's super famous.
Yeah, right? I mean, we know you wish it was, but...
Yeah. But anyway, then right away, though, Ginny is going to chime in with, did anyone see that grubbly-planked woman? What's she doing back here? Hagrid can't have left, can he? I'll be quite glad if he has, said Luna. He isn't a very good teacher, is he?
Oops.
And this is a bit of a, it's funny because it's like it comes across as a faux pas on Luna's part, because we're going to get, yes, he is, said Harry, Ron, and Ginny angrily. I love that Hermione stays quiet for that. Yeah. What? You
gotta say something.
Oh, yes, he is quite good, is Hermione's response kind of after the fact. But I like that, like, Luna says, like, well, I don't like this, but it's interesting to get inside of her mind for it. Well, we think he's a bit of a joke in Ravenclaw. And it's funny because, like, Luna is not mean. Like, she's not making fun of Hagrid.
No, she's just being honest.
She's just being honest.
Yeah.
Like, she's offering like a genuine assessment of what she believes his teaching skills to be. And even though I also love Hagrid, it's like, if you do recap the past couple of years, we've basically got like a great hippogriff lesson on day 1, Harry's year 3.
Right.
Followed up by one of the students being attacked and then them studying flobberworms for most of the year.
Right. One good Niffler.
One good Niffler lesson, and Goblet of Fire, that Ron gets to like get his giant slab of chocolate out of, and maybe a lesson on unicorns.
Well, we get the blast-ended Scroots from most of Goblet,
right?
And then Grubbly Plank comes in to fill in and teaches them about like bowtruckles, and she starts teaching them about unicorns. And then when Hagrid returns, he picks up where she left off on unicorns.
Right. So maybe what Hagrid really needs, because it's not for lack of knowledge on Hagrid's part, it's like he needs someone to write him like a better lesson plan.
Yeah. He spends way too much time on a single creature at a time.
Yes, yeah. And some of that almost feels like sheer plot convenience. Like, it's like, I just can't keep thinking of like other things for you to interact with. So yeah, so it's blasting and Scroots the whole year.
Right. Like, you know what? It's going to be there's like 1 or 2 important magical creatures each year. Okay.
That's what you get.
Yeah.
Anyway, but Ron's reaction to this, I also think, is a very kind of interesting little like Red Moon kind of moment, because Ron's going to say, "We've got a rubbish sense of humor," then, which is in response to the bit of a joke in Ravenclaw.
Yeah.
And Luna did not seem perturbed by Ron's rudeness. On the contrary, she simply watched him for a while as though he were a mildly interesting television program.
She's like, "Oh my God, he's talking to me."
Well, so here's my thought here is that, like, I feel like Luna is someone who has made it to her 4th year at school. She has not really made any like close friends yet. And we know that both Luna and Neville, more than anyone else, will find a sense of community, a sense of belonging by way of Dumbledore's army and the DA. And then eventually when we visit Luna's home, we see like the painting on the ceiling of Harry, Ron, Hermione, Ginny, and Neville. Yeah. And it just says like friends, like all like woven in between. And I can't help but feel like in this particular moment, like Luna is intelligent enough to understand that like Ron must realize that Hagrid isn't a good teacher, but is defending him anyway. And so like almost like what she's like admiring at him is like his sense of like friendship and loyalty.
Yeah.
Like almost as if like, wow, you would really go up to bat for someone who you know is a bad teacher. Like Luna keeps the objective thought in the back of her mind because that's like the Ravenclaw aspect of her.
Yeah.
But then she values closeness, friendship, belonging.
And in a sense, they're kind of doing the same thing. It's like Luna knows that she has defended her position. She has not backed down, but now Ron has not backed down either.
Right. Also true. Yes. Yes.
It's like, wow. Okay. Yeah. The other thing that's happening here, it's a little more like under the surface, is like the whole Ginny Cho plot line that is apparently unfolding in this book.
Okay.
Wherein when Ginny walks back up to them, she says, Did everyone see that grubbly plank woman? Asked Ginny. What's she doing back here? Hagrid can't have left, can he? Which is the number one thing on Harry's mind. Like Ginny is immediately aligned with Harry's own thoughts.
Right. That's so like the thing that matters to Harry is the thing that Ginny has immediately zeroed in on.
Exactly. Conversely, Luna speaks for herself, but also says, well, we think he's a bit of a joke in Ravenclaw, as in the whole house, including Cho Chang.
Oh, yeah. That's so true.
So Cho over there does not value Hagrid in the same way that Ginny immediately does.
Right, right. And that's a good point because you do get like a really stark contrast here because obviously even like Hermione is just as close to Hagrid as a friend as Ron and Harry are. Like Hermione loves and cares deeply for Hagrid. I would never question that. But she is not one of the ones who chimes in on the yes, he is a good teacher. That's just Harry, Ron, and Ginny.
Yeah.
So it's even kind of interesting that like that you've got like a little bit of like a break there, and like Ginny is aligned with Harry and Harry's best friend. Like, you know, it's like okay, I start to see what's going on here. The little whiff of amortentia kind of coming out of the scene.
Whiffs here. Yep.
Right.
This is a rare non-Hermione moment either, where Harry has to be like Hermione.
Hermione. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Then we get a kind of an interesting description as well, like where the castle is always sort of described in this very like positive, magical, whimsical, glowing.
Right.
Like
it's illuminated against the night sky.
The starry sky, you know, backdrop to the, you know, warm windows glowing from or whatever.
Right. It's like this beacon of like greatness in the middle of the dark, but the description is far different this year.
Yes. So what we're going to get is, let's see here. Hagrid's cabin. There weren't any lights on in Hagrid's cabin by the Forbidden Forest, but the grounds were in complete darkness. Hogwarts Castle, however, loomed is the word we get there, ever closer. A towering mass of turrets, jet black against the dark sky. Here and there, a window blazing fiery bright above them. So we still get like a little bit of that warmth.
It's a little bit. And the castle here is acting very similar to the way the weather was on the train in the last book, where it's like it is now surrounded by darkness, which is what the Sorting Hat is going to say. There are like everything about it is looming and foreboding, even though here and there are pockets of joy to be found. Right.
And I think that's like a lot of what we see as the year is permitted to unfold as well, is that like, it, you know, even though Harry is going into this, even though everybody is like kind of like whispering behind their hands and sort of talking about what they've been reading all summer, you're also still getting like the Luna Lovegoods, who's gonna be like, we believe you, and then like Ernie Macmillan, and it's like it's not just weirdos, it's, you know, it's like other people believe you as well,
right? Yeah.
So you do get these like really nice bright spots that I think start to like really find each other and accumulate into ultimately what becomes Dumbledore's army.
Right. Yes, absolutely. But Harry is, of course, mainly concerned about Hagrid here. He turned again to look for lit windows down by the forest, but there was definitely no sign of life within Hagrid's cabin, which shouldn't be that surprising. Obviously, Harry feels super nervous here, but like if Hagrid's not there doing the boats, then it's probably because he's doing stuff at the school. He's probably not like not doing the boats and not in the school, you know?
Also true. Yeah. Right. Yes. Yeah. That's a good point. So it would make sense for his cabin to be dark. Like it's not like he's just down there.
Yeah.
You know, like excluded completely from the start of year feast. So, but I'm surprised at how long it takes them to come to the conclusion that what's clearly going on here is that Hagrid is still on his mission for Dumbledore, because it's what they last saw him do.
I know. Like they know exactly that he was going to go on a mission and now he's not here. So it's like they're like, why is it taking so long? But like, they don't have any details. Like because it's just taking a long time. That's why, you know?
This feels like the kind of thing that like the likes of Lupin or Tonks or anybody who knows that this trio values their relationship with Hagrid, especially with Hagrid being a member of the Order of the Phoenix, I feel like someone could have tipped them off.
Yeah.
Like, by the way, Hagrid's not going to be there when you get back. He's still doing work for Dumbledore. And it's like, then they don't have to investigate. Then they don't have to raise their hand and ask questions. Like, it's just like, oh, got it.
Got it. Yeah.
Now we know.
Yeah. He'll be back when he gets back.
Right.
There you go. Don't make a big stink about it.
Right. Right. Exactly. Yeah. Like, don't get detention over this. Okay.
Right. Yeah.
It's just not worth it.
Yeah. But that doesn't happen. No one's going to tip them off about anything. So Harry's mind wanders back to the Thestrals again. This is what you were talking about earlier. It said Harry had once before experienced seeing something that Ron could not, but that had been a reflection in a mirror. So that's talking about the mirror of Erised. But I think you're right. The better comparison here is for sure the basilisk.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And I mean, even this, it's like, even the mirror, I feel like is a weird one. It's like, well, when you look at the Boggart, it's different than when like Ron looks at the Boggart, like that's different. That's not the same thing.
Also, it's not like Ron didn't see something in the mirror.
Right.
Like,
yeah.
It's like, you both had unique experiences. You both had experience.
Right.
Like, it wasn't like Ron looked in the mirror and was like, Harry, it's just a mirror.
It's just a mirror. All I see is myself. And then Dumbledore would be like, whoa, Ronald Weasley.
You are now the chosen one.
Harry, can I see that cloak real quick? No reason. Why don't you go ahead and leave?
Just go back to the Dursleys. We don't need, you can sign off.
Yeah. Can you imagine?
That would be pretty crazy.
Just a mirror, Harry.
Right.
Jeez.
Yeah, Dumbledore's sitting there like with whatever his disillusionment charm is, like taking in the scene, being like, oh, I've picked the wrong boy.
Oh, no. Oh, my. Wow. Look at Ron. No desires in the world. Perfectly selfless and content. My goodness.
My goodness.
Wow.
Not even socks.
Not even socks. I have a whole video about that.
There you go.
Don't you worry.
That's a story for a different day. Okay, so we make it into the Great Hall with the 4 long tables. There is a starless black ceiling above, which again kind of just continues to give this sort of like sense of general foreboding. Everything doesn't seem like nearly as like I feel like the rose-colored lenses that we've had for 4 years is kind of gone.
Yeah, absolutely it is. And Harry's going to come in, and you even like the fun sitting down at the table, catching up with friends. Even like just every little thing is going to be marred by the return of Voldemort. It's like students talking eagerly to one another, exchanging summer news, shouting greetings and friends from one another, houses eyeing one another's new haircuts and robes. Again, Harry noticed people putting their heads together to whisper as he passed. So it's like he can't even enjoy like sitting down for the feast.
Right. Yep. And so then we got Luna drifting away to the Ravenclaw table. And then Ginny is going to get hailed by some fellow 4th years left to sit with them. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville found seats together about halfway down the table between Nearly Headless Nick, the Gryffindor house ghost, and Parvati Patil and Lavender Brown, the last of whom gave Harry airy, overly friendly greetings, which made him quite sure that they had just stopped talking about him a split second before.
Oh, Parvati and Lavender. For shame.
I know. But this is also kind of like an interesting one too, because you've got a little bit of like division even from within. Like we're going to see a bit more of this as well as this very chapter unfolds with Seamus, where it's like, if before it was like the Gryffindors versus everyone else, like Cedric, the one true champion or whatever, or heir of Slytherin. I don't know, all of the various bits that Harry's had to go through throughout the years. It's like, even now people in his own camp are kind of like, I don't know.
I think we're going to find out in the next chapter. Well, we're going to find out by the end of this chapter, of course, that Seamus feels that way. And then I think Hermione's going to report that Lavender feels that way too.
Yes.
Right. And we're going to know that the Patils twins' parents didn't want them to come back, but they do.
Right.
Yeah. So there is a bunch of even inside Gryffindor in his own year, there is lots of uneasiness about it. Although I think Harry does more harm than good, at least when it comes to Seamus, who to his credit, I think tries to give Harry the benefit of the doubt.
I know. We'll spend some time on that when we get to it, because I've always kind of misread that as if Seamus came in with the gloves off already, but I'm not sure that really is how that unfolds. But we'll get there when we get there.
Yes, we will.
So then obviously Harry looks back up to the staff table and discovers that Hagrid is also not there. This is, of course, because he is still returning with Grop, which I had a little note written on my page here, because this is just another one of these examples where I said grop. I feel like I pronounced it GROP, and it was like echoing in the back of my mind. Grop. But this is just like another one of those instances where like the order is just not that efficient. Like, you know, they've barely recruited anyone. Lupin isn't a good house guest because he's a werewolf. Sirius can't go anywhere. Kingsley's whole job is misdirecting people on where to find Sirius when Sirius is already unfindable. Hagrid has failed in his mission and is now going to take like months to return in an effort to bring back his brother, which has nothing at all to do with the fight against Voldemort.
Right.
So every single like, you know, order member who is doing anything is also not achieving anything.
Right. Tonks is barely using her ability to be disguised. Moody has been to headquarters just twice all summer. Mundungus Fletcher abandoned his post watching Harry.
Sturgis Podmore got
Imperious. Yeah. Like, they're not doing good.
Yeah, they're not batting 1,000.
Not really.
That has to be said.
Yeah.
Let's see here.
Good thing Harry's there to raise an army.
That's right. Yeah. That's right. Yep. To me, I feel like that's really what's going on here. Is it's sort of like, yes, there are adults who are fighting, but also it has to be Harry who really does it.
It does have to be Harry. And I mean, that's really the only explanation I can give Dumbledore for like why he allows Umbridge to be appointed a teacher when he could so clearly make one of the order, is that he's like, yeah, it really has to be you. I really need to show you how bad it can be so that you like take action by yourself.
Right. You need to rise.
Right. Yeah. Look, I've been trying. I got a bunch of has-beens. We were losing last time. We had a head start this time, and still look at us.
We are getting nowhere quick.
We're getting nowhere fast, man. I'm just hunting down rare artifacts. I got one.
Yeah. Well, not quite yet.
Not yet. Yeah.
Not for like another
year.
9 months or so.
Yeah.
Till he gets the ring. Anyway, so then we get a little bit of an exchange here. He can't have left. Of course he hasn't. You don't think he's hurt or anything, do you? Said Hermione uneasily.
Yes and no.
That's exactly what right. It's like, it's hard to hurt Hagrid, but also a little bit yes. Like, he's going to come back and have like the dragon steak.
Yeah,
like,
enough to whip out the old dragon steak.
That's right. Which I'm surprised that Hagrid, like imbibes in dragon steak.
Yeah, you think?
Yeah. It's like, hopefully the dragon just like, died of
natural causes.
Right.
Yeah. Like, I'm surprised Hagrid's not like a vegan,
Almost.
Yeah. I mean, he does have a vegetable patch that he encourages with a little bit of magic. So
this is true.
Yeah.
Maybe he eats a lot of pumpkins.
Do we see Hagrid eat meat?
Oh, that would be wild.
Is Hagrid a vegetarian? Like, he uses the dragon steak, but that's for medicinal purposes.
Right. Yeah, it would be unclear, I think, even if you would eat dragon. I'm not sure based on like the description of it later. It doesn't sound appetizing. But
calling it a steak makes it sound like yes.
It does make it sound that way. You're right. Yeah.
He feeds like buckbeak and stuff like dead rats and things, or dead ferrets, I think.
See, but even that to me, I feel like is more a like understanding nature.
Well, it's like, this is the nature of beasts.
It's the nature of beasts. It's like, it's like, I'm not going to go out of my way to eat the animals. However,
I am so curious because he bakes. He
does bake.
Right.
Yeah.
It's a lot of baking and tea when you're at Hagrid's. It's never like Hagrid made, beef stew or something.
Well, there's like the stoat. What are the stoat sandwiches or something? I'm pretty sure that's like a weasel sandwich.
Yeah. Does Hagrid make those? No, he fires at the sausages
You're right.
In the very first thing.
Right.
You're right. Okay. Okay. Never mind. Theory abandoned. We figured it out.
And those sausages always sound so good.
They really do. But does he eat them? Or is he just making them for Harry?
Also a fair question. We'll have to go back and revisit.
Oh, it would make so much sense.
It would. No, it absolutely would.
Hagrid to be like a vegetarian.
Right.
But you just wouldn't you don't assume giant men as like vegetarian. But he does have he has like the vegetable patch. He doesn't keep like farm animals or anything, but then he also doesn't need the castles
chickens.
There. He has chickens.
Yeah, but that could be for eggs, I guess.
That could be for eggs. Yeah, so vegetarian, not vegan.
Right.
Yeah. Oh man. Oh, we are maybe onto something here.
It would be so curious. Okay, so we'll have to circle back. Someone is screaming at the screen right now, and they're like, "Guys, you're forgetting completely about the blank."
I know. It's like, what about this? And it's like, oh yeah.
Yeah, good point. But this is the thing about like Harry Potter knowledge, where it's like you almost have to keep like recoding your brain over and over again, because it's like if you were even someone who's like super dialed in on Harry Potter trivia, it's like name an instance where name an instance where Hagrid eats meat.
Right.
It's sort of like you don't digest the information that way.
Just like Hagrid doesn't digest meat.
Exactly. Nailed it. All right, we should move on.
Okay. We're going to need to move on because we can't. Even if it's true, it's more like a fun discovery, not like a whole. Right. It doesn't really mean anything.
Hagrid's not actually even in the scene. But
I'm curious. We're gonna figure that out, y'all. Let's see. So anyway, Hagrid's not back yet, from his mission. And then they spot Umbridge. Who's that? She said sharply, pointing towards the middle of the staff table. Harry's eyes followed her as they lit upon Professor Dumbledore, sitting in his high back golden chair at the center of the long staff table, wearing his deep purple robe scattered with silver stars, which I thought were the exact same robes he's wearing when he drops Harry off, but they are, and I went back and checked. But
good for you.
He is wearing deep purple robes that night, and silvery is in the sentence, but it's describing his beard. There is no stars described on his robe.
Wow. Yeah. Okay. This is kind of like one of those funny ones too, though, because this is like Dumbledore dressing the way that I feel like very stereotypically you would imagine like a wizard.
Yeah.
Like
this outfit he has on is how I always picture him.
Right. Like this is almost like if you were to go and buy a non-Harry Potter inspired wizard's outfit, it might look like this.
Yeah. You're right.
Yeah.
Yep.
Dumbledore's head was inclined toward the woman sitting next to him, who was talking into his ear. She looked, Harry thought, like somebody's maiden aunt, squat with short, curly, mouse brown hair, in which she had placed a horrible pink Alice band that matched the fluffy pink cardigan that she wore over her robes.
So it is the description of like somebody's maiden aunt is very on purpose, I think, because if there is one other character that is very comparable to Umbridge, it is Harry's own maiden aunt, Marge. Yeah.
It would be very curious to see these two in a room, because they are kind of like we talked about like last chapter a little bit, like very equal but opposites. Like it would be interesting to see like, is there a world where like Marge goes toe to toe with Umbridge, toe to toe, as it were, and it's sort of like who? I mean, Umbridge obviously has magic on her side, but like who wins the battle of like tone?
Right? Like in a battle of words.
In a battle of words, who overcomes the other?
Right. Yeah. Hard to say. They're both pretty much the worst.
They are indeed. So Harry declares, "It's that Umbridge woman." To which I wrote, "No."
Oh, here we go.
She was at my hearing. She works for Fudge. Nice cardigan, said Ron, smirking, to which I was like, LOL, got her.
Got her. Oh my God, they're going to make so much fun of the cardigan.
I know. What on earth she's doing here then? Dunno. And then Hermione scanned the staff table, her eyes narrowed. No, she muttered. No, surely not.
Oh, she is way quicker on the uptake.
She absolutely is. So Hermione is, of course, doing very quick mental math and realizing that there's only one explanation as to why this person could be sitting exactly where she is, and she must be the new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor.
Yep. But before they can discuss it any further, Professor Grubbly-Plank sits down in Hagrid's chair, which, it feels like it must be huge, right? Like Grubbly-Plank must be swallowed by the seat.
It does seem like if there is a specific Hagrid chair, unless like maybe it's like a magically enhanced chair that like just,
Oh, like it just resizes itself?
Yeah, precisely.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Fits the size of the butt.
The butt.
Yeah.
Anyway, in comes Professor McGonagall with the first years carrying a stool, which the number of legs not mentioned in the text. So we can only go by the chapter art, which has 4. Although it is up to debate. Maybe it's a stool. Maybe it magically changes based on the hat song.
There's that. Yeah. We got a lot of magically changing things happening.
Magically changing things here. Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
Let's see here. The first year's faces glowed palely in the candlelight. A small boy right in the middle of the row looked as though he was trembling. Harry recalled fleetingly how terrified he had felt when he had stood there waiting for the unknown test that would determine to which house he belonged.
Yeah.
This is just kind of like a fun little like recap. We've obviously discussed it in the past, but we think that there's a decent possibility that there's a little bit of like a Fidelius charm going on with the sorting process where unless you are like the secret keeper, which possibly could be like the headmaster of the school, or
I think it's the hat.
Or it's the hat itself.
Yeah,
you're right. It is the hat itself, because then when it's burned, it is broken. But it basically means that you can know how the sorting works, but you can't communicate it to others. And the idea behind here would be like a really good way to ensure that the sorting process is not like tampered with in any way, because it means all first year students would walk in and they wouldn't be able to like think or contemplate or even like what Harry will ultimately tell
the hat.
No. What he'll tell Albus in the epilogue is sort of like, you know, you can tell the hat what matters to you, like listen to me, you know, but that's the kind of instruction that I feel like up until that moment, the hat doesn't want.
Right.
You know?
I agree.
But the reason that Harry can tell Albus is because Voldemort lights the hat on fire when he puts it on Neville's head, which basically destroys the Fidelius
charm upon it. Yeah. But that would also explain then like why Ron has no idea what the sorting hat is or how the sorting ceremony works, despite being the sixth member eighth member of his direct family to go through the process.
And that's exactly it. And it's like Fred and George may be pulling his leg by saying like, you need to like wrestle a troll or something, but like there are just too many other members of this family for the sorting to have never come up.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So he knows about what the houses are, but not how you get sorted until you are sorted by the hat. Yeah.
Yeah. And then, of course, the other one is even Hermione, who's read Hogwarts history cover to cover a million times. And it's like, you mean to tell me that Hogwarts history doesn't mention
the sorting?
Yeah. Like, it's like one of the most like influential and important details of the whole castle.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And notice how it's not Professor McGonagall who like is the one who tells them. She comes in, puts the hat down, the hat tells them, and then she tells them what to do.
Also true.
Yeah.
Also true.
Yeah.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. So the whole school waited with bated breath. The rip near the hat's brim opened like a mouth, and the sorting hat burst into song.
Oh, man. Well, you guys, if you want to hear me sing the whole song, you can go check the live version of this episode.
Yeah, live from Chicago.
Live from Chicago, in which I sing the whole thing. And if you want to hear it, I would go check out that YouTube video, because I'm not going to do it here on this episode.
In times of old, when I was new and Hogwarts barely started.
There you go. Maybe Ben's going to do it.
No. I can't get the whole thing. But yeah, so we get the Sorting Hat's new song, which is definitely it's very interesting because it comes with this. The typical story beats that we know is that there was, you know, these four friends who all emerged once upon a time. Mm-hmm. They all came together. They wanted to teach the next generation of wizards everything that they knew. It sort of gives you a little bit of the, preferences that basically is just sort of like Slytherin will teach those whose ancestry is purest. Ravenclaw will teach those whose intelligence is surest. Gryffindor will teach all those with brave deeds to their name. Hufflepuff, I'll teach the lot and treat them just the same.
Hufflepuff is literally the only one who has it right.
It is 100% accurate.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
It is so, it's like, guys, what are you talking about?
The ultimate irony here as well is that like eventually part of what Voldemort says under his new regime is that the noble house of Slytherin will be good enough for everyone.
Very Hufflepuff attitude.
It's a very Hufflepuff attitude.
Yeah.
It's like,
of course, part of that is only pure blood wizards will have wands to begin with. So
also true. So it's like you like to think this is like he's got a progressive mentality about how he wants to do sorting, but it's like no. It's because he's only going to allow students who are already proven their purity of blood.
Right.
So,
exactly. Yeah. We also get like there's just so much history in this particular version of the song that is like you get to learn about the founders, but you don't get nearly enough detail. Like the one we always point to is, for were there such friends anywhere as Slytherin and Gryffindor, unless it was the other pair of Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw. And it's just like, it's like it's sometimes easy to think of them as like four like just great wizards who knew each other, but it's like no, it's not just that they were like knew each other, they were like best friends.
Yeah, these are people who like spend social time together. They're people who laugh together. They had experiences, inside jokes, like, you know, all the things that you associate with proper friendship. It's like, and that's what I think to me is always so fun about the idea of doing a founder series is that you can make the friendship amongst this group of people like palpable.
I think that has to be the thing. Yeah. Like it has to be like, you, as far as you're concerned, like Godric and Slytherin should just be like such great buds until like basically the final episode. You know?
Like to the point where you're going to be like, they're like, it makes no sense. How are they going to have a divide? Like, there's no way these two would ever hate each other.
Like, it's not like, I think you really have to think of it as like, it's not people who like tolerated each other or just respected each other. It's like they were invested in each other's lives and like loved each other.
Precisely.
You know? Yeah.
And so I feel like I sound like a broken record when I bring this up, but like, even like whenever we look at something like Slytherin, who says like, we'll teach just those whose ancestry is purest, like, on the one hand, it's like, that sounds bad, especially with the context of the pure blood and all the mania type stuff that's going on in the narrative on the whole. But on the one hand, you've also got two other, heads of house who are also delineating who they will teach on a basis of ability. So on some level, there's that. So it's like, it's like Ravenclaw is basically like, I'm not teaching you unless you're smart, like that's plain and simple. That's all there is.
Like we can't trust dumb people with magic,
Exactly.
There's no chance.
So that's where you have to look at it like, and it's an optimistic, hopeful view, but it means that maybe Slytherin's position wasn't this hierarchy-based position. It was a position of safety. So what I always come back to is the belief that wizards were existing during a period of time where magic wasn't nearly as refined. There wasn't nearly as much magic. There was no government, which meant that if you were found out to be magic, you were probably burned at the stake. You know, like the classic witch trial type stuff that we've seen in real life history.
Right.
And so all you can assume is that what he's basically saying is like, we need to keep a tight circle. Like it needs to be closed. We can't open the doors to these people because all it takes is one radical parent who is going to say like, I know where the castle is. I'm going to go with torches and pitchforks and attack these people. And so on some level, if you see this populace, the wizarding populace, as people who are trying to like live underground, which the statute of secrecy is the centerfold of the wizarding government. They continue for a millennium to live underground.
Right.
This is always something that wizards have to be aware of, is how they're going to be received and interpreted by the non-magical population.
Right.
So anyway, that's the hope.
There's that. That's hopefully what Slytherin's position was. But honestly, Ravenclaws and Gryffindors not that much better. Like we'll teach those whose intelligence is surest. So like you could argue that's like a position of like, well, magic is a powerful and dangerous thing. We don't want it to be in the hands of people who are going to use it unwisely, sort of thing. And it's like, that sounds really good, but it's like, you're there to teach them. So you're the ones who need to teach them how to use it wisely.
Yes, like you need to impart knowledge. Like where else are they supposed to get it from?
Right. And then Gryffindors is I think my interpretation is that it's like kind of the same thing. Like, let's just like, if you've already gone out and done some adventuring and like used your magic to do a good thing that took bravery, then let's help those people do more.
Yeah.
Kind of thing.
And this could also be a testament to the idea that when the school first started, it wasn't school in the sense that we see now, which is like when you turn 11, you arrive at the school and you are like brought up in years 1, 2, 3, 4. Because how many 11-year-olds are going to have brave deeds to their name?
No, I know exactly. I imagine the early version of the school, it is like all ages, whenever. And as far as I know, they are the 4 professors.
That's what. Yes, I agree. Yeah, right. Yes,
it's just the 4 of them.
Right.
But as ever, Hufflepuff is just like, guys, what on earth are you talking about? Anyone who could do magic, we should be teaching how to do magic.
Exactly.
Duh.
This is definitely a strong position by Hufflepuff.
Yes.
It's like no two ways about it. I agree with her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there you go.
Right. But it also says these differences caused little strife when they first came to light. So that would go to suggest that like each of these people also respected the position of the others.
It's like they respected the position of the others, and it says they caused little strife when first they came to light, which makes, like, if you're making a Founder series thing, it means that they all respect each other's position on this particular point, and yet at least Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin are all going to be proven right in why they shouldn't have taught people.
Say that one more time.
I think, like, Slytherin, Ravenclaw, and Gryffindor, there will be examples of, like, why you shouldn't have taught a coward and why you shouldn't have taught an unwise person and why you shouldn't have taught a Muggleborn.
Sure.
And it'll be like, do you see what I was saying?
Right. Yes, that's true. That's true. I mean, in the name of Gryffindor, for example, it's sort of like, take a look at Peter Pettigrew.
Exactly.
It's
there
like,
you go.
He is a coward. Like, that is his defining trait.
Right.
And it's like, he is dangerous because of it.
Right.
I'm not trying to suggest that I think that, like, you don't teach those people. I think education helps everyone.
Right.
But, like, you see the point.
You see the point.
There's the anecdotes.
Those are the anecdotes. The same thing can be said for Quirrell,
Sure.
Who was in Ravenclaw, or Lockhart, who was in Ravenclaw. And then you could also, the list of Slytherins is really long.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. But notably, no evil Hufflepuffs.
How about it? Yeah. Loving arms, people. Loving arms.
There you go. Turns out.
Okay. Let's see here. So then it says, so Hogwarts worked in harmony for several happy years, but then discord crept among us, feeding on our faults and fears.
There you go. So that's that. There you go. The discord creeping in. And I think the use of the word discord here is really intentional, because Dumbledore says at the last year, at the end of Feast speech the year before, that Voldemort's gift for spreading discord and enmity is very great.
Yes.
Right. And so here you have the discord is creeping in.
That's right. Right. But I also think that discord is very interesting as well, because, again, I feel like it's very easy for us, knowing the story, to interpret it as if Godric or Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, and Ravenclaw all felt that Slytherin was in the wrong. But the next couple lines says, now turned upon each other and divided sought to rule.
Sounds like all four of them.
Yeah, that's exactly how I read that.
Yeah.
Like, as if sort of like everybody almost, like, at first, it was sort of like, okay, let's take a group of people, let's figure out who fits each professor best. We'll go off into our four corners, but we still unify under the Hogwarts sigil.
Right.
Like, that's still our unifying force. To me, this is almost sort of like the encampments almost like drew back from each other. Like,
right.
We are Gryffindors. Like, we are not Hogwarts students. We are Gryffindors. We are not Hogwarts students. We're Slytherins.
Right.
Like, and so on and so forth for all four houses.
Yeah. And then even the line, it says, what with dueling and with fighting and the clash of friend on friend. With dueling and with fighting sounds like it's not a single duel. It sounds like it's like several, there are more than one fights that happen between them.
Yeah. And even that is kind of fascinating as well, because this is another one where you may believe that what happens is that, like, Slytherin almost slices himself away from the other three and, like, creates like an uprising of his own, but that's not what happens.
Not what happens.
It says, and at last there came a morning when old Slytherin departed, and though the fighting then died out, he left us quite downhearted. So it's like, to me, that 100% reads as if, like, Slytherin's departure was
a sad occasion
and of his own accord. So the way I read that is Slytherin is almost looking at the situation and maybe even, like, reflecting on his own position, or like wherever he stands with his purity or whatever the case may be. And it's almost like, I'm the problem. Like, I need to step away. I'm the one who's causing all the rest of the strife. And so it's like his departure in some level could almost be like for the betterment of the school of Hogwarts. It
could be. Yeah.
So he's not. This is like, he's not creating an army. He's not battling the others. He's not defeated by the others. He just leaves.
Yeah. And so you're right. It could very much be like a recognition of that he's the problem. It could also be a situation where he's like, I can't be party to this.
Also true. Right.
It could also be, I hate you guys.
Well, yes. I mean,
I don't like that interpretation, but
right. I mean, it goes without saying that, like, and I think if you've listened this far into the show, you know that we have an extreme soft spot for the founders, and it is like the story we want the most. So I feel like it's no surprise that we are spending an extraordinary amount of time on this because we get so rare bits of information.
So rare bits. But I love the line, he left us quite downhearted. Like, he leaves and they all just miss their friend.
Exactly.
You know? Yeah.
Yes. Like they lost a piece of themselves. And then this is so unfortunate as well because we're talking about actions of people, again, over 1,000 years ago. And it says, and never since the founders four were whittled down to three have the houses been united as they were once meant to be. And it's like, that means since the four founders were alive, the houses have not been unified the way that they were intended to be.
Right.
Which almost means that like the mission of Hogwarts went astray almost immediately. And never got repaired.
Such is the crack in the Gryffindor Slytherin friendship.
Right.
And you see it like because the way you want it, I mean, it's almost like I want to compare it to like Harry and Ron a little bit, where it's like it'd be like if Ron left and you're like, oh wait.
Oh yeah, right. Yeah. We see that happen.
You see that happen, but guess what? They sort it out.
Right. Yeah. He comes back. And then destroys a Horcrux like an awesome dude.
Yeah. Slytherin's Horcrux.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. You're right.
Or
with
the Slytherin
with the sword of Gryffindor.
The sword of Gryffindor. It's very obvious, but like that is so symbolic of Slytherin leaving the school. And like, the voice of Slytherin through the centuries, through the air of Slytherin, which is Voldemort whispering in Ron's ear.
Right. Like literally got him to do the very legacy of Salazar Slytherin himself.
Which was leave the three.
Right.
Yeah. But unlike Salazar Slytherin, then he returns and destroys the locket, which belonged to him, with the sword of Godric. Well, I didn't really put all those pieces so specifically together until just now.
It's quite poetic.
It is quite poetic. That
it's pretty amazing. Then I love this next little bit here as well because we get and now the Sorting Hat is here, and you all know the score. I sort you into houses because that is what I'm for. And it's I think that this is sort of like where the Sorting Hat's going to start to express like a little bit of like listen closely to my song, though condemned I am to split you, still I worry that it's wrong, though I must fulfill my duty. And was quarter every year, still I wonder whether sorting may not bring the end I fear. So this is basically the Sorting Hat, whose primary objective is to sort people into houses, basically saying, I don't think this is a smart call.
Right.
Like I don't think this is the right way to do it.
Right. And I think it's the use of the word quarter, I think it's a really good word right there, because what he's saying is I must quarter every year, like I must start every year, but also the word quarter means split into four. So.
Oh yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's true. It's a very, very clever word choice.
Yeah, it's very good. But anyway, it goes on to say, for our Hogwarts is in danger from external deadly foes. And okay, so I know we're spending so much time on the song, but there's a lot to pick apart here.
I mean, the chapter's called The Sorting Hat's New Song.
Yeah, absolutely.
This is the meat.
So, external deadly foes, plural. So the question is, by deadly foes, plural, does it mean Voldemort and the Ministry of Magic, or does it simply mean like the many people who make up Voldemort's army?
I mean, I would be inclined to believe that means like, I would be inclined to believe that it means Voldemort and his army.
You don't think it's talking about the Ministry then?
I don't specifically think of the Ministry as deadly. That's true. In this particular regard, they're definitely antagonistic to our protagonist. In terms of like story terms and stuff like that. But otherwise, I don't think that like Fudge's goal is to physically harm Harry Potter, or anything like that. Umbridge's might be a little bit.
Umbridge's might be, there's no doubt that, but that's not an external deadly foe. That's internal.
It is internal at this point in time. What is shocking to me is that like, what is the relationship of every single student who is sitting inside of the hall right now listening to the song? Like, is this the kind of thing where it's like, the first day of a new school year and your principal's up on stage talking about like how we should all be nice to each other, and everybody's just sort of like letting static buzz fill their ears, like whatever, like they're expressing platitudes that everybody's going to express. Nobody's ever going to be able to follow whatever.
Yeah.
Like, people are going to fight. That's going to be high school. Like, we're going to see it.
Right.
It's just going to happen. So it's like, are they just like letting this like sort of like wash over them? Because this is a very symbolic, very important Hogwarts artifact that is basically reinforcing Harry's own story.
Yeah.
So like, say what you will about what the Daily Prophet has done all summer long in terms of damaging Dumbledore and Harry's reputation. Here is like a living, breathing Hogwarts artifact speaking to them, saying there are deadly foes out there that are trying to divide us.
Right.
Like, let's not let them. Why does, like, I want that to mean more to the students. Like, I want, like, I get why it doesn't, but like, I also wish it meant more.
Yeah. I mean, I totally know what you mean. And I feel like it's like we always see Hogwarts through Harry's point of view, which is that it's like that, like he didn't even know magic existed and he was in this terrible place. And then he got to go to this like amazing castle and learn magic and be a wizard.
Right.
Like to him, like it is like this sacred place and everything about it has tons of meaning to the entire magical world. But then I think you probably have people along the lines of like the Dracos or even the Weasleys to an extent who are just like, they grow up, they know about Hogwarts their whole life. It is just like, that's the school we're going to go to.
Right.
It's like,
you're right. Yes.
It's like, I don't want to make a Name of the Wind comparison here. It's very much like Quoth getting to the university.
Right.
Like he has dreamt about this place his whole life. He has things he wants to learn. He is a very intentional student there. But there are plenty of people who are just like, yeah, my parents thought I should go to school, so I'm here and I guess I go to the classes. Whatever.
You're absolutely correct. I mean, and you could witness this out in the real world as well. Like,
yeah.
I mean, the college that I went to in particular, like it certainly felt like you would go to some classes and there's a percentage of people in the front row who are diligently taking notes and asking questions and participating in classes because they know how much it costs to attend university and the whole objective is to learn things.
Right.
And then you have people who are like, is there a Cliff Notes? What is the easiest way for me to get from point A to point B with the objective being maybe a B in this class, would be fine.
C's get degrees, college is just sort of what you do after high school, right?
Right. It's just simply the next step.
Yeah.
No, I think you're right. And probably that's even specifically signified with Ron in particular, whose stomach was audibly grumbling just before the hat song began.
Right.
And then sure enough, like he's basically just like, it will end, they will talk about it a little bit, but also he's just sort of like, oh, thank goodness for food.
Yeah.
Like he's hungry.
Right. He's thinking about the food. He's not like, okay, yeah, unite, whatever, good, cool, Hogwarts, hurrah, whatever. Yeah.
Right.
I also do like the end of the song too, though. It's some great foreshadowing here. It says, for our Hogwarts is in danger from external deadly foes, and we must unite inside her or will crumble from within. I have told you, I have warned you, let the sorting now begin. So this is foreshadowing two really big things. One is we must unite inside her, which is going to be Dumbledore's army later this year, where the Gryffindors, Hufflepuffs, and Ravenclaws will unite inside of her.
Hey, that's the thing. I wish that line set us up for a world where any Slytherins join the DA.
Oh, I know. That'd
Like,
have been great.
A whole chapter just simply dedicated to like the unexpected member or something, and it's just sort of like Blaze Zabini shows up and is like, Harry, could I join? And it would be like, heck yes, you can join.
I know.
Like it would be, it's so frustrating that we don't get one.
I know. This is where like it would have been great if like Colin Creevy's brother had been sorted into Slytherin,
Right. Or I always go back to like what I really Ginny is the one who I think would have been the absolute perfect character.
Yes.
The very last Weasley, the family of blood traitors, but then you've got Ginny who's fiery and wonderful and stands up for people, who like is sorted there and starts to build the bridge between the houses, and then you've got there's so much potential with that narrative, but whatever.
So it doesn't happen here, but what it does set up, and we must unite inside her or will crumble from within, is the climactic final battle at the Battle of Hogwarts.
Right.
Where it is Voldemort has marched back with his conquering army, and to this point, still only Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, and Gryffindor have united from within.
Right.
But then Harry wakes up, Neville chops off the head of the snake, and Slughorn comes racing back with the other Slytherins.
Right.
Or with some other Slytherins and the denizens of Hogsmeade or whatever. And then all four are united, and that is indeed when all the bad guys start to fall.
You finally get there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Of course, Harry successfully cast protection over all of them. So, they have the safety of Harry's glorious sacrifice. But not that they know that. But,
not that they know that, exactly. And Slughorn is one of the three people dueling Voldemort at the end.
He is, which is pretty epic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. So there's that. And it seems like they were at least noticing a little because when the hat became motionless once more, applause broke out, though it was punctured for the first time in Harry's memory with mutterings and whispers across the Great Hall as people are like, what on earth are they talking about?
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. And then, Hermione's going to chime in and say, I wonder if it's ever given warnings before. And then Nearly Headless Nick is right there to give us a little bit of information because he's been dead for 500 years plus. Yes, indeed, said Nearly Headless Nick knowledgeably. Leaning across. Yeah. That's the question. It's like, would it have been during like Grindelwald's rise to power, the previous opening of the Chamber of Secrets, as recently as 1992?
Yeah.
When the chamber would open. I mean, it would make sense for it to not happen in 92 because the chamber wouldn't have opened as of that moment.
Right.
And there wouldn't be like murmurs or beliefs that there was any reason that it was going to.
Yeah.
And then the whole thing is resolved before year 3. But
Could have been Voldemort's first rise to power.
Voldemort's first rise to power would be another one. I mean, you've certainly got instances there where the likes of Snape is effectively becoming a Death Eater while still in school.
Yeah.
Lucius Malfoy is kind of like a ringleader himself.
Bad things.
Yeah.
Like even like when Voldemort comes to do the interview for the Defense Against the Dark Arts position, like Dumbledore already knows his name, like Lord Voldemort and stuff. And like if the Sorting Hat is picking up things from Dumbledore, then like certainly it's picking those things up.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yep, absolutely. And then we get a little bit of further information from Nick, who says the hat feels itself honor bound to give school due warning, whatever it feels. And then then McGonagall basically cuts in. But I mean, you could basically understand the sentiment that he's going for, but it's that the Sorting Hat is there to protect the school. Like it's got the original ideology of the 4 founders at its core, and it's like it can only do so much to adjust.
Yeah.
And you would think that like maybe even like the initial impulse, I mean, obviously Harry's got the Horcrux inside of him, but like to place Harry in Slytherin, it's almost like if the Sorting Hat was sort of like, this could be good.
Yeah.
Like it could be good if you do that.
Right.
But
I do think this is maybe a funny thing. I'm not sure if it's intentional or not, but it says for Professor McGonagall, it says he was waiting to read out the list of the first year's name, was giving the whispering students the sort of look that scorches. So like basically like a basilisk from what I can tell.
Oh, yeah.
And not for nothing, but the next sentence is Nearly Headless Nick placed a see-through finger to his lips and sat primly upright again. As if like, oh God. I remember the last time I saw that look.
Yeah, the last time I saw laser vision, it left me petrified.
It left me petrified. He's like, whoa, okay, hold on.
Nothing like a good basilisk laser vision.
I know.
Callback.
Exactly.
Then we get a little piece of trivia here, which is that the first person to be sorted in Harry's 5th year is Abercrombie Ewan.
Boy, Ewan Abercrombie is going to have himself quite a chapter here.
He really is, and then will never be mentioned ever again.
His name is going to come up 4 times. It is like there is like almost no other character who is introduced so heavily and then disappears from the narrative.
Yeah, it feels like this is supposed to be like the new Colin Creevey of the book or something, because he's also sorted into Gryffindor.
Yeah.
So, I wrote next to like, the brim opened and shouted, Gryffindor! To which I was like, woo! We'll never see him again.
Nope.
So that's the end of that. Finally, the last person to be sorted is going to be Zeller Rose.
Just skipped right through them.
Yep.
No other important characters coming into the school this year.
That's right.
Yeah. Too bad Rose. Oh, you know what's interesting is Rose is like one of Ron and Hermione's kids' name is Rose.
You're right.
Yeah. Like, where is that? Like, it feels like it's coming out of nowhere. Like the name Rose for them.
Like why?
Like why do they pick Rose and Hugo?
I don't know.
They seem like they're like almost everyone else is always named after somebody, or it's obvious why their name is their name.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, I guess there's like roses are red and Weasleys have red hair. I mean, like, is that a reach?
I don't know. Maybe. I don't know if like a rose or something is sort of like the like you could say it's like a pink wine or something.
Oh, so it's like Weasley with Hermione.
It's like or it's like Muggleborn with pure blood is like pink.
Oh yeah. Okay,
could be rose.
Right.
Yeah, but then like Hugo.
I don't know.
No idea.
I don't know enough about the etymology of Hugo.
We can only assume that Hermione's dad's name is Hugo Granger.
I don't think it is.
I don't think it is either.
Yeah. Anyway.
Doesn't matter.
After all this, Dumbledore is going to stand up and basically say there's a time for speech making, but this is not it. Tuck in.
Bam. And that's about the only familiar thing that's going to happen for Harry here. And he mentions it. He says, Hogwarts, so long anticipated, was full of unexpected surprises like jarring notes and a familiar song. But this, at least, was how it was supposed to be. Their headmaster rising to greet them all before the start of term feast. So it's like, that's sort of pointing out like what the like earlier in the castle, it was like when they're approaching the castle, it's like this darkness, everything's like stilted, it's not quite right, but there is one little light. There are some lights here and there,
right? Like there are some things that can still be Hogwarts even if everything else is kind of like being put under pressure a little bit.
Yes. Although when Dumbledore stands up to do his speech the next time, that one's not going to go so well.
Yes, indeed. Indeed. I do love this description, though. It said, food had appeared out of nowhere so that the 5 long tables were groaning under joints and pies and dishes of vegetables, bread, sauces, flagons of pumpkin juice. Excellent, said Ron, with a kind of groan of longing, and he seized the nearest plate of chops and began piling them onto his plate. So again, this is sort of what I was mentioning before, but it's like, all this stuff has happened, Sorting Hat's new song, all these things to think about, and Ron is mostly just like, I'm hungry.
But Hermione's not. She's like, now what's this nonsense you said about the hat giving warnings before? And he's like, oh yes, it's given several warnings before. Always at times when it detects periods of great danger for the school. And always, of course, its advice is the same. Stand together, be strong from within. And this, I feel like the purpose of this little explanation is to like, what happens is when you read it, it like downplays the message of the hat. It's like, the hat just sort of does this sometimes, like I don't want to take it too seriously.
Right. Like it's just sort of like, like when there's turmoil, it's like, hey, let's just be aware of that, you know? Yeah. So of course it's always the same. Stand together, be strong from within. And then Ron gives us a little bit of a mad gab here. How can it know for schoon's danger if it's that?
Yeah. How could it know if...
So here I was thinking myself so clever to how can it know if the school's in danger if it's a hat?
Yeah.
And then literally 2 lines later it says, how can it know if the school's in danger if it's a hat?
Well, there you go.
So, that one's just solved for me.
Yeah, there you go. The next one's harder.
The next one is harder, so we get to come back to that.
Yes. And of course they ask like, how does the hat know? And he says, well, it lives in Dumbledore's office. I dare say it picks up things there. That's one of those things where it's like, that's a big open loophole where it's like, you guess that's a good enough explanation, but is it the right one?
Right.
Yeah.
Yep. Fair question. And Harry's response here is very un-Harry-ish, but it says, and it wants all the houses to be friends, said Harry, looking over at the Slytherin table where Draco Malfoy was holding court. Fat chance.
It is a lesson he will have to learn, though. It is a lesson he'll have to learn.
It is indeed.
Yep.
You get a little bit of ghost rivalry here where Nearly Headless Nick is like, I would never dream of seeking an argument with the Bloody Baron. And then Ron's like, only because you're terrified of him. Terrified? I hope I, Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Palpington, have never been guilty of cowardice in my life. Which is, it makes sense because he is a Gryffindor, so,
There is that. And honestly, like, Harry says fat chance and Nick's response is, well, no, you shouldn't take that attitude. It's like, it is good advice from Nick for once, who is often not always the best at giving advice.
True. Yeah. Peaceful cooperation. That's the key.
That's
right. Yeah.
Yes.
Let's see here.
Excuse me. So here's the next one where Ron offends Nick, and I guess Ron tries to apologize. Unfortunately, Ron's mouth was packed to the exploding point, and all he could manage was "No did shoo shoo."
Node idum Eantup Sachu. Node Edom Eantup Sachu. No Deidum. Nodiadum. Nodiad. Nodiad. Eantup Sachu.
I know they told us what it meant at the live show, and like I could not remember.
I know, I can't remember either, and I feel so silly because I'm sure that like people listening are like, "Oh my god, just say it, just say it."
I know. No, mean to shoe.
No, I didn't. Let's see here. Unfortunately, Ron's mouth was packed to exploding point again, and all he could manage to say was "Node Edom Enup to Sachu." And Hermione just said, "Nick, you wasn't laughing at you."
Didn't mean to upset you.
No, I didn't mean to upset you.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
There we go. We got it.
Oh,
we got it.
Thank goodness.
Everyone's screaming.
I know.
This is always how Mad Gabs are like now I'm a kapufty.
Yeah, you said that.
Yeah, you said that.
Oh, man. Okay, let's see here.
Oh, that one's so funny. Anyway, Nearly Headless Nick wafts away, having been too offended by Ron, and him and Hermione begin bickering, as they so often do, where he's all like, what? He's like, I'm not allowed to ask a simple question? Come on now.
Right. Hermione's like, oh, forget it. And the pair of them spent the rest of the meal in a huffy silence. Harry was too used to their bickering to trying to reconcile them. He felt it was better to use his time to eat his way steadily through his steak and kidney pie than a large plateful of his favorite treacle tart.
So at least he gets that. You
Yeah,
know?
there is that. And that is a good piece of continuity. Like, this is like a question that comes up in trivia a lot. Like, what is Harry's like favorite like dessert dish? And it is consistently and steadily treacle tart.
It is, absolutely. So now Harry is eaten. Talking ceased immediately as all turned to face the headmaster. Harry was feeling pleasantly drowsy. His four-poster bed was waiting somewhere above, wonderfully warm and soft. It's like he's like, maybe things are a little back to normal. I ate my favorite dessert. Dumbledore's about to give the speech. I'm going to go take a nice sleep, and none of that's going to happen.
None of that's going to happen. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. So it's like, once again, Harry is sort of like anticipating this, like, sort of like, okay, like I'm back to the safety zone. I'm back to the familiar beats. I know what's going on. But obviously, when he gets up to the dormitory, it won't go that way. He's going to have a spat with Seamus. It's going to be very tense, very uncomfortable. And also even Dumbledore's speech incoming is going to be interrupted.
Yeah. But it starts out normal enough. First years ought to know that the forest on the grounds is out of bounds to students. And a few of our older students ought to know by now too. And so Harry, Ron, and Hermione are like, he's talking about us.
That's right.
But of course, this is also a little bit of foreshadowing because the three of them are going to be making a lot of trips into the forest this year to go talk to Grop.
Yes, they are indeed. And then also eventually got pinning Umbridge when they're attempting to show her the secret weapon.
The secret weapon. Yeah,
yes, indeed.
Exactly.
Then we get a little piece of trivia here. Mr. Filch, the caretaker, has asked me for what he tells me is the 462nd time to remind you that all magic is not permitted in corridors between classes.
Yeah.
Nor are a number of other things, all of which can be checked on an extensive list now fastened to Mr. Filch's office door.
Basically goading them to all do magic in the corridors.
1000%.
Yeah.
And I love this. I mean, this is just yet another one of those. I mean, it's one of our most like believed in theories that Filch is just like a part of the castle, and like, because Dumbledore does not seem like one to like, he will always correct Harry if he refers to Snape as simply Snape. He will always say Professor Snape. You know, like he will always clarify. And here he is like openly making fun of Filch.
Yeah.
Which makes me think that like he would not disrespect a person.
Yeah.
This way.
Yeah. This is also supposed to be reminding you a little bit of just how like angry Filch is all the time, because he's going to sort of like turn into like an Umbridge ally inside of the castle. So it's just like that's his opinion on things. No magic in the hallways. And that's pretty much how Umbridge is going to treat everything too.
That's exactly correct. And if anything, the likes of Umbridge being in the castle, if we are correct, and Filch is a poltergeist, would actually like boost his power, you would think, a little bit. Like not just by being granted more power by Umbridge, but Umbridge is going to so believe the sentiment of rule following that should fuel his poltergeistness.
You would think, and yet after Fred and George leave and give like Peeves like give her hell from us, Peeves, or whatever.
That's right. Yes.
Yeah. It is bedlam in the school, and like it just like there's a couple pages describing all the crazy things the students are doing. Then there's a nice little paragraph following it up. It's like nothing, not the combined efforts of everyone could keep up with Peeves.
Right.
Yeah.
But I like to think though that is just the spirit of Fred and George being much, much, much stronger than the spirit of Umbridge.
Oh no, I mean mean, I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. The rule breaking by everyone to your own argument is fueling Peeves to new levels.
Precisely. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. We're on the same page.
Yeah.
We get the announcement of the 2 new staffing changes this year. We're very pleased to welcome back Professor Grubbly Plank, who'll be taking care of magical creatures lessons. And basically, that's it. Nothing about Hagrid. No information further. Just hard then transition to. We're also delighted to introduce Professor Umbridge, our new Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher.
And here we go.
Yeah, and it begins.
Yep.
A little bit of like unenthusiastic applause, during which Harry, Ron, and Hermione exchanged slightly panicked looks. Dumbledore had not said for how long Grubbly Plank would be teaching. Dumbledore continued, tryouts for house Quidditch teams will take place on the... No.
Right away.
Yep, Dumbledore only looked taken aback for a moment, then he sat back down smartly and looked alertly at Professor Umbridge as though he desired nothing better than to listen to her talk.
And if you'll recall, back at the hearing, Dumbledore did a very similar thing, just a simple clearing of the throat got the attention of all 50 members of the Wizengamot.
That's exactly correct. Yeah. So it's like, but I think that just goes to show the way in which that Dumbledore has earned the respect of the people in the room. And this is Umbridge attempting to use that type of thing without ever doing any of the hard work.
Yeah.
In order to gain that level of respect.
Yeah.
So she's basically just using position and standing power to overtake rather than respect.
Not that she has much standing power. It says that when she stands up, she's not much taller than sitting.
Yeah, that's also true.
Yeah.
Yep. Let's see here.
What Dumbledore is going to do here is very, very calculated, because he just immediately sits down and lets her make the speech. And what he's actually doing here is just letting her set a trap for herself. He is like letting the student see who she really is right away. Like it's a great example of show, don't tell.
This is one of those things too, and I mean it might just be good life advice for people out there, but sometimes if you have like a troublesome or problematic or toxic person in your life, like there can be this desire to like try to communicate that to the world. But my typical belief on this particular regard is that like the truth will out.
Yeah.
People like that are their own worst enemy. It's like the world will see it, you know, it's
right.
like, and it's like, it might take time, you know, and this is not like a tactical position. It's just sort of like, let them be who they're going to be, because it's not your responsibility to change them. And it's like, people will see it,
right?
You know,
right.
Because most people are in fact reasonable, and they will not take to the likes of unreasonable people.
Exactly. So even if you're feel like the only one who's like, man, I am like, why does it feel like I'm the only person who can see this?
You're not.
It's just like, it's still probably a good idea to cut that person out of your life, but it just rest confidently that they're not going to stop being toxic, and it will get around eventually.
Right. Their colors will show.
Yes.
Yep, that's exactly right. So anyway, Umbridge chimes in. Thank you, Headmaster, Professor Umbridge simpered, for those kind words of welcome. Let's see here. Yeah, her voice was high-pitched, breathy, and a little girlish. And again, Harry felt a powerful rush of dislike that he could not explain to himself.
Simply, we talk about it all the time. Harry has very good instincts. And this is it. I don't even know why. I just hate her.
Right. I wrote big same, Harry. Big same.
Big same.
Yeah. All he knew was that he loathed everything about her, from her stupid voice to her fluffy pink cardigan. She gave another little throat clearing cough and continued. Well, it's lovely to be back at Hogwarts, I must say. She smiled, revealing very pointed teeth.
I don't feel like enough attention gets drawn to the pointed teeth.
I know
of Umbridge.
It's surprising. It's like, yeah, because that just seems menacing on its own. Like it reminds me of Enobaria from the Hunger Games, where it's like she specifically like tried to make herself look more threatening by doing that. But yeah, then she says, and to see such happy little faces looking back at me. And this is like one of those things where it's like nobody likes to be spoken to like they're like children.
Yeah, like they're 5. Yeah,
precisely. Yeah, it's like
in Umbridge's mind, that's basically all they are.
Yes, these are just like little kids,
little kids who have no idea what's going on. They don't know what they're talking about. They have no minds of their own.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm very much looking forward to getting to know you all, and I'm sure we're very good friends.
Oh,
I'm so not sure of that.
I'm super duper not sure of that. And then you get Parvati with a sick burn. I'll be her friend as long as I don't have to borrow that cardigan.
Oh man, what? Oh, that's so good. Oh, that's the only thing keeping Parvati from being her friend is the cardigan.
That's it. That's it. Yeah.
Yeah.
But no, Parvati and Lavender. So even though it sounds like maybe they're whispering about Harry earlier, you know, they're equal opportunity whisperers here. Now they've immediately turned on Umbridge.
That's exactly correct. Yeah. And it seems like Umbridge maybe hears us because she clears her throat again and she sounds much more businesslike. And her words sounded like they had a dulled, learned by heart sound to them.
Yeah.
And this is just basically going to be the very infuriating sort of like progress for the sake of progress should be, you know, discouraged.
Yeah, we get her whole spiel about the ministry. They've always considered the education of, it's like I can't even read it because it's so boring. Even if you look at it on the page, like I don't know how intentional this is. I feel like it kind of is, but it's like if you've ever opened an email and there's like just a single big block of text, you're like, I'm not reading that. You know,
no, thank you.
Like, and normally, like if you just look at any given like page of a book, there's usually like a paragraph is like 3 or 4 lines, and then there's like another little page break or a little indent for the next thing. But what happens here as she's talking is there's just a nice big long uninterrupted straight non-ragged line down both sides of the page that are like, this is boring.
It really makes you want to just shut the book.
Yeah.
But then you have to keep going because you want justice.
You do want that.
Yeah.
Let's see. So yeah, then we get the every headmaster and headmistress of Hogwarts has brought something new and to the weighty task of governing this this historic school. So she's already speaking as if she is the headmistress here, which is of course her plan from the beginning there.
That's exactly correct. Yeah.
Then you get the terrible, annoying line. There again, progress for progress's sake must be discouraged, which is like such enormous BS because that's not how progress works at all. Progress is never just for the sake of it. It is just the natural progression of humanity.
Right. Yes. It's basically saying tradition is greater than discovery.
Yeah.
And it's like, no.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because there's more to be learned. That is the humility attached to intelligence.
Yeah.
I think, which doesn't speak very highly of her.
No. No. And she's going to contradict herself even just by the end of this exact page. In the meantime, we get some check-ins with everyone else who are not paying attention. Harry found his attentiveness ebbing. Cho Chang was chatting animatedly with her friends. Animatedly. Just not even trying to conceal it.
I know.
Luna Lovegood has the Quibbler out again. Ernie Macmillan is doing his best to be like, I'm a prefect, I'm paying attention, but nope.
Yeah, he just did an attempt to live up to his new prefix badge gleaming on his chest. Professor Umbridge did not seem to notice the restlessness of her audience. Harry had the impression that a full-scale riot could have broken out under her nose, and she would have just plowed on with her speech.
That is some massive foreshadowing, where a full-scale riot is going to break out under her nose, and she's just going to power forward as if no one's protesting, as if everyone's crazy. She has no point.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep.
Who cares if the entire student body is revolting? Should I take that and listen to what they're saying at all? Might they have a point?
Right. Nope.
They're all dumb.
That's exactly it.
That's her opinion.
Meanwhile, though, Hermione, of all people, is drinking in every word of Umbridge's speech. And judging by her expression, they were not at all to her taste.
No.
Most certainly not.
Nope. And then I like this line as well. It says, because some changes will be for the better, while others will come in the fullness of time to be recognized as errors in judgment, blah, blah, blah. Meanwhile, some old habits will be retained, and rightly so, whereas others, outmoded and outworn, must be abandoned. It's like, okay, so just for the record, what you're describing is progress.
Oh, she's the worst.
I know.
Yeah. So she gets to the end of her speech, and I literally wrote wordiest speech ever.
No kidding.
It's just lousy. She sat down. Dumbledore clapped. The staff followed his lead, though Harry noticed that several of them brought their hands together only once or twice before stopping. I do love this for the staff of Hogwarts, that they are basically just like, they are not fooled at all.
Oh, they know what's up.
You have to remember that these are full-grown adults who have the full context of experience and life and, observation about how the world works on their side. They are seeing right through all of it.
Yeah.
They are not happy at all about her appointment. They are not on her side. They are not going to play ball if they can help it. And we will see that as the year unfolds, which does make you feel much more strongly towards the staff of Hogwarts.
Yes, it does. And then let's see. Dumbledore stands back up, says, "Thank you very much, Professor Umbridge. That was most illuminating," which is a carefully chosen word. And Hermione picks up on it at once. He says, "Yes, it was illuminating." And they're like, "What? You enjoyed that?" They're like, "No, I said it was illuminating, not enjoyable. It explained a lot."
Did it? Said Harry in surprise. Sounded like a load of waffle to me. And I like that Hermione doesn't ignore the fact that there was a load of waffle, but she says there was some important stuff hidden in the waffle.
Of course.
Yeah. Was there? Said Ron blankly.
Secret waffle messages.
That's it. How about progress for progress' sake must be discouraged? How about pruning wherever we find practices that ought to be prohibited? Well, what does that mean? Said Ron impatiently. I'll tell you what it means, said Hermione ominously. It means the ministry's interfering at Hogwarts.
Oh, you have no idea.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
You are not prepared.
Right. So anyway, then the end of year or the start of term feast is basically come to an end. Everybody's jumping up, trying to make it back to the common rooms. And Hermione and Ron remember that they're supposed to help the first years find their way. The way in which they do that is drastically different, where Hermione kind of goes into camp counselor mode. She's like, "First years, this way, please." And Ron is just flat out inappropriate. I'm just not even going to read what he says.
And Hermione's like, "You can't say that."
I know.
Like, "But they're small."
Like, no, you can't say that.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Harry was sure that he had not appeared that young when he had arrived here. He grinned at them. This is so true, though. I remember arriving in 6th grade at middle school and, looking up to the 8th graders who seemed like full-blown adults, and then getting to 8th grade and looking at the 6th graders and being like, they are so little.
They're so tiny.
Like these are basically children.
But also not feeling huge.
Also not feeling huge.
Yeah.
Also that. It's a good point. Then we get another mention of Ewan Abercrombie, who looked equally frightened and stole a horrified look at Harry, who felt a grin slide off his face like stink sap.
No, I can't even impress Ewan Abercrombie.
Oh, man. That's difficult. That's tough, buddy.
Do you like to think that Ewan Abercrombie is wearing like a lot of like really like overpriced clothes and stuff?
I think so.
Smells a certain way.
It smells a certain way. It's got a bunch of like mooses on it.
It's kind of like he's wearing a moose. Yeah, we all know you're wearing a moose, Abercrombie.
It must be. But the point of this look from Ewan Abercrombie here is basically just sort of like the ways in which the other students, even a first year, like Gryffindor, who is not going to look up to the Harry Potter, Triwizard champion, Quidditch star, famous one who defeated the Dark Lord, with this like awe. Maybe this is the point of view in Abercrombie. It is a contrast to Colin Creevey, who wanted nothing more than to take photos of Harry and to be near him and talk to him and, ask him questions and stuff. And this is a first year who is kind of similar. Like, you got this small little statured boy who is almost scared of Harry.
Right. Yeah. It is a big flip.
Right.
Let's see. So then Harry is going to work his way through the crowd, take a couple of concealed shortcuts, leaves them all behind, and starts to realize that he was stupid not to expect this, that he emerged from the Triwizard Maze 2 months ago, clutching the dead body of fellow student, Cedric Diggory.
And then he goes on to say, and this is a line that I think is going to be vitally important as we unfold the rest of the chapter. There had not been time last term to explain himself before everyone went home, even if he had felt up to giving the whole school a detailed account of the terrible events in the graveyard. So that I think is going to be very important, because basically what he's like lamenting here is like, I didn't get a chance to explain to you guys properly what happened. And here in just a page or so, we're going to have a situation where we're going to make it up to the boys' dormitory, with Dean, Neville, Seamus, and Ron. And basically they're going to have these exchanges, going back and forth, asking like, hey, did you have a good holiday? And, Dean's going to be like, yeah, it was okay. Better than Seamus's anyway. He was just telling me. And, Neville's like, oh, why? What happened, Seamus? And Seamus did not answer immediately. He was making rather a meal of ensuring that his poster of Kenmare Kestrel's trivia, Quidditch team was quite straight. My mom didn't want me to come back. What? Said Harry, pausing in the act of pulling off his robes. She didn't want me to come back to Hogwarts. But why? Said Harry, astonished. Well, he said in a measured tone, I suppose because of you. What do you mean? Said Harry quickly. His heart was beating rather fast. He felt vague, as though something was closing in on him. Well, said Seamus again. It's not just you, it's Dumbledore too. And Harry's like, she believes the Daily Prophet, said Harry. She thinks I'm a liar and Dumbledore's an old fool. Seamus looked at him. Yeah, something like that. And this is the point where I feel like we need to really pay attention to like what Seamus is dealing with, and also what Harry has just said about his inability to explain what happened. Because Seamus has showed up. He's had a difficult summer because his mom didn't want him to come back. Clearly, what makes that difficult is Seamus wanted to come back.
Right.
And he had to have this like argument with his mother to allow him to return.
Right.
Which means Seamus was not like concerned about his own safety in returning to the school. His mother was concerned about it.
Right.
On his behalf.
But at the same time, Seamus loves his mother, but is also friends with Harry.
Precisely. And so I think like what you have going on here is like Seamus is really trying to explain like, yes, Harry, it's the you situation, the you of it all that is making it difficult. And I feel like what's going to happen here is Seamus is going to say, look, what did happen that night when, with Cedric Diggory and all? And it's like, this is going to set Harry off. Like, it's going to make him very upset.
Would you say he's about to go full Mimbulus on them?
I would say he's about to go full Mimbulus.
Harry is about to go full Mimbulus on them, which, by the way, was also the password to the Griffin Door common room.
It is indeed, yes.
Just now.
I did skate clean over that. But
apparently, Harry arrives to the fat lady, has no idea what it is. Even though when he goes in, there's already so many people inside. Like, how did they all learn it?
I have no idea.
I have no idea.
Yeah, especially because he took all these shortcuts to get there.
I know. Like, how did everyone beat him to the common room?
It doesn't totally make sense.
It doesn't make sense.
It's fine.
The point is, Harry's about to go Mimbulus on Seamus.
He is. So think about that, though. Basically, what Harry just said to himself was, of course, he should have expected this. He didn't have time to explain what happened. Here's Seamus in the privacy, like he didn't do it at the, during the feast in front of everybody. This is the privacy of 4 other students and Seamus, like, who have lived together for 4 full years going into their 5th.
Right.
These guys know each other. This is the time and place to ask this question.
He's done it right. He says, look, what did happen that night when, with Cedric Diggory and all? Like, it was funny, but...
Yeah.
Yeah.
That went clean over my head. Oh my gosh. Seamus sounded nervous and eager at the same time. And I think it's that undertone of eagerness that's probably what's really going to set the situation off, because it's what happened is also probably hot gossip. And I think that's what Harry's afraid of. He's like, oh, you want the story? You want the story? Is that what you want? Like, when he's going to get very upset about it. But this is where I do think, you got to look at the layers of the situation. Dean, who was bending over his trunk, trying to receive a slipper, went oddly still, and Harry knew he was listening hard. What are you asking me for? Harry retorted. Just read the Daily Prophet like your mother. Why don't you? That'll tell you all you need to know.
Mimbulus!
Yeah. To which I wrote, this could have gone better.
It could have gone better.
Yeah. You could have chose different words, Harry.
You could have said different things. You could have said things like, it was a pretty terrible night. I mean, me and Cedric were in the middle of the maze. We just fought off a bunch of acromantulas, and we were arguing about who should get to win. And we thought whoever grabbed the cup would be teleported back to the front of the maze. We decided to tie for it. We both grabbed it, and then we were in some graveyard.
Right. Yes, exactly. Just give the story. It's
give the story.
But then, of course, the problem is that Harry has made a mama joke.
Don't you ever go with my mother, snap Seamus.
Yeah, and this is a difficult one. Nobody really likes their mothers being described negatively. And Harry, of course, is also sort of like he's not really going after her. He's just the pain is just exploding out of him.
Like sting sap from a cactus.
You're exactly right. Yeah. Just like that. Yes. I'll have a go at anyone who calls me a liar, said Harry. Don't talk to me like that. I'll talk to you how I want. And so it's like we've immediately descended. Like we are not talking about the important things anymore. This is the spat at this point in time.
I know. And it's it's not even necessarily what Seamus said. It's all the things that have happened on the train that have gone wrong. Like this is the end result of the cactus on the train, the Thestral showing up unexpectedly,
Hagrid
not being there, the castle looming and dark, Umbridge showing up unpleasantly at the feast, everyone's staring at him and talking at him, all of that has led to this moment where Harry is now releasing it.
Yeah, that's exactly it. And so at this very moment, Ron's gonna walk in and be like, "What's going on?" And Seamus is gonna be like, "He's having a go at my mother." And Ron's immediately like, "Harry wouldn't do that. We met your mother. We liked her."
Yeah,
it's a good best friend moment for Ron, where he's just immediately like, "There's no way that Harry is having a go at your mom."
Yeah, I know.
That doesn't sound right.
That doesn't sound right. Back it up. Something I'm missing something.
Right.
Yeah.
That's before she started believing every word the stinking Daily Prophet writes about me, said Harry. And then Ron's like,
oh, that. I see what's happening. Right.
yeah. So a little bit more of a back and forth here where it's like, you know what? He's right. I don't want to share a dormitory with him anymore. He's a madman.
Yeah.
And Ron's like, well, that's out of order. Yeah, that's out of order.
So Ron tries to make peace for like one sentence. And I'm like also wondering, like, can you switch dormitories? Could he go somewhere else?
I have no idea. I don't know what those rules are. Yeah. You believe all the rubbish he's come out with about you know who. Do you reckon he's telling the truth? And Ron's like, yeah, I do. Like, yeah. Which honestly, this is a bit of a loaded question asking Harry's literal best friend, but still.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then you're mad too, said Seamus. And now Ron is just like, okay, well, how about this? I'm gonna put you in detention because I'm a prefect.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh man. But again, you could just see how like the wedge is just being like slabbed. Like nothing about what they're arguing about is what any of them is upset about. They are just bickering.
Right.
And so that's so unfortunate because like the meat has left the bone a little bit. And so, you know, Ron looks around. He's like, anyone else's parents got a problem with Harry? And I like Dean here because he's definitely playing Switzerland. And he's like, my parents are muggles, mate. You know, it's like, they don't know anything about no deaths at Hogwarts because I'm not stupid enough to tell them. And
he's like, I like coming here. So I feel like telling my mom that people keep dying and getting petrified isn't like going to help me come back.
Right. Yes. This is where I want to be.
Keeping it cool.
Right. Yes. And Seamus is like, you don't know my mother. She'll weasel anything out of anyone. And you know, it's like, I mean, to be fair, I guess it's like, is she weaseling information out of Seamus or is she just reading it from the Daily Prophet? It's
right.
Like, yeah. Let's see here. Anyway, your parents don't get the Daily Prophet. They don't know our headmaster's been sacked from the Wizengamot, the International Confederation of Wizards, because he's losing his marbles.
Yeah, that's not why, Seamus.
I know. But this is a tricky one. Like, you know, it's like you want to believe that you can trust the media.
Yeah, you
like,
want to.
I mean, and I know I say that like in it's sort of like, yeah, like it's a hard thing to do. But on some level, it's like, you know, what are you supposed, like, you know, at some level, it's like to not trust everything feels a little tinfoil cappy. It feels a little conspiracy theory-ish. Like, you know, no. It's like, this is like what the Quibbler makes it sound like. It's like, you know, the ministry, they're out for that Harry Potter. I think that's what's happening.
Right.
You know, it's like, it's hard to go toe to toe with something like that. But that being said, Neville chimes in here, and this is a great moment for Neville. Molly Grand says that's rubbish. She says it's the Daily Prophet that's going downhill, not Dumbledore. She's cancelled our subscription. We believe Harry, he said simply. He climbed into bed and pulled the covers up to his chin, looking owlishly over them at Seamus. My Grand's always said, you know who will come back one day. She says if Dumbledore says he's back, he's back.
Oh, Harry felt such a great rush of gratitude towards Neville, which it's like, it's so great that Neville has this moment because it was so nearly Neville in his shoes, you know, and it's like, it makes you wonder how much Neville's grandmother knew about the prophecy. You know, like, does she know that maybe it was almost Neville? Because like the Longbottoms would have gone into hiding like Harry.
Yeah, I mean, and, you know, the Longbottoms are a family. You're exactly right. You know, like when you think about it that way, it's like if you know, oh gosh, what is Grand Longbottom's name? Oh goodness gracious, it's on the tip of the tongue.
Something with an A, I think, right?
Yeah, that's I was thinking that too.
Agapantha. I don't know.
These are, anyway, it doesn't matter. Neville's grandmother. She would have witnessed, potentially the Longbottoms going to hiding, and then obviously the fallout that happens in the aftermath of Voldemort's destruction, which is Bellatrix and company torturing his parents into, you know, insanity, effectively. At least that's how it's described. And so I could see a world where she doesn't take lightly to what's happened to Voldemort.
Oh, yeah.
Like, that's a threat that doesn't feel like it ever goes away.
Yeah. She kind of like, she's like, nah, he's coming back. I know for sure.
Right.
And now, then she's totally on board with it, which is great. So Neville, who appeared to have nothing more to say either, was gazing fondly at his moonlit Harry. No, sorry, cactus.
Cactus, yes. Yeah. So this is, you can only imagine this here, but you know, as long as the Mimbulus Mimbletonia is Harry, you've got Neville here who's just reaffirmed his position backing Harry.
Yeah.
And now he's laying in bed gazing, you know, fondly.
At the metaphoric Harry.
At the metaphoric Harry. You're right. Yes, indeed.
Mm-hmm. Just saying, guys, it's there. Hair is the Mimbletonia.
Right. But again, this is just Harry, who's already had like a very, very, very difficult, the like summer, the trial, living at number 12, the difficulty with his relationship, even with Sirius.
Right.
Witnessing Molly and the boggart, getting on the train where everything was askew, like Jay said, the Thestrals.
All on the heels of Voldemort coming back and murdering Cedric,
Right. Like Harry has not had a very good 3 months of his whole life, which is saying something because he's had a tough life.
Yeah, that's true. So he's laying there wondering how many more people are going to suggest he was lying or unhinged, and it is many.
Yeah.
And then he starts thinking about Dumbledore. The two of them were in this together after all. Dumbledore had believed Harry, announced his version of events to the whole school, and then to the wider wizarding community. Anyone who thought Harry was a liar had to think Dumbledore was too, or else that Dumbledore had been hoodwinked. And then the really frustrating part is that he knows he's right. He says, they'll know we're right in the end. And that is the frustrating thing.
That is the thing that really is so difficult, is that it's like, not only are these people like not believing Harry, but they're also inadvertently turning a blind eye to real potential danger that is headed their way.
Right.
And so it's like the type of thing where it's like, in this case, I think you are seeing a little bit of the good inside of Harry as well, where it's like, the unfortunate reality is like, you're going to see I'm right. Like, and the reason you'll see I'm right is because Voldemort will rise to power and he will cause chaos and destruction.
Right.
And it's like, I don't want chaos and destruction. That's what I'm trying to stop. And unfortunately, the only way for you to realize that I'm telling the truth is to witness it firsthand.
Right. Basically.
Which is pretty difficult. But that does bring us to the end of chapter 11 and lets us look forward to chapter 12, Professor Umbridge. I say look forward to
that.
Yeah, no one. Yeah. People
you should look forward to this show.
The show. Yes. Yeah. The chapter. Bit of a doozy.
Yeah. The person.
Yes, indeed. Jay, before we close out for the day, do you have a review for us?
I sure do, Ben. Today's review comes from Pixel Brady.
Hey, Pixel Brady.
They say, a great podcast with amazing hosts. Ben and Jay's mastery of Harry Potter knowledge shine through in this podcast, going chapter by chapter through the series, pointing out foreshadowing details many have never noticed. Thank you so much.
That is very sweet.
Yeah, if you happen to see this, I love your channel and this podcast. A while ago, I posted a theory idea in your Patreon DMs, but I wanted to ask you here too. What would have happened if Lupin joined the Golden Trio hunting for Horcruxes? How much help would he have been with figuring out which ones were left?
Oh man, good question. So Lupin shows up while they're still at number 12, which means they haven't secured the locket yet.
No.
Which means that we would still have locket, cup, diadem, Nagini.
Yes, and Harry.
And Harry, yes, of course. Gosh, that's a good question. Because this is like one of those things that always made me like very. When I was enjoying the series in a much more casual capacity and not in the intensive nature in which we consume it now, that scene always bothered me so much because it just felt out of place. Like Harry goes off on Lupin. He's very mean. He's very angry. And this is like Lupin who, for 4 books, we've just always loved. Like Lupin is always so good at like diffusing tension. He's always exceedingly kind. He's extremely considerate. He seems to like understand a lot of like Hermione's like unique positions that are the correct positions, related to werewolves and house elves and, all those types of causes and stuff. So it's so hard to see Harry be so aggressive towards someone who is otherwise so good.
Yes.
That being said, I do understand the importance of Harry, Ron, Hermione doing this journey
by themselves. And like, Harry's justification in, being like, I think maybe you should be there for your kid.
Also that, yes, because, from Harry's perspective as well, it's sort of like, you're out chasing glory. Like you need to be paying attention to your child. That's what I didn't have, like that's what I'm fighting against here. Like don't make another person have to deal with the outcome I had to deal with because of the battle or whatever. So that all makes perfect sense. So Lupin helping at the Ministry would probably be the heist. The
heist
would be the big first.
Right. So let's see. How could they do this? They could have 4 people, I guess, instead of 3.
Yeah, naturally.
More or less. I want to say that when he's offering it to them, he says, like, you wouldn't even have to tell me what you were doing. I could just, like, be here to help you, in whatever way I can.
Yeah, right. So he doesn't necessarily even have to go to the Ministry itself, but, like, if you had somebody there, like, running support, brewing polyjuice potion or, you know, offering insight into the ministry that maybe they don't have to get through like reconnaissance, because we're going to see them go and do like a lot of days spent under the invisibility cloak, just watching to see like which members wear which color robes and who goes in at what times. And, you know, they're trying to really like zero in on exactly how to do this. Lupin just simply being older and potentially knowing people could go a long way.
Right. Like he might just be like, well, we know where Umbridge lives, you know?
Right. Yes. Yeah, you could workshop the Sword of Gryffindor, you know, because obviously Dumbledore has left it to Harry in his will. He's not able to actually give it to him. There's a possibility that you could figure out more about the powers of the sword faster.
Right.
Let's see. There are certain things. I mean, you could always ask about something like the diadem, you know, like, are there any artifacts? Like, it seems like the lost, you know, diadem of Ravenclaw is something that like legend would know. It's kind of thing it seems like Lupin might just be aware of, even if he thinks it's.
Yeah. It feels like if he comes with him, he simply has to start. Like, there's no way he can do this and like not know about the Horcruxes, because like it's going to be so obvious they're like hunting objects, you know, like if they're asking about the diadem and they're like trying to steal a locket and stuff like that.
Well, the question there would then be whether or not Lupin would even know about such dark magic.
Well, that's true. That's true.
Because it feels like on some level, like Slughorn would know about it because of like maybe his like proximity to.
Yeah. I mean, you want to think that like Lupin was also teaching 7th year students, you know, obviously when he was the Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher, but Horcruxes are still a banned subject no matter what at Hogwarts.
True.
So, like, maybe he wouldn't know about them. Like, Slughorn would know because he was there before it was a banned subject.
True.
Right.
Yes, that's a good point.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, I mean, it's so
but
dicey.
they could explain what Horcruxes are to Lupin, you know?
Right. And I think that's where, like, Lupin's intelligence would just come in, where he would just, like, immediately see the gravity of the situation and the complexity of it. It seems like even like camping would go better, but then the question is even if they need to do camping, because like, you know, if you've got like Ted Tonks out there who can like Osseo salmon, like hopefully Lupin also knows that trick.
Yeah. It feels like he'd be maybe have a few more like grown up ideas about how to do the camping a little more effectively.
Right. But the only reason they have to do camping is because of how poorly everything goes to the ministry, and because Yaxley is hanging on to Ron as they're trying to apparate back to the front doorstep.
Right.
So some possibility that, you know, even just having like Lupin there to like run defense and just blast him backwards or something.
Right.
They may just be able to like reside at number 12.
That makes their whole job significantly easier if they can just stay there for whatever reason.
It does, because that's even like one of those. That's like the thing that always breaks my heart is like creatures like making them like French onion soup.
I know,
you know, and it's like, oh my gosh, they're gonna be so hungry, and like creatures there, and you can make such good food, and it's too bad. It's too bad.
I know. It kind of feels like too, like if they have Grimmauld Place, like then they maybe don't always have to be wearing the locket at every moment. You know?
Quite protected.
Yeah,
quite protected.
Like it's pretty secret then. Of course, even if they lose Grimmauld Place but still get the locket, then even if 4 people are sharing the locket, it's probably a lot less bad than if it's 3 people, because you know your turn is 1 extra person away.
Right.
You're down to 25% instead of 33%. Although it makes you wonder what how the locket might affect Lupin as well. You know, like would it start whispering, because he already has a lot of like his own demons he's battling about whether or not he should have a kid or whether he's good enough for Tonks. Like certainly the locket would prey a lot on those things.
It's a very good point. Yeah, I think that would be a massive liability as well. I mean, even just Lupin being a werewolf at all, is like an affliction that he like, you know, it's heavy on him. Yeah.
Plus, if they're out camping, like the werewolf thing will be a problem pretty quickly.
Yeah. Like eventually months go by. So.
Yeah, months happen. So they'll have to deal with that if that's the case. And to that end, that could be exciting because Lupin transforms once in the whole story that we get to see, and it's crazy it never comes up again. Even Fenrir, you never see transformed.
I know. It is such a missed opportunity, and Fenrir is amongst the Snatchers that ultimately find them.
Yeah.
So even having a situation just under that where we get to see a full-blown, even if it's not the Battle of Hogwarts, but a full-blown battle between like
a Fenrir who has taken the Wolfsbane potion but is like aggressive about it.
Yes.
You know, he's like, oh yeah, I don't lose my mind. I am in full terrifying control of this ailment.
Exactly. Like it's my own demeanor that makes me violent.
Yes.
You know, not the werewolf affliction.
Right.
Right. Yeah. So being able to see like werewolf versus werewolf would just be like an epic battle. And even if it's ultimately like, you know, what leads to Lupin's death, because does Lupin's death happen on page?
No, it does not.
Yeah. So like give us like an epic out.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Give us an epic out.
Right.
Maybe
right.
it dies. Maybe that's how he dies. Is then like it's like werewolf on like werewolf snatcher battle.
Yeah.
And like the three of them get away, but Lupin goes down.
Right. That's exactly.
Oh,
Ooh,
yeah.
That's tough.
Now we're talking.
Then it lays even heavier because then Harry allowed Lupin to come with him. And that's, I mean, yeah.
Yes, that would be bad. Harry would not feel good about that.
No, I don't think that goes well. I don't think
No.
that goes well. You could imagine though that maybe there'd be more chocolate.
There would be more chocolate. Yeah, probably.
With Lupin present.
Yeah. He just seems like he carries it around.
I mean, just always a slab, you know.
Gotta have a slab.
Emergency slab of chocolate.
Emergency slab of chocolate, exactly.
Right.
Yeah, God, it's hard to know exactly how it would change the story if Lupin came with them. It seems like they'd have way better camping luck. It seems like they might have better plans here and there. I feel like if you knew where Umbridge lives, attacking her at her house is way better than breaking into the Ministry. And that feels like the sort of information just like the Order of Phoenix could just have.
It does. And, you know, like one of the things that's always bothered me about the Ministry heist in the first place is that it's just like, it's so like the same plan just recycled again.
Yeah.
It's like we've used Polyjuice. Like we've done this. Like we've seen this plan go down before. Like I would be perfectly happy for more action, I guess, like in terms of like a proper duel with Umbridge even, you know, like Harry, where he is just like, you know, you're not my professor. You're not my deputy, not deputy headmistress. Oh my gosh, what is her official title at Hogwarts?
Oh,
the High Inquisitor.
High Inquisitor, yeah.
Yeah, like you have no rank over me. I reject your authority. And so it's just like Harry just versus Umbridge in general could be so sweet, so satisfying.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And otherwise, yeah, I mean, it just saves us from the whole weird Polyjuice.
Yeah, I gotta do that.
It's just anything but that.
It's so risky going into the Ministry. Yeah.
It really is.
Yeah.
It really is. I mean, I guess we get to see certain things like the Magic is Might statue. And
I mean, that's for the benefit of the reader, though. It doesn't make the most sense for Harry.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Right. And I mean, you get Moody's eye back. That's another one
That's
that like
good. Yeah.
it doesn't play like a crazy important role in anything.
Until Barty Crouch Jr. returns.
Yeah, that's a whole separate theory.
That's a whole separate theory. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think you could really frame, because I feel like a lot of Deathly Hallows, like there is a lot of action in it, but there's also a lot of like stall time where like you need the trio to not be working through problems too quickly. But I think that like if Lupin joins them, I think it allows for scenarios where you get to see much more action-packed duels.
Right, sure.
Which would just be fun.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it's like the main thing that I feel like I would always take more of, you know, is just sort of like a battle of abilities on some level, because like, you know, for the longest time, Harry's just a student. Like he doesn't have all this knowledge, but like Lupin's there just teaching him like full blown defense against the dark arts abilities.
Like,
you know,
great.
How good is he?
How good is he? You got to think pretty good.
Right.
You know, it's like the Voldemort Dumbledore duel is like the best magical duel you get to see in the whole series.
Right.
Yeah, but you don't get a whole lot of those. The next closest one is probably Harry versus Draco in year 2.
Right.
You know?
And then finally, you know, there's the graveyard scene with Voldemort, which is very interesting.
Yes.
And then the final duel, you know, the flaw in the plan, obviously, is the other really cool one. But like in many of those situations, in 2 of those situations, Harry's just using Expelliarmus.
In both of those situations, he just uses Expelliarmus, and I mean it's the same duel twice. You know,
it is
Expelliarmus Avada Kedavra. There you go.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's like it is very interesting, but that's where you know you have the extra magical things coming in. It's not really like and I mean that's you know the point. It's like the flashy, showy kind of defensive magic isn't the always the most important kind of magic. So when it comes down to the main hero and the main bad guy, those are the things that end up mattering more. But like in the meantime, we're gonna have a bunch of side battles, you know.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
Yes. And I mean, like any amount of torment for Umbridge, you know, like I'll take that any day of the week.
Take that.
You know, like I mean,
maybe Lupin could bite Umbridge, you know.
Oh
man.
He
would never. He'd feel bad about it.
He would feel bad about it. I know. Yeah. It's I mean, we don't want to encourage it, but you know, at the same rate, we hate Umbridge. So there's that. Okay. Well, anyway, hopefully that satisfies a little bit of your thirst for your question there. But it is a great question. It is always like one of those where I'm like, oh my gosh, Lupin is a wealth of knowledge. Please take him with you.
I know.
But anyway, thank you guys so much for tuning into this week's episode.
Yes, and make sure you join us next week for chapter 12, Professor Umbridge, here on Through the Griffin Door.
Today's episode was edited by Ethan Edgehill. Vaishon Brandon does our art. Catherine Stein is our production manager, and the show is hosted by me and Jonathan Carlin.
Welcome, dear listeners. I'm Jonathan Carlin.
And I'm Benjamin Carlin.
And we invite you to join us through the Griffin Door, your one-way ticket to the enchanting world of Harry Potter. So grab your wands and dust off your broomsticks and join us as we unlock the dark corridors inside Order of the Phoenix, Chapter 12, Professor Umbridge. Ugh, gross.
I know.
She's here.
She is here, unfortunately.
Unfortunately.
We should really just change it to unfortunately.
Unfortunately.
And people be like, why are you saying it like that? And we're like, I think you know.
I think you know.
You
get it, right? Like you've read Harry Potter or the Phoenix Chapter 12. You get it.
Yeah. She's the worst. Before we dive in proper to the chapter art, we can now officially announce that the Southwest Tour is officially on the books. It is officially out there in the world. Tickets are available. We are going to be kicking off in Denver, traveling to Las Vegas,
Salt Lake City, Phoenix, Houston, and Dallas.
Look at you. Remembering all the cities. I was like, I got halfway through. I was like, I'm missing one in my head.
If you are interested in coming to see Through the Griffin Tour, the live version of this podcast, the greatest community event on the internet, as far as I can tell.
I mean, I think it goes without saying.
It goes without saying. Tickets are already on sale. We put up the announcement earlier this week. But the dates, in case you're curious, if you haven't heard yet, it is going to be March 7th in Denver, March 9th in Salt Lake City, March 11th in Las Vegas, March 12th in Phoenix, March 14th in Houston, and March 15th in Dallas.
Yeah, and what I'm really excited about for this one, and we did have to do a little bit of shifty bits, but I think it works out all the same. But we will be tackling the final 6 chapters of Order of the Phoenix.
That's right.
Throughout the course of this tour. So if you want to be there for some big finale energy, this is going to be the one to do it. I'm so excited about this one too, because they're like all like fun destination-y type places too. So it's like even if like you don't happen to live in Las Vegas, maybe it's a fun place to go visit for the first time.
Yeah. And I mean, they are truly meaty chapters. Like we are going to get Fight and Flight. We got the Department of Mysteries, Beyond the Veil, the only one he ever feared, Phoenix, the Lost Prophecy, and the Second War Begins.
Yeah, so lots of really, really, really good stuff going to be packed into this tour. We also do a live Jay versus Ben before every show. There's a meet and greet opportunity if you want to check that out and come up and take pictures with Jay and I, ask us a question, do all that type of stuff. We do sign things. That's it's like one of the funny ones is that a lot of people are like, I know you guys are doing photos. Do you also do signatures? We absolutely do.
We do.
Yes, indeed. So yeah, no problem at all. We hope to see you there. Tickets are available at SuperCarlinBrothers.com. They're also available in the description and the show notes and all of the obvious spots where you might find
spots.
them. Yeah. But then without any further ado, let's talk about the chapter art here for Professor Umbridge, because goodness gracious, it's like as far as chapter art goes, like it's well executed, but I hate it.
Because it's like, yeah, exactly. It's like the problem is that it's well executed.
That's it. Yeah.
Right.
It's like it's an accurate portrayal, an accurate depiction of the stubby fingers with the ugly looking rings, the short wand, the little bow that looks like a fly up in her hair. I also took the liberty to add a mustache to mine, a little Cornelius Fudge heart tattoo on the sleeve.
Solid.
A couple extra flies, because even though I know that the bow on top is meant to look like a fly, it doesn't hurt me to think that she also has a bit of like a stench.
Oh, she definitely does. She definitely has a bit of a stench. I feel like that goes without saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like it's and it's like swamp,
It's like swamp.
It's like kind of like swamp.
Right. Like think of a swamp.
That's it.
You got it.
You got it.
That's it. That
Well
is literally,
done.
yes. Well, man, I thought that was going to be harder to convey, but then as soon as I said it, I was like, they get it.
That's probably, do you think that's why Fred and George like make a swamp? They're like, hey, this is what you smell like.
Pure inspiration.
Yeah, they're
she
like,
showed up and they were like George leaned over to Fred and was
you brought a swamp? Guess what? We fought swamp with swamp.
We fought swamp with swamp.
Exactly. Oh dear. Yeah, Professor Umbridge. It smells like a swamp. It's like, God. Look at her. I specifically hate the way her rings look stuck on her fingers.
Yeah, I mean, she's definitely got that like thing where it's almost like the fingers are so like swollen that it's like there's no way those rings are ever coming off as well. And she sort of has this like really terrifying manic expression, some very severe eyebrows. Just, I mean, it's like the fluffy pink cardigan, like part of me who is just, excited for Wicked just around the corner.
Yeah.
It's like, I know that Galinda can make this look good,
right,
and you've ruined it. And it's like, how did you do that?
Yeah. Galinda, who's the exact opposite of Dolores Jane Umbridge.
In literally every single way.
In every single way.
Yes, precisely. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Anyway, so I did write an apology for whoever ends up with this particular page per the annual subscription agreement that we have with you guys, where if you sign up, you get one of the pages from our books. And I just said, I'm sorry if you get this page. That's rough, buddy.
Yeah.
So it's like, you're going to want to frame it, but like,
Yeah. I mean, mine says, oh, gross. What a toad. That's it. And then I have an arrow with a question mark pointing to her wand because it looks like she's like waving it. And I'm like, I'm pretty sure she doesn't do magic in her glass. Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So
it's a good point. Anyway, so would you like to kick us off with the first sentence?
Of course, Ben. Of course. Seamus dressed at top speed next morning and left the dormitory before Harry had even put on his socks. And then the dragons arrived.
Ugh. Man, and this is quite the situation though now, because now Harry is going to have to battle the dragon without the aid of his good buddy Seamus.
Well, it's like Seamus definitely saw them coming. He's like, whoa, see ya.
I'm out of here.
I'm out.
And then also Harry now has to fight a dragon with no socks on.
Barefoot.
Yeah. Not the most ideal way to tackle a dragon.
Not the most ideal way to do it. No,
right,
but you got to do what you got to do. Harry's, he's been in tough corners before, and he's he manages to find a way.
He does. Yeah. So good for Harry, I guess. But anyway, just a little bit of a recap. What we got going on here is that Harry has returned. We had the start of term feast in the last chapter, and Harry is starting to kind of get the full reality of the damage caused by the Ministry of Magic and the Daily Prophet throughout the course of the summer, where all of the slander that they have been publishing about both Harry and Dumbledore has really done what you would expect it to do, which is just infiltrated the minds and opinions not only of his fellow students, but also of their parents, who are then further kind of causing this layer of concern. And I would specifically say the parents aspect of it, because Seamus, I genuinely believe, and it's taken me doing Through the Griffin Door to interpret it this way, but I don't think that Seamus had a pre-decided opinion.
Yeah, I agree.
And, like I think his mom was putting a lot of pressure on him, and I think that she was certainly sold hook, line, and sinker. But I think Seamus, having lived with Harry for 4 full years, kind of knows that there is an X factor to this kid, and I think he was just sort of like, he waited, and it's like I said, I think in the last chapter, where it's like Seamus doesn't ask at the table in the Great Hall during the feast or anything. Like, he waits until he's in like the privacy of him, Dean, Neville, Ron, and Harry to ask the question, what happened in the graveyard? But Harry is, as you've so eloquently pointed out, in this book so far, the Mimulus Mimbletonia.
The Mimulus.
That he truly is.
Yeah.
And when prodded is exploding stink sap all over the place.
All over everybody. Yep.
Yep. So we've got a little bit of a situation here where people in opposition are continuing to be more opposed due to and because of the opposition.
Yeah.
Yeah. So kind of going in opposite directions a little bit there. So obviously Seamus is causing a little bit of stress, and you can only imagine what this is like. Your first day back at school, everything else has already gone wrong. Hagrid's missing. Umbridge is there. One of your roommates is mad at you. It's just like,
right.
This is a rough start.
It's a rough start, and this is going to be a very, very rough first day for Harry, because this chapter is just going to take us basically through Harry's first full day back at Hogwarts.
That's right. Yeah,
and it's a hard one.
it's honestly, it seems like a rough Monday back to courses for anyone. Like if this was like my first day of the semester in college, I'd be like, well, this sucks.
Yeah. Like, excuse me?
Do I even have class the rest of the week? I feel like all my classes are packed into one day.
To one day, I know. He's got a very busy. It's exactly the kind of Monday, like when you're a sophomore in college, you would never have, because now you've gotten to choose your classes, and you're like, definitely not. No way.
I shan't be waking up at 8 a.m. And I also am not going to have a lab on the same day that I have my 3 other worth subjects.
No.
So anyway, but yeah, this is, kind of, it's an interesting dynamic as well, because the other person that we have involved in the room, we've got Neville, who is decidedly on Harry's side, Ron, obviously, who's decidedly on Harry's side, Harry himself, and then you've got Dean.
Yeah.
Who I think is trying really, really hard to play Switzerland.
He really is, but like Dean is Seamus's best friend in the same way that Ron is Harry's best friend. But Dean is also just sort of like, it's like, I feel like Seamus is like, he saw Harry. It's like they're arguing about whether or not it's raining outside or something. And it's like Seamus saw Harry come back and he was soaking wet. And he's like, guys, it is raining. It is raining pretty bad out there.
Right.
And he went home, and all the prophets like, it's not raining. It's not raining.
Exactly. Yeah.
And Seamus is looking out the window and he's like, I'm pretty sure it's raining. And his mom is like, it says right here in the paper that it's not raining.
Exactly.
And Dean's like, I mean, it's raining, dude.
Right.
Yeah. But he's like, but he's his best friend. So like, he can't betray Seamus, but he also can't really defend him.
This is literally exactly what I have written down, is that he can't defend or betray Seamus. And it's sort of like, oh, that's tricksy. That's an unfortunate spot to be in.
Right.
Yeah. And so then we got the Neville and Ron both gave Harry, it's his problem, not yours, looks. But Harry was not much consoled. How much more of this was he going to have to take? And it's a very fair question. If he's getting it from the people who probably have had the most exposure to him as a person, you can only imagine what the rest of the school's thinking.
Oh, I know. And the answer to how much more is he going to have to take is quite a lot. Quite a lot. So they get back down to the dormitory, or back down to the common room, and Hermione's checking in and says, "What's the matter? You look absolutely, oh, for heaven's sake." But before she can get too far into it, she notices that last night Fred and George have hung up a poster on the bulletin board, the most looked at bulletin board in the history of bulletin boards, which says, "Gallons of galleons, pocket money failing to keep pace with your outgoings. Like to earn a little extra gold? Contact Fred and George Weasley, Gryffindor Common Room, for simple, part-time, virtually painful jobs. We regret that all work is undertaken and applicants on risk."
Yeah, this one I do think is kind of funny, because we've given Fred and George a little bit of accolade in the past for the fact that they are, doing most of their testings on themselves versus putting it to the test on other people. So at bare minimum, I feel like before they really start subjecting other people to this situation, they've kind of like, it was like, if we're going to ask other people to do it, we'll do it first.
Right.
And it's like, okay, that seems fair enough. But then once obviously you get like a little bit of a taste for what their, little magic does, this is like a tricky one, because I think high school me would have been like, oh, Hermione, get over it. But adult me is sort of like, it does feel a little dangerous. Yeah. But I hate to disagree with Fred and George.
I know. And it's like, ultimately, I think Hermione is going to come around on them quite a bit here. But it's also like, I mean, how illegal is this? They're offering people money. They're telling them, there's some risk involved,
Right.
Like, are they breaking the rules?
Well, I guess we don't have the handbook, but almost certainly they're breaking what will be Umbridge's rules.
Almost certainly.
Or at the very least.
Who cares about those rules?
Right.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, not me.
Not me.
Yeah. I'm completely perturbed.
I'm unperturbed as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Hermione's like, oh my gosh, we'll have to talk to them, Ron. And Ron is like, what? I don't. Like when you say us, you mean like me too?
I think. Wait, I mean, I'm hearing what you're saying, and you mean you.
And you mean you. Why don't you go talk to them?
That's
cool?
right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ron looked positively alarmed. Why? Because we're prefix, said Hermione as they climbed through the portrait hole. It's up to us to stop this kind of thing.
If I was Ron, I'd be like, I'm just going to level with you, Hermione. There are 4 other prefix. Okay.
Right.
And maybe since we're like their brother and their brother's like friend, like we the prefix talk to the other prefix about talking to them. How about that? You know
How about that? Honestly, I don't even hate that. Like I do think this is the kind of situation where there's a couple layers disconnect where it's like Hermione, I think as smart as she is and as like observant of people as she is, as we're about to see with her observations of Harry, because she's paying so much attention to him, you know?
Yeah.
Like, you know, she's like, you look really angry about something.
Yeah.
So we'll get to that in just a second. Yep. But I could see a world where Hermione would be like, this is going to be a bit of a conflict of interest, isn't it? Like she could like almost like see through the obvious problem where it's like, it's going to be hard for you to enforce behaviors against your older siblings.
Right, especially these older siblings.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, to phrase it as Rod, it said, Harry could tell from his glum expression that the prospect of stopping Fred and George doing exactly what they liked was not one that he found inviting, which is going to be put up against Umbridge, who the prospect of stopping Fred and George doing exactly what they liked is extremely inviting to her.
Right.
And both parties will try and both parties will fail.
There you go. That's right. But anyway, yeah, so Hermione she says, you look really angry about something. And Ron sort of succinctly explains that Seamus reckons Harry's lying about you-know-who. And Hermione, or Harry expects Hermione to sort of react angrily to this, like, what? How could he believe that? But instead, she just responds, yes, Lavender thinks so too, she said gloomily.
And Harry goes all Mimbulus on him here.
It's truly, I've been having a nice little chat with her about whether or not I'm lying, attention-seeking prat. Have you, Harry said loudly? Which I need to chime in really quick here because the term prat is like an insult in Britain, but it's also my middle name.
Right, yeah.
So as a young kid, I was always like, well, we could choose something else,
we can
right?
choose a different word for that, right? I mean, prat, it's like it's, that's a bit of a compliment, if anything.
Hey, if anything, I know.
Right?
We could say whether or not I'm a lying, attention-seeking Lewis.
Oh, I see what you did there.
That's your middle name.
Because that's my middle name. Yeah.
Anyway, so not the point.
Anyway, Hermione's, of course, is not having it. It says, no!
Said Hermione calmly. That's right. Yeah. But actually, to be fair, the book actually covers this one pretty nicely. I told her to keep her big fat mouth shut about you, actually. And it would be quite nice if you stopped jumping down Ron and my throats, Harry, because if you haven't noticed, we're on your side.
Yeah, that's right.
And this is a good moment, though, where I feel like Hermione is doing a really good job of keeping her bearings when continuously having to deal with this rather spicy Harry.
Oh, I know. Yeah, he is. She's doing a very good job. For sure. And Harry, recognizes it. He has a little ashamed. Sorry. And then, that's quite all right, said Hermione with dignity.
Yes. Yeah. All right. And then she hails back to Dumbledore's end of year speech from last year, where she's like, don't you remember what Dumbledore said? And Harry and Ron both look at her like, do you think we remember that?
Do we?
Yeah.
Cedric died. Something.
We were all on the floor in stitches.
I know,
were we supposed to?
Yeah.
About you-know-who. He said his gift for spreading discord and enmity is very great. We can fight it only by showing an equally strong bond of friendship and trust.
This is such like a true sentiment. Like even here in the real world, like this is pretty much usually the answer. But I think what's crazy is that like it's already so true within the wizarding world, and Voldemort isn't even doing anything yet. It's just the idea of him in the air that is causing this much like chaos.
Yeah, I know. It's just it really is kind of interesting the way that just like even his like presence like potentially ambiguously being brought up, where not even everybody agrees whether or not he's back. It's like even that is just enough to really like drive a wedge. Then you do have a pretty decent, Ron and Hermione moment where he's sort of like, how do you remember stuff like that? Asked Ron, looking at her in admiration.
Ron.
Yeah, exactly. And I had to look up what the term asperity meant because that was not one I just, had off the top of the dome.
Yeah,
but
same.
It says, I listen, Ron, said Hermione with a touch of asperity. But when I first read that in not knowing the definition of asperity, which means harshness of tone. I would have read that as like, I listen, Ron. Like almost more like explaining, like flattered, but also like explaining like, well, this is how I do it.
Right.
Like that's how I have like previously interpreted this particular line. But instead it's much more like, I listen.
Yeah. Why don't you try it?
Right. And then Ron's like, so do I, but I couldn't tell you exactly what. And then Hermione's just like,
cuts him off.
Yeah, the point is that this sort of thing is exactly what Dumbledore was talking about. You know who's only been back 2 months and we started fighting amongst ourselves and the Sorting Hat's wording was the same. Stand together, be united.
Yeah. And Ron's like, yeah, but Harry said it. If that means we're supposed to get matey with the Slytherins, fat chance.
Yeah.
Yeah. But Hermione's kind of already got some ideas like floating around in her head. She's like, I think it's a pity we're not trying for a bit of inner house unity. Although even on the train just yesterday, she did call Pansy Parkinson a cow. So,
well, there is that.
She's right there too.
Right.
Yeah.
Let's see here. And then it said they had reached the foot of the marble staircase. A line of fourth year Ravenclaws, which notably are Luna's classmates.
That's
because
true.
She's a fourth year from Ravenclaw, obviously, was crossing the entrance hall and they caught sight of Harry and hurried to form tighter groups as though frightened he might attack stragglers. So you can almost imagine the conversation happening in that dormitory last night, which is this group of 4 fourth year girls speaking amongst each other, thinking like, oh, Harry's a total danger or whatever. And Luna being like, I don't think he's dangerous.
Right.
And they're like, okay, well, that just reinforces it. He's definitely dangerous. Yeah.
He's just as sane as I am. And they're like, thanks, Luna. What are you doing over here?
Right.
How are you floating?
How are you floating? Yeah, we really ought to be making friends with people like that, said Harry sarcastically. But
yes, but you should.
Well, yes, he should. And also, in a way, he will.
He will.
Make friends with people exactly like that.
Yeah.
Notably Luna.
All this is laying down the groundwork for them forming the DA later in the book.
That's right. That's right. Yep.
In any case, they follow the Ravenclaws into the Great Hall where Hagrid is still not there. Grublet Plank is chatting with Professor Sinestra, the rarely seen astronomy teacher.
There we go.
Yep. Good bit of trivia there as well. This is like a class they take every single year, and like you just never hear about it.
Never at all.
I know.
Yeah, like a telescope, I think is on like Harry's first year list of things like he's supposed to get. And
I want to say in their first year they have to meet at like midnight every Wednesday to go like to this class.
Yes, yeah. This to me reminds me a little bit like I've got this belief that like Neville was intended to be like a much more prominent like part of the trio, like it was supposed to be like a quad, and it was almost like too hard to juggle the dynamics of including yet another personality into like the fold. Like 3 was almost like the sweet spot
right
for how this can work out well. I tend to believe that like astronomy is like one of those classes where it's like obviously if you go to like wizard school, you're gonna study this stuff, but it's also like it's a real pain to like figure out like how to incorporate like another teacher dynamic with Harry and what that means and blah blah blah.
Yeah.
Like it's sort of like, yeah, he does it.
Yeah.
That's it.
He does it. It'll come up that he has to take an OWL and they'll see McGonagall get attacked. So
that's right. Yeah. So it will end up kind of being a little bit important. Here's an interesting question though. So the enchanted ceiling above them echoed Harry's mood. It was miserable, rain cloud gray. Do you think that there is any chance at all that like Harry is performing like extraordinary unintentional magic?
Like that he is like controlling the weather somehow.
Like a little bit.
It does match his mood a lot.
It does. And I know that like more of what's happening is that this is like the literary foreboding, like, you know, it's meant to kind of establish and contribute to the overall setting.
Yeah.
You know, it's dark, it's gray, it's windy, it's cold, it's wet. Like these are all things we can associate with like being sullen and downtrodden and whatever. But, you know, the unintentional magic is a pretty big thing, you know, going back to like Harry at the zoo with the vanishing glass.
Is there a time when he like someone is accidentally making it snow? I think there is.
Oh, maybe so. Yeah, and it's like, oh, it looks like we got dandruff or something.
Right, yeah, something like that. Like, I'm like, was that Harry, like, accidentally making it snow? Like, and now it's like his emotions just, like, out of control or something?
Right, you know? Yeah.
Because, like, it wouldn't super duper surprise me, like, if there was, like, a very passive amount of this happening. Because, like, Harry, you know, it's like, when you don't often think of him as being like a powerful wizard or anything.
Yeah.
Like, you know, but his Patronus is like the fights 100 Dementors kind of Patronus.
Right.
Like they tell him it's like a point is made that like only a really powerful wizard could have cast that spell.
Right.
Kind of thing. So it's sort of like Harry never like taps into that power. No one ever like compares him to Dumbledore in that way. But it's like, does he have enormous power? Could he be affecting the weather?
This is something I would actually like about this in particular is that like I think the strategy to not make Harry like the star pupil is a good call because it like kind of maintains like a little bit of like a humility to him, like an everyman nature. Like he's very good at Quidditch in a very like X Factor sort of way.
Right.
But that bearing is never, it's more just like social hierarchy than that ever is like power or skill in classes. But like if Harry was like the best student in every class on top of being important, on top of everything else, it would almost feel like unbelievable.
Right.
But this is like a very subtle way that like Harry can be like manipulating circumstances without it being like fully on the nose or even ever explained.
Right. Yeah. I agree with you on that front. So who knows? Like that's not like canonical or anything, but what do you guys think? Is it possible Harry is like affecting the weather in some way?
That's right. Yeah.
Or I guess it could be like even just like the collective mood of the wizards affects the weather.
I mean, in some ways, I feel like we do have that almost confirmed because like, you know, in Half-Blood Prince, we're going to sort of have like the misty gray, like uncharacteristically cool temperatures for the season. Like the Dementors breeding basically is causing it to be like a like sullen.
Right.
Environment.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like, I mean, to that end, it's like, that's like a weird, like self-completing prophecy a little bit. It's like the Dementors make everyone feel bad and then everyone making them feel bad makes them breed and then more of them makes people feel bad. And,
right. Yeah. Like somehow, I don't know if you can compare these to mosquitoes, but it feels like mosquitoes.
Ugh,
you know?
Mosquitoes.
Yeah.
The worst.
Anyway, we're off the rails now. So back on track. Angelina is going to march over to Harry because she has been deemed Gryffindor Quidditch captain.
Yeah.
To which I like Harry's response of, nice one. Harry said, grinning at her. So it's like he's actually been able to like crack a smile, which is almost a little bit surprising.
Yeah.
But, you know, not fortunately, fittingly, it is Quidditch that would be able to like kind of break through all the other everything.
Break through everything a little bit. And despite this being like a good thing and it's like a friend and it's like Quidditch and stuff, there is a certain element of like, even though it is a good thing, every year until now, it's been Oliver Wood. And so it's like, this isn't a bad thing, but it is different. Like yet again, something is different for Harry.
It is.
And Angelina is going to prove to be like kind of mad at him for a while.
Also true.
Yeah.
Yeah. So just like everything else, like the thing that's supposed to make him happy, his Quidditch captain's going to be like super frustrated because of his upcoming detentions.
Yes.
But then we also sort of have this other situation going on. So it's like, while Quidditch can make Harry crack a smile here, what we're going to hear about is that basically because Oliver has left, we need to hold tryouts for a new keeper. And this is like one of the areas where I feel like Harry is actually turning like a little bit of like a blind eye to something in his immediate proximity, which is Ron's interest in playing Quidditch.
I know, like he has not picked up on this at all.
Right.
You know, let's see. And then, but I also think this is funny is that, you know, she tells him that and then runs off and Hermione's like, I'd forgotten Wood had left, said Hermione vaguely, sitting down beside Ron and pulling a plate of toast toward her. It's like what's funny is that she just recalled verbatim a speech like Dumbledore gave 2 months ago. And Ron's like, how do you remember stuff like that? But like, then when it comes to Quidditch, it's like, she has not remembered Oliver's there, but whereas Ron is like locked in. He has been waiting for the announcement of this situation for like weeks, you know?
Yeah, this is a big deal. He got his prefix badge. He asked for the broomstick, like, you know, a broomstick in a world where it's like how Harry doesn't pick up on sort of like, what do you want a broomstick for?
Right.
You like, you just gonna fly around like on the weekends? Like,
yeah.
You know, is that a thing? Like, do people just go and it's like, hey, you know, it's broomstick hour. Madam Hooch will be out there to make sure people are safe.
Yeah. I mean, like if you played Hogwarts Legacy, like, I mean, you might think, yeah, like there's just like broom racing or it's just like, yeah, we got a free afternoon. Let's go fly around around the castle or something. But
right.
Yeah.
I mean, that actually does sound so fun.
it does sound so fun. We never hear about that in the books, though. So I agree with you. Harry should be like, what are you gonna do with a broom?
Right, exactly. Sweep. But yeah, so Harry's response to Hermione's observation about Wood leaving is, I suppose he was a good keeper. And it's like, well, he was okay. I mean, Puddlemere United backup squad.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
But Ron is trying so hard to get someone to notice. It's like, I feel like he's like, still won't hurt to have some new blood, will it? It's like what he really, really desperately wants is for Harry or Hermione to be like, Ron, why don't you try out?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, now there's an idea.
And
I did just get that.
Right.
Broom.
He's like what he wants is them to suggest it so he doesn't have to be embarrassed about wanting it.
Right.
Yeah. Which he doesn't need to be embarrassed about, but like I do remember that kind of feeling.
Well, and there's a lot of putting yourself out there, especially like when your best friend's Harry Potter and he's like the star of the team and your brothers have been on the team. Your oldest brother was Charlie and he was like the, Quidditch guy and everything.
Yeah.
Like there's the, like, if I don't try, then I can't publicly fail. And let's go with that. But this is also like, I'm going to try and it will really suck if I fail. But
if you suggest I try and then I fail, it's like, there wasn't, I was just a bit of a lark, really.
Precisely. Yeah. I took your advice. I gave it a shot.
I thought it'd be fun, but I didn't really have my hopes up or anything.
Yeah, it was just good to be in the air for a couple of days. No big. But anyway, it seems like every time the book is also, I think, doing a good job of absolutely refusing to allow one of these circumstances to have like any obvious logical follow-up.
Yeah.
And that is the point where it's like, we know Ron is attempting to soft launch this idea because he then, per the book and the narration, is immediately interrupted with a whoosh of clatter as hundreds of owls come flying in. And basically this is to let us know that Hermione still is taking the Daily Prophet.
Yep.
Something that Harry is sort of like, what are you still getting that for?
But Hermione is one step ahead of them as usual. And says, it's best to know what the enemy are saying, said Hermione darkly. And it's like, yes, very true. Good job, Hermione.
Yes. Yeah. I wrote next to that. I was like, Hermione's having a great chapter so far. Yeah.
Yes.
She is really like, this is like that hyper clarity that she has, like her super logical nature. It's like she is able to see through all the extraneous detail.
Yeah. She's doing good. But then Professor McGonagall comes down and handing out schedules, and we find out that they have got a truly terrible first day, including history of magic, double potions, divination, and double defense against the dark arts. So Professor Binns, Snape, Trelawney, and Umbridge.
And this, I mean, I guess it is kind of interesting because under ordinary situations, like history of magic is just notably super boring.
Yep.
Potions is challenging because it's Snape and he's just antagonistic. Divination is just a crock. And then normally double defense against the dark arts probably would have been a boon.
Yeah.
Like I want to say that last year with Moody, Fred and George come down after their first day and they're like, whoa, never had a lesson like it. You know, like they're like, positively gushing over being in Moody's class, and Ron's like, oh, we haven't got him till Thursday.
Yeah.
And it's like a bit of a disappointment. So under ordinary circumstances, this would, that would be a great way to cap off your first day. But unfortunately, this time it's with Umbridge.
I mean, frankly, this, like, you're right. There's no reason this day minus Trelawney shouldn't be a good day. Like, I mean, we're going to get through it in this chapter as Harry goes to each class, but it's like none of the teachers teach. Like, none of them teach. And it's like over and over. And it's like, Harry's even going to say, like, he could appreciate that this subject might have been interesting in the hands of a different professor. And it's like, yeah, history of magic is nothing but like goblin wars and witch burnings and giants and stuff like that. It's like, it should be super interesting.
And also, like, Harry is about to live, through history himself.
Yeah.
Like being informed on what has happened in the past, like especially with who he is. It's like history is important to you now, like more than ever.
Yeah.
Like it's good to know like what happens when, darkness rises.
Right.
And
it's like you learn history so you don't repeat it.
Precisely.
Right.
Yeah. Like that's the whole point.
I know. Like this should be such an important class for Dumbledore, who will just basically teach Harry selective history of magic next year.
Right.
Like that Dumbledore's whole thing is learning people's history to learn how to better understand them as an opponent or as a friend. And the fact that he lets Professor Binns like fail to educate generations of students is it is so stupid.
It is rather frustrating. I mean, it's like Umbridge kind of comes in and she's going to start like knocking people and everything. And you're sort of like, hey now. Like even when it's Trelawney, it's like enemy of my enemy is my friend. Like, I hate Umbridge. Therefore I'm here to protect Trelawney, in that particular regard. But this is like we've talked about with Hagrid before as well, where it's just sort of like they spent all of last year basically doing blast-ended Scroots. And one lesson on Nifflers.
Yeah.
And so it's just like, you kind of wonder, like, because Harry always talks so highly of his experience at Hogwarts. And I'm like, Harry, is it really that good?
I know. I don't doubt that like Flitwick and McGonagall are both really good teachers.
Certainly.
But like this should be, with a good teacher, History of Magic should almost be fun. If like Slughorn was there instead of Snape, honestly not that bad. Divination, always going to be kind of a problem. Trelawney's not even there because she's a good teacher. She's there so that Voldemort won't learn the prophecy. She's like under Dumbledore's protection.
Right.
And then Defense Against the Dark Arts should be fun if it was like Lupin or even maybe Barty Crouch Jr.
It's such a dicey one too, isn't it? Because it's like they like all of last year they learn a lot. And it's like it sort of was a good class, but like also it's like it was Barty Crouch Jr., so it's hard to say. Anyway, but then Ron chimes in with, "I wish Fred and George would hurry up with those skiving snack boxes." And Fred and George are like, "Do my ears deceive me? Hogwarts prefects surely do not wish to skive off lessons."
Yeah, and Ron is like, "I already want to skip class. This is the worst Monday I've ever seen."
Yeah. But I love the little exchange. It's like, "You can have a nosebleeds nougat for cheap if you like." "Why is it cheap?" said Ron suspiciously. "But because you'll keep bleeding till you shrivel up. We haven't got an antidote yet."
Well, then how do you know?
Right.
So, well, shouldn't one of you be bleeding from the nose at this moment?
Right.
Yeah.
These nosebleed nougats will come up again later with Katie Bell, I believe. During
Quidditch, yeah.
Yep,
Katie Bell's going to have a couple of bad years here. She's just sort of like collateral damage to the plot.
Right.
A lot of times.
It's like, who can we harm whose name we know well enough that we'll care about it, but isn't really like a character?
Yeah, right. Yeah. It's like, oh no, not Katie Bell. Ah.
What do we know about Katie Bell? Tragedy befalls her.
Tragedy befalls her. Yeah. She, who knows? Yeah. She got the nosebleed nougat. She's going to get cursed by that necklace.
She's not even chosen for Quidditch captain.
I know. Yeah. She gets passed right over for Harry.
Yeah. Good times.
Dear.
Let's see here.
But Hermione's like now takes the opportunity to tell them they can't advertise for testers on the Gryffindor notice board, and they're just sort of like, "Wait, what? What?" Like it says, says who? Said George, looking astonished, and I feel like that is genuine. He is just like, "Wait, what?
Right?
Are you kidding?"
Yes. Yeah. It almost feels like the way that everybody's going to react to the notices that are going to go out throughout the rest of the year, where it's sort of like, wait, what new rule?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So it's like Hermione's trying to enforce these like otherwise kind of like silly light rules at the beginning, which already Fred and George are bucking at. But then like later when Umbridge is putting up very severe rules, it's sort of Hermione, I feel like, catches herself and is like more important fish to fry.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Or in this case, frogs.
Yeah. More important toads to fry.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, nailed it. All right, let's see here. Then we also get a little bit of an explanation as to just how challenging fifth year is from Fred and George, which is kind of remarkable because it means at least they were taking in what it was like for former students. And they explain half of our year had minor breakdowns coming up on OWLs, said George happily. Tears and tantrums. Patricia Stimpson kept coming over faint. That's a piece of trivia for you.
Patty Stimpson?
Patty Stimpson.
Yeah, I'm never going to remember her.
No. What about Kenneth Towler?
Nope.
Came out in boils, said Fred reminiscently. And then George chimes in, that's because you put Bulbadox powder in his pajamas, said George. Oh, yeah, said Fred, grinning. Oh, I'd forgotten. Hard to keep track sometimes, isn't it?
That, I guess, then means that Kenneth Towler is one of the other Gryffindors in their year?
I think that must be the case, which makes him a seventh year.
Yeah. Right? Yeah.
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 That's right. Yes. Correct. Booyah. Well, there you go. Do you think he's a prefect? Okay, because otherwise, there's a good chance that Kenneth Towler is a prefect, right? Because otherwise it's Fred, George, Lee Jordan, Kenneth, or someone else. I'm assuming that it's 5 boys, which we don't know for sure.
I use that as like my safe math because it's sort of like we're in uncharted territory anyway. So it's like, why not?
Yeah, why not?
Know? Like you use it, like it works almost every other time. So
yeah. Okay, well, I feel like maybe he is then because we only know 3 other boys in that year, and there's no way it's one of those.
Not to mention, who are Fred and George more likely to pick on than their resident prefect?
Than the prefect, yeah. Do you think Patricia Stimson? Oh no, they didn't do anything to old Patty Stimson.
Yeah, no, Patty Stimson seems like she just came over faint due to the actual stress.
Due to the stress, yeah.
Yes, indeed.
Whoopsie.
Yep. And then I love Fred and I managed to keep our spirits up somehow. Yeah, you got, what was it? 3 OWLs each, said Ron. Yep, said Fred unconcernedly. But we feel our futures lie outside the world of academic achievement.
They have such a solid attitude. Like they're like so genuinely unconcerned with any of this because they just have such a good idea of what they are going to do. It's like, I wish I at any point in high school felt as self-assured as they do.
I mean, really, that's what it comes down to is that it's like even the friends that you had that knew what they wanted to do when they grow up, it felt like such a distinct advantage over just sort of I'm going on to the next thing. I guess I'll keep studying something.
Yeah.
And hopefully there's a career on the other end of that.
Right.
4 years from now.
Right.
Yeah. But anyway, let's see here. Then we get a little bit of an explanation though about why they decided to stay back in the first place, because it sounds like pretty much otherwise it's just we wouldn't have come back, but we didn't want to break mom's heart. And also we're just going to use this last year to do a bit of market research and find out exactly what the average Hogwarts student requires from their joke shops.
Do you feel like they back at the Burrow have a Muggle marketing textbook?
That's a good question. And it feels like the kind of thing that Arthur certainly would have picked up somewhere along the way for his collection.
Right.
And he just thinks it's fun. And Fred and George actually read it.
I know. Right. Because they don't teach any of those kind of skills at Hogwarts.
Right.
But they have a very solid, calculated approach. It's we're going to do market research, find out what the average student requires from his joke shop, carefully evaluate the results of our research, and then produce the products that fit demand. And it's well, that was a very grown-up sentence you just said. You know?
Right. Yes. Yeah. This is where you can tell that they're actually fairly sharp when they apply themselves to whatever it is that they're attempting to do.
Absolutely.
But also, I love the world where this wizarding joke shop is so successful because of basic Muggle marketing.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah,
it doesn't surprise me at all because it's everything else just sort of relies on we're the only people here who do it.
Right.
But they're the only shop thriving once Voldemort kind of starts taking over.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yep. But then we get a little bit of a question from Hermione basically being but where are you going to get gold to start a joke shop? And this is where Hermione actually, I think, demonstrates a bit of her own knowledge as well. You're going to need all the ingredients, materials, and premises too, I suppose. It's Hermione actually seems to have a little bit of a basis for what it takes to start a business, which most of the 15-year-olds that I knew in high school did not know.
Did not have such business acumen.
Right, right. Ask us no questions and we'll tell you no lies, Hermione. Come on, George. If we're to get there early, if we're going to sell a few extendable ears before herbology.
Boom. Already on the hustle, as it were.
That's right.
Yeah, and they're also just trying to keep their promise to Harry, which is why they're not telling them that they've already got gold. But Ron and Hermione are starting to wise up. They're does that mean they've already got gold? And yes, it does, because Harry gave them the Triwizard winnings. And then Ron's they bought me a new set of dress robes this summer, and I couldn't understand where they got the galleons or why they did it, probably.
Right. Yes, exactly. Especially because it's near as we can tell, there are very few instances where dress robes ever actually come up after, the Yule Ball. And then I guess for Bill and Fleur's wedding, maybe they wear them then.
Right.
But at that point in time, it's once again, Ron just keeps growing. So it's
right.
Chances are his dress robes aren't even going to fit by the time.
Aren't probably going to fit again, although it doesn't seem like it's a problem when the wedding comes around. Yeah. But either way, of all the random things, I do like that that gets called back to, because Harry, when he's handing them the gold, is and promise me one thing, get Ron some new dress robes. And it's they did.
They listened. Yeah. There was deal. Okay. Yeah. For 1,000 galleons. Absolutely.
Of course.
Let's see here. So then we get a little bit of explanation about OWLs are really important. They affect the kind of jobs you can apply for and everything. This is all going to be big setup because obviously throughout the course of the year, we're going to kind of get a bit of a feud between Umbridge's position that Harry will never become an Auror and McGonagall's position that, yes, he absolutely will.
Right.
Yeah, so that's sort of like a big one as well.
Yeah, and I like that. This is like a really fun conversation to me because it's them like sort of talking about their future. Even though at the moment, the future itself is extremely uncertain and likely to change because of Voldemort. And yet they're like still carrying on forward like that this is how things will go.
Yeah, I think that's a very good point as well, where it's like typically in times like this, it can be hard to look too far into the future because you just don't know what the ever-shifting landscape is going to cause.
Right.
And of course, at this point in time, they have no idea that the literal physical landscape around them will be rubble in 2 years' time.
Right.
To almost 3 years' time.
Right.
But still. Then Ron brings up the fact that he also would like to be an Auror, to which Harry's like, yeah, that would be cool.
Yeah, he soft launches this a lot better. He's like, well, it'd be cool to be an Auror. And Harry's like, yeah, we should do it.
Yeah, high five. Yeah. And then we get a little bit of feedback from Hermione as well, who is sort of like, that would be good, but I like to do something worthwhile. And Harry's like, an Auror is worthwhile. And she's like, yeah, well, it is, but it's not the only worthwhile thing. I mean,
okay, well, the way you said it kind of sounded like that's what you meant.
It's
so
like,
just,
you see what I'm saying.
You see
right?
what I'm
Yeah,
saying,
yeah.
right? Like it's not just like, tit for tat a little.
Right, yeah. But then she's like, I mean, if I could take SPEW further.
Genuinely important. Yeah.
Right.
And she will.
And she will.
At least
yeah.
according to, like the cursed child, which is pretty Wimbly-Wombly canon at best.
Is Wimbly-Wombly canon. I don't hate a world nearly as much where Hermione goes on to be Minister for Magic as I do Harry going on to work for the Auror's office, when I just think it makes more sense for him to teach Defense Against the Dark Arts at Hogwarts until he becomes headmaster.
That is absolutely, it just does not make, like, the Auror thing is like a really good misdirect because it's like what Harry's kind of already doing anyway.
Right.
And it's like, but at the end of the day, like it was suggested to him by a Death Eater.
Right.
So it's sort of like, like you can see why he'd want to do that based on the experience he's had. But like, there's the whole Voldemort cursed the Defense Against the Dark Arts job. And Harry is going to spend this year basically being the Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher.
That's right.
Like it is all being set up. It's like Harry breaks the jinx on that job and then gets to live at Hogwarts teaching the thing. It makes so much sense. It hurts that it's not what happens.
I mean, I think even like the very last line of the whole series is that he's had enough trouble for a lifetime or something like that. The idea is that like an Auror seems very important when you've got the threat of a Dark Lord looming over you. But also what Harry accomplishes by defeating Voldemort is removing that threat from the world. And so it's almost even like, it's like the idea of him going out there and fighting like petty crime feels like beneath him when compared to the idea of like instilling like knowledge and like power, not power, like power, but like
education.
Education.
It feels like his impact on the entire, not to sound too dramatic, but world is far greater if he is teaching generations of students how to fight dark magic.
Right.
As opposed to being the guy out there catching witty Wittershins.
Precisely. And so let me table the rest of that discussion for just this 1 second, because I actually think we can come back to it rather brilliantly once we get to Umbridge's class, but we'll return to that.
Okay.
Because I have more thoughts on it. Anyway, so then let's see here. Now we make it to History of Magic, which is obviously with Professor Binns, their ghost teacher, who had a wheezy, droning voice that was almost guaranteed to cause severe drowsiness within 10 minutes, 5 in warm weather. I've had professors like this before.
I have also had professors like this before.
Yes.
Yeah. Which my note here was just that like, There's no need for this to be true. Maybe Dumbledore is not great at staffing.
That's it. Yeah, there you go. Let's see here. So today we suffered 3/4 of an hour droning on about the subject of giant wars, which I think is just a little bit of a soft setup there as well for Hagrid's eventual return.
Absolutely.
And sort of like the general and unusual kind of like naturally occurring violent behavior attached to giants, I guess.
Yeah.
Maybe. So yeah, I think it's just a good thing to sort of start touching on instead of goblet rebellions for one hot second.
I know, right? Yeah. But yeah, definitely setting up for Hagrid. And there it is. It says, and another teacher says the subject might have been mildly interesting. And it's like, might have been really interesting, okay? You know, like giants fighting. I don't know if giant wars mean that's wizards fighting giants or giants fighting giants, but either way, it sounds pretty interesting.
Indeed. Yeah, absolutely. Yep. 100%. So then there's just a little bit of an exchange there because Hermione is sort of like, I'm not going to let you guys take notes off of me this year. How about that? And they're like, well, we'll fail. And that's on your conscience.
I know. Like a little bit of gaslighting there, Ron, but okay.
Yeah, just a bit.
It's your fault if we fail because we can't copy your notes. Not our fault that we didn't take our own.
Exactly. Yep. So maybe step up just a little bit there.
Yeah.
Then we get another encounter with Cho Chang, which is going to be our second
in 2 days
of the story so far. Where yes, obviously Cho was looking for Harry on the train, ran into him after he was covered in stink sap and sitting with that really cute Ginny Weasley girl. I mean,
what?
Jeez,
man, she's like, oh my god, I got to get back in there, and that was a bad situation.
Right. It's like if I'm not careful, he's going to end up with her for the rest of his life. She is, after all, his best friend's sister.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I can see the rom-com already.
I can see it.
Yeah. So she comes over and she's like, hello, Harry. It was Cho Chang. And what was more, she was on her own again.
Oh.
This was most unusual.
Making time for Harry.
That's right. Yeah. Harry's like, hi. I thought there was more, and it was like, no, that's it.
Yeah, I tried to get to the rest of it. Let's see. Said hi, said Harry. Feel like his face grow hot. At least you're not covered in stink sap this time, he told himself. Cho seemed to be thinking along the same lines. Oh no.
Right.
He got that stuff off then.
Yeah. It would be so great if he was like, yeah, Ginny had a spell, just basically whisked it away, no problem whatsoever.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ginny.
Just go for a little jealousy angle.
But yeah.
Harry has no understanding, has not nearly enough, like, you know, understanding of girls to pull off something like that.
No. And not that I think you should ever use the jealousy angle. I just think it's funny.
Hermione.
Yeah, exactly. But then he follows up with just a kind of dreadful question, given the circumstances. He said, so did you have a good summer?
Yeah.
And it's just like, you know, her boyfriend happened to be the guy who died with me.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Right. Cedric had been Cho's boyfriend, and the memory of his death must have affected her holiday almost as badly as affected Harry's. I mean, it sounds to me like she has a whole lot of jokes she wants to come tell Harry right now.
I know. And
right?
he's like, oh, is this the moment?
Is this the moment?
Yeah. Sort of brings up our Monday a little bit.
Right.
Oh, it was all right, you know. And then Ron chimes in, and this.
Oh boy, Ron.
Oh boy.
Oh, Ron.
This one's funny, but also there's a teensy bit of Red Moon also disguised.
You think so?
In this. Well,
okay.
If you remember in the Quibbler.
Oh, you're right.
There's a whole thing about the tornadoes who are using like torture and all sorts of stuff in order to to
run the league.
Yeah, corruption in the Quidditch League, how the tornadoes are taking control. So that's an article inside of the Quibbler, which is obviously Xenophilius Lovegood's rag,
right,
as they call it.
And here's Ron. You don't support them, do you? Yeah, I do, said Cho. Despite the fact that they're torturing people to get to the top of the league. That's rich.
That's rich. I know. Have you always supported them or just since they started winning the league? And she's like, I've supported them since I was 6, said Cho coolly. Anyway, see you, Harry.
I'm going away from you.
Yeah. Dude, I remember this though, because when we were growing up, our dad grew up in New England, Massachusetts, New York area. So we sort of inherited a degree of New England Patriot fandom.
Indeed.
And I remember they won the Super Bowl when I was in 9th grade, and I wore my Patriots jersey for Deion Branch to school the very next morning. And my science teacher, who was a Steelers fan, was like, well, where'd you find that at midnight last night? And I was like, dude, you know what?
Bro?
I was like, I bought this with my own my own money, you know, because I play Madden and I hook the ball to Deion Branch all the time.
All the time, dude.
So it's a name I recognize. Hey, it's not my fault he ended up getting MVP this year, you know? Okay,
Whatever, dude. Yeah. Come on now.
Anyway, so people do this. This is a real thing in case you're not like a big...
this. They don't like it but and it's going to carry on. So Hermione's going to start fussing at Ron. He's like, couldn't you tell she wanted to talk to Harry on her own? You're so tactless. And he's like, what's up? Well, I wasn't stopping anything. And I was like, yeah, you kind of were. He's like, and Harry's like, why were you attacking her about her Quidditch team? And he's like, attacking? I wasn't attacking. And it's like, you kind of were.
I literally wrote a little bit attacking, Ron.
A little bit attacking. And Hermione's like, and who even cares? And he's like, oh, well, I mean, people only started wearing those last season. He's like, it does. He's like, it means they're not real fans. They're just jumping on the bandwagon. And it's like, Ron, who cares? Even if that was true about Cho Chang, which it's not, who cares?
Who cares?
Who cares?
It's like,
what difference does it make? She wants to talk to Harry. You know Harry asked her to the ball last year. What are you doing?
What? Oh, but I love this line. Let's see here. Gave Harry plenty of time to reflect that between Neville and Ron, he would be lucky to ever have 2 minutes conversation with Cho that he could look back on without wanting to leave the country.
Well, you say that, but you're going to make a pretty big fool of your own self here in a couple of chapters, Harry. Oh, like when they're at Madame Puttyfoot's.
On
a date by themselves.
You're right. Is that just a couple chapters away?
Well, not a couple. Probably a ways away. You know.
I understand. I get your
see what I mean.
Yeah. I got you. I got you. Let's see here.
Let's see. And then Harry starts to do the math, and he's like, she had chosen to come talk to him, hadn't she? Yeah. She could have been mad at me. She could have hated me for coming out of the Triwizard Maze alive when Cedric had died. But she's not. She's not. And the second time in 2 days. And Harry's like, it's like doing the math. The math is mathing. I'm liking how this is looking on paper all of a sudden.
Right. Like, I mean, and you do like, although this is another one where like, I think high school Ben would have been like, I need like 47 more clues before I will believe anything.
I do exactly understand what you mean. It's just like, oh, you're talking to me every day and being fun and friendly. What a great friend.
It's so nice of you. You probably like someone else.
Right, yeah.
Anyway, then we make it to potions, and Snape walks in and says, settle down. But there was no real need to call. Oh, thank you. There was no real need to call for order because the moment that they had heard the door close, quiet had fallen and all fidgeting had stopped. So at least a little bit of respect.
A little bit of respect, but Snape has not going to return any amount of respect at all. He is going to start the year not with a how are your summers or anything. It's just, I think it's appropriate to remind you that next June you will be sitting an important examination during which you will prove how much you have learned about the composition and use of magical potions. Moronic though some of this class undoubtedly are, I expect you to scrape it acceptable in your OWL or suffer my displeasure. Like, is that a threat? Which, I'm sorry, it is a threat. What are you going to do? And also, you just called them morons. So do you expect them to pass or not?
Right, exactly. Because it's like, well, if they're such morons, how on earth are they supposed to pass?
Exactly.
It seems like you're not paying attention to the words that are coming out of your mouth.
It's almost like the only explanation in year 5 that they're moronic at potions is because they've had a bad teacher. Dude. Yeah, see? Yeah.
But there's also a little bit of setup here as well, because after this year, of course, many of you will cease studying with me. Snape went on, I only take the very best into my NEWT potions class, which does mean that he requires an outstanding on OWLs. And I believe Harry only gets acceptable.
I think it's E.
He gets an E, exceeds expectations.
Exceeds expectations.
Okay.
Yeah.
But either which way, it's not enough to get him into the NEWT course, which means that his ambition to be an Auror is effectively ruined.
Yeah.
And that is like one of those little things that like will stick with us all the way up until the first day of classes next year,
right?
When McGonagall's like, oh, Slughorn will accept an E.
Yeah, exactly. So that's a nice one, and that's what leads to him getting the Half-Blood Prince book. But so this is all just big slughorn setup for the next book, actually, which is like really, really heavy foreshadowing, or not like it's really in advance foreshadowing.
Yes, indeed. Yeah. So definitely a bit of a plan, I think, is devised as to how that will end up playing out. Like how Harry can continue this ambition even without being able to succeed in Snape's class, which almost feels like an oxymoron. Like you can't have both. But that being said, we also get a decent little piece of what could be some Dumbledore's big plan stuff going on today.
Yes, we do.
Because he will announce that today we're going to be mixing a potion that often comes up at the ordinary wizarding level, the Draft of Peace.
Yes.
So basically, we've just been given a huge string of people talking about how stressful fifth year is and how intense the OWL, preparations are for the students and the impact that it has on them and the panic attacks and the fainting.
Not to mention all the other stuff Harry's already dealing with Voldemort and everybody whispering behind his back. So despite Snape telling the class that they're morons and he's like looking forward to a happy farewell when they get bad grades, which he'll be happy about.
He'll punish them for.
He'll punish them for, but be happy about, but expects them to do well. Morons. Like, pick a lane, dude.
Yeah, okay. Seriously. You are sending mixed messages.
Very mixed messages.
Maybe this is where you went wrong with Lily.
Exactly. Yeah,
I said it.
I said it. Wow. Wow.
Always.
Yeah. Always? Was it always when you said mudblood, dude?
Exactly.
Exactly. Right? Yeah. Anyway, it does feel like maybe Dumbledore, it's like I think Ron is going to say on the next page, like, you'd think he'd be a bit better this year since we're all in the Order of the Phoenix together or whatever. And it's like, maybe he's just keeping up the facade because the potion he wants them to brew is the Draft of Peace, a potion to calm anxiety and soothe agitation. It is like exactly the thing Harry needs right now.
It is, yeah. So, I mean, this basically is like a very indirect way for like Dumbledore to be like, I'm prescribing you antidepressants.
Yeah.
And go.
Yeah, right.
It's unfortunate that the person who teaches him or doesn't teach him, because as you pointed out earlier, pretty much all Snape does is wave his wand at the blackboard where all of the, instructions show up, and then he flicks his wand again and the supply cabinet opens. And he's like, you have an hour and a half, start.
He doesn't even read the instructions to them. Like, go through it once, like, first start here. This might be a little bit tricky. If you have problems, I'll be circulating.
Right.
Don't forget the hellebore. It seems like a small thing. It makes a huge difference.
Right.
Right.
Yes. It's a common mistake. Happens all the time.
Right. There's so many ways to like make this go a little bit better. But no. He's just like, here's the instructions. That is the cabinet. See you in an hour.
Right. And then you get a description sort of as to like what advanced potion making actually looks like. And it sounds super complicated. It has to be stirred the right number of times, clockwise, counterclockwise, the heat of the flames. The heat had to be lowered at the exact right level for a specific number of minutes, blah, blah, blah.
Right.
It reminds me a lot of baking.
Yeah. Sounds a lot like that.
It's a very finicky, very precise process.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep. But so Snape checks in with 10 minutes left to go, which is with his only instruction, which is a light silver vapor should now be rising from your potion. So 50 minutes into an hour-long class, he's like, in case you have messed up, it's too late to do anything about it.
Exactly. Yeah. Yes. Harry's cauldron was issuing copious amounts of dark gray steam. Ron's was spitting green sparks. Seamus was feverishly prodding the flames at the base of a cauldron with the tip of his wand because they had gone out. But the surface of Hermione's potion, however, was a shimmering mist of silver vapor.
Of course it is.
Yes, indeed.
Well done.
Yeah. Snape then comes over and does demonstrate his extreme knowledge over the field of potion making.
Yes.
Because he basically is going to be like, Potter, what is this supposed to be? To which Harry responds, the Draft of Peace.
Draft of Peace.
Right, yeah. And he's like, can you read? And Harry's like, yes, I can. And he's like, read the third line of the instructions for me, Potter. So he knows the exact area where Harry went wrong.
Right, yes.
Yeah.
Which is the add powdered moonstones, stir 3 times counterclockwise, allow to simmer for 7 minutes, then add 2 drops of syrup of hellebore, which he has not done. Part of me thinks that it's like other people in the class are doing worse than Harry, so you think Snape's just coming over to like pick on Harry because he likes to pick on Harry.
Sure.
But there could also, like, if you want to like give it a positive spin, it's like Snape is walking over and he's like, you were supposed to do this right. Like, listen to me, Potter. do it again, but with the hellebore.
Right,
You know?
right. Yes. It's like, I mean, and that's a fair point. You know, like it could just be the case that it's sort of like pretty much everything was fine. You forgot one ingredient and it's obvious, but if you add that ingredient, it will work. And then if you take the draft of peace, that will help you.
Right.
Yeah. So anyway, that's fair. That's fair. There could be some instruction, although his tone of voice could be
tone of voice is terrible. Yeah, he's very, very bad tactics here. The interesting thing about hellebore too is that it is, I looked this up, it's like typically, it's like a real thing. Like hellebore is just like a regular kind of flower.
Okay.
There's a bunch of different varieties, but more often than not, it is like a poison. And then there's even like legend behind it that it's believed to be used by witches to summon demons, to which I'm like, man, it seems like a really odd thing to put in the draft of peace.
That does seem a little odd. Maybe there's like a requirement for there to be like some almost like counter ingredients.
That's exactly what I thought. It seems like this ingredient does the like opposite. So maybe there's like an ingredient in there that like forces things to act opposite of their nature.
Right.
Or
right.
something.
Exactly. Yeah. Almost like a magnet or something where it's like you need north and south so you can use the south.
Right. Yeah. I wonder if that's what like the moonstones do.
Oh, could be. They are known for tidal behaviors.
Oh,
right.
okay.
I mean, you know,
that would make sense.
Right.
Yeah, like pulling it one way or another.
Exactly.
Yeah. Maybe the moonstones force the hellebore to like shift to the other tide.
Right. Yeah.
whatever,
Okay. Look at us working this out.
We understand potions.
Are we scientists?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
That's how we get it.
Obviously, then what Snape is going to assign is for them to all fill one flagon of a sample year potion. But he's obviously deleted all of Harry's, so he basically gets a 0 for today, which is like, well, that sucks.
It sucks, but also like, is that how the grades work?
I know exactly. Yeah. It's a good question. We get let's see here, Ron's, which was giving off the foul odor of bad eggs. Neville's, which had to achieve the consistency of just mixed cement. So it sounds like really nobody was having tremendous success here.
Yeah, no one's doing very good, but Harry is the only one who gets the 0.
That's right.
Yep. Let's see. Had Snape. Blah, 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 blah.
But I like the next page where Hermione's like, that was really unfair. Your potion wasn't nearly as bad as Goyle's. When he put it in his flagon, the whole thing shattered and his robes lit on fire.
Yeah, God, how does Goyle pass anything?
I have no idea. But I do like my note, which just said, LOL, awesome.
I'd like, part of me is like, I'm surprised Hermione doesn't just like give him some of the draft of peace. But like, why don't you just have one of this here?
I'm gonna pour some into your pumpkin
I'm
juice.
gonna pour some in your pumpkin juice. How about that? How are we feeling about that?
That's right. That's right.
Let's see. Then this is where Ron brings up I did think maybe he'd be a little bit better this year, or that's what Hermione says it. Okay, I'm sorry. I mean, you know, now he's in the order and everything. But you know, Ron points out poisonous toadstools don't change their spots. I'm not sure why I read it like that, but
yeah, well, that feels like a very like Molly Weasley line to me for some reason.
It does. Like that's like a little wizardism.
Exactly. Yeah. This is like if you've grown up in the wizarding world, you say little phrases like that.
Yeah.
Idioms. Let's see here.
Then he says, anyway, I've always thought Dumbledore was cracking trusting Snape. Where's the evidence he ever really stopped working for you-know-who? So this is like light book 6 setup as well, where it's just like, continue to don't fully trust Snape, despite him sort of proving it a few times now.
Yeah. And you know what I think is funny? This is also one of my notes that I wrote in was like, where's the evidence that he ever stopped working for you-know-who? And I was like, on Harry's forehead.
Right.
You know, because you really have the whole situation, the exact right circumstances with Lily, where like if Snape hadn't asked Lily to be spared, then he would have just killed her the exact same way he killed James.
Right.
And the reason that James's sacrifice doesn't work to protect Lily and Harry is because he wasn't given the chance to live and chose to die anyway.
Right.
And so that's what Lily does. So, and that's all because of Snape. So,
right.
So
but
that's
they
the
don't
evidence.
know that yet.
No. They don't. But it's funny because it's literally on Harry right now.
It is. Yeah, you're right. But Harry has had enough of the bickering and just kind of, goes Mimbulus on them and says, can't you give it a rest? You always have to go at each other and it's driving me mad. Which, in Harry's defense, Hermione is the one earlier in the chapter to be like, we really should be trying for unity and friendship and strengthening of bonds, and all they do is argue with each other.
They do argue constantly.
Yeah, so not really following her own advice.
Right. Do you feel at all that Ron and Hermione's arguing is almost like, because if they were just getting along jovially, it would make Harry even more like separated.
Oh, I don't know.
You know, like if you could just imagine them being like, I don't really want to hang out with Harry right now. He keeps being a jerk.
I feel like maybe if they were just like getting along and being happy, it'd be easier for Harry to join in and be happy.
Maybe that's it.
It's like even like he can't get joy from his friends because they're too busy arguing with each other.
That's it. Yeah. There you go. Let's see here. He walked up the marble staircase 2 at a time, past the many students hurrying towards lunch. The anger that had just flared so unexpectedly still blazed inside of him.
Do you think that could be like, it just sort of like comes almost out of nowhere? Do you think that's like any like Voldemort action happening? Like Voldemort's feeling angry?
And like Voldemort's anger is basically just sort of like emerging through Harry. Oh,
right.
Gosh, I don't know. I mean, it's a great question. Like I was thinking of the same thing actually when we were talking about like the weather situation earlier, where I was like, oh, could that be like Voldemort power? But sometimes it's just sort of like, I just want Harry to just be Harry. And so like maybe it's just sort of like Harry in this case has every right to just be angry.
Right.
Like, he's had a miserable go.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's like sometimes like I notice this will happen to me, like where like if I become like a frayed nerve and I'm just like exhausted and tired, and it's like almost the only thing that's going to like let me like decompress is just like resting, like just going and getting a break. And he's just not getting that.
He's not getting that because even the place he goes to rest, there's someone who doesn't trust him in that room.
Exactly.
Yeah. Let's see. So, but he continues to kind of have like an inner monologue here. It's like, why can't they keep the rest bickering all the same time? It's just not enough to drive anyone up the wall. Yeah. Can't get a moment's peace to himself. But let's see. Then they head up to divination after potions, which is his other least favorite class, to go talk to Trelawney, who reminds Harry of some kind of insect, which I kind of looked up. I was like, that feels kind of like Rita Skeeter-esque. But like, I was like, is there like an insect that's like known to like predict the future or something like that? Not that like you can really do that, but like acts on what appears to be precognition or something. And it's like, not really. I think that's just like a funny way to describe her.
Oh, wait, where is the specific line? I'm so sorry. I was trying to keep up with you there.
Oh, it says Professor Trelawney's habit of predicting his premature death for every few lessons. A thin woman, heavily draped in shawls and glittering with strings of beads. She always reminded Harry of some kind of insect, with her glasses hugely magnifying her eyes.
Ah, yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. No, it's actually also kind of interesting as well, because is it not in divination where like Harry is having one of his like episodes and
like that Rita writes the article about.
Yes. So that is a little bit interesting there. So even that might be the kind of thing where it's like, I wonder if we're supposed to be like throwing a little bit of concern towards Trelawney. You know, sort of like, last time somebody resembled an insect, they were an insect.
Right, yeah. Like, what do you know about Trelawney here? Maybe that's how she's pulling off some of these little tricks. She's spying on people.
That's right. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
There you go. But either which way, Ron finally is going to appear, sit down next to Harry and whisper to him, Hermione and I have stopped arguing, he said, sitting down beside Harry. Good, grunted Harry. But Hermione says she thinks it would be nice if you stopped taking out your temper on us. I'm not. I'm just passing on the message, said Ron, talking over him. But I reckon she's right. It's not our fault how Seamus and Snape treat you. I never said good day.
I love where it's like, I never said it. It's like, Harry, you're doing it right now. Harry, you're doing the thing right now.
You're doing the thing. You're doing the thing. Just simmer down. It's okay. It's okay. Yeah. Let's see here.
And then I love Trelawney's introduction to the class here, where I feel like she like talks her prediction into a corner and then like has to like save it at the last second. He's like, I have of course been following your fortunes most carefully over the holidays, and I'm delighted to see that you have all returned to Hogwarts safely. Oh, as I knew you would, because as I just said, I've been following your fortunes. Wait.
Yes, yeah. I mean, classic, everything to do with Trelawney. You will find on the tables before you copies of The Dream Oracle by Inigo Imago. Inigo Imago?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, that's some trivia right there. Goodness gracious. I would never be able to pull that from the depths of the brain.
Yeah, Inigo Imago.
Right.
Oh, man.
But dream interpretation is the most important means of divining the future, and one that may be very well tested in your OWL. And dream interpretation is kind of spot on for this year, because throughout the course of the year, Harry is having a lot of dreams.
He is having a lot of dreams. And this is like very, very classic, like J.K. Rowling, writing, I think.
Okay.
Where it's just like, oh yeah, the thing Harry's going to be having all year is dreams. And what we're going to go ahead and discredit the heck out of with Trelawney immediately is dream interpretation.
It's dream. Yeah.
Right.
It's like, let's just go ahead and assume that because Trelawney thinks it's important that everybody, that we don't need to pay attention.
We don't need to pay attention to that.
The dream's unimportant. We've decided that? Yeah.
Right.
We're good. We're good. Yeah.
Yeah. Just like, don't let Harry's concerns about it like concern you because Trelawney thinks they're important, which means they're not.
That's right.
Yeah.
But then sure enough, she's going to say, turn please to the introduction and read what Imago has to say on the matter of dream interpretation. So it's like, once again, we've got yet another class where the very first thing that they do is just sort of like read, do it like, it's like, these are all versions of, like, there's no lecturing going on. It doesn't seem hardly at all. Maybe in Ben's class.
Ben's class is like lecturing, but like in a way that no one can pay attention to. Snape doesn't go over the assignment at all, doesn't tell them what it's supposed to do, just puts it on the board and says, go. And then they get to Trelawney's class and she's like, read. And it's like, can anyone teach anything at all ever?
Right, I know.
Like, this would be such an obvious, like, discussion-based kind of lesson where it'd be like, Lavender, what did you have a dream about? Let's talk about it. Oh, it was this and that. Oh, a butterfly? That can sometimes mean this.
Right.
You know?
Right, yes. Like, this would be like a great example to have Trelawney expertly do it with one of the students before the class.
Right.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Although
that's not what she's going to do.
Probably a little, like it could expose you a little bit as well, though.
Well, yes, but she doesn't seem to have a problem with that because she's constantly telling Harry he's going to die.
Right.
Yeah.
Right, yeah. So I think she's all good there. Then Neville had a nightmare involving a giant pair of scissors wearing his grandmother's best hat, which, I mean, like the vulture-based hat for Neville's grandmother comes up unexpectedly often.
It kind of does. What on earth could this be Neville's concern about? A giant pair of scissors.
A giant pair of scissors.
Like, I mean, cutting something, obviously. It's not going to be too deep, I don't think.
I mean, he breaks his father's wand later in the year.
Well, that's true. That's true.
Which is something that, like, he's worried his gran is going to be deeply upset about. I'm not sure what else we might have, though, that would be, like, particularly astute for Neville and scissors at the moment.
Yeah, I don't know. The fact that the scissors are wearing his grandma's hat, so like his grandma is the scissors. What is she cutting? You know, I don't, but not really anything. The only time we really even see her in this book is when they're at the hospital.
Right. Yeah,
Yeah.
with his parents.
Right.
So, like, I mean, even like cutting ties, though, doesn't really seem
I know,
to be
cutting
happening.
ties doesn't seem right. It's not like anyone died. It's not like there's like a cut lifeline or something. you
Right.
know? I mean,
yeah.
serious dies, but, you know, that doesn't have anything to do with Neville.
Spoilers.
Yeah. Spoiler, sorry.
Yeah. Anyway, then Ron is going to chime in and say, "Oh, I never remember my dreams. You say one. You must remember one of them," said Harry impatiently. He was not going to share his dreams with anyone. He knew perfectly well what his regular nightmare about the graveyard meant. He did not need Ron or Professor Trelawney or the stupid dream oracle to tell him that.
Yep.
And then I love Ron saying, "Well, I did have this one that I was playing Quidditch the other night."
Wink, wink. What do you think about that, Harry? What could that mean, Harry? What do you think that means? What do you think? Who's going to show up for keeper tryouts, Harry? I had a dream that I was playing Quidditch, Harry.
Yeah, what do you think? Yeah. Harry, once again, doesn't get it at all.
Yeah.
And says probably that you're going to get eaten by a giant marshmallow or something. And Ron's like, yeah, that's probably it.
Yeah, probably. But seriously, those keeper tryouts, Harry.
Right. Yeah, put in a good word for me.
Yeah. But anyway, they get even more homework here, and Ron is already complaining about it. He's got a 1.5 long essay on Giant Wars, essay on the Moonstones, and a month's dream diary from Trelawney. Oh, man. It sounds terrible, honestly.
It does. It sounds pretty miserable. But then they're entering Defense Against the Dark Arts, and they found Professor Umbridge already seated at the teacher's desk wearing the fluffy pink cardigan again. And the black velvet bow on top of her head, and Harry was forcibly reminded of a large fly perched unwisely on top of an even larger toad.
Yeah. Oh, man. I can't believe how far we are into this chapter, and we're just getting to Umbridge.
I know. Yeah. And then this is even just like a terrible moment because it's sort of like the calm before the storm, but the class was quiet as it entered the room. Professor Umbridge was as yet an unknown quantity, and nobody yet knew how strict a disciplinarian she was likely to be. to which I just wrote in, bad news. news, fam?
Yeah, I just said very.
Very, yes. Well, good afternoon, she said. When finally the whole class had sat down, a few people mumbled good afternoon in reply. Tut tut, said Professor Umbridge. That won't do now, will it? I would like you, please, to reply, good afternoon, Professor Umbridge. One more time, please. Good afternoon, class.
Ugh, I hate her already.
I know.
I mean, I think you're obviously supposed to, but boy, do you hate her fast.
You do.
Like every second of this, the rest of this chapter is just like one like jab after the other.
It really is just sort of like, it's like you are so on a different page than the page that I'm on.
Yeah.
Yeah. We are misaligned here. So Professor Umbridge is going to go tap the blackboard with her unusually short wand, and the words are going to appear: Defense Against the Dark Arts, a return to basic principles. And it's just like, ugh.
Yeah.
Boring.
Also, for what it's worth, if you read about like wand lengths over on the Pottermore archives, you will learn that short wands are typically indicative of poor character.
That's right. And this is the moment that I was speaking of just a little bit earlier in regard that I was like, okay, let's table it and come back to this. This is that moment. So as now your teaching of the subject has been rather disrupted and fragmented, hasn't it? Stated Professor Umbridge, turning to face the class with her hands clasped neatly in front of her. The constant changing of teachers. And this is like one of those things where, like, we were talking about how Harry would be like the ultimate Defense Against the Dark Arts professor and how he could pass along all of his knowledge and his ability to teach others how to do this task well, especially in the wake of having defeated the curse over the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor position.
Right.
And this is like one of those things that it's like Umbridge says this, and it's like, this is actually like a fairly reasonable take. Like, their teaching in this subject has been disrupted by having this like revolving door of professors.
Right.
But also that is what Voldemort intended. He intended for people to not be taught well in this particular class, because then they aren't being taught proper defensive magic, which makes them highly susceptible to his reign.
Exactly.
So
they're not good at fighting it.
Exactly. Which is why it is so poetic for Harry to teach the class, because then they will be prepared in the event that something ever arises in the future, which makes them less, like doomed,
Yeah. Overall.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. In any case, Umbridge she's here now, and she is thinking that they are way below standard for what they would expect to see in OWL year. However, her path forward is not to teach them any defensive magic at all.
That's right.
Yeah, she writes down the course aims, which are 1, 0, 2, 0, and 3, 0.
Nice.
Yeah. And they all copied that down real quick. And then I love how Hermione is like, she came to this class ready to fight.
She really did, yeah. So basically, Umbridge is going to do the same thing every other teacher has done, which is effectively open your book and start reading basics for beginners. There will be no need to talk. Super dull, super boring. And then
again, no teaching.
No teaching whatsoever. Harry finally looks up and sees that Hermione has not even opened her book and is just staring fixedly at Professor Umbridge with her hand in the air. And it's sort of like, let's freaking go, Hermione.
I know. Also, how long do we think this textbook is? Because this is basically how every single class is going to go. It's going to be like, come to class, read chapter 1. Come to class, read chapter 2. Like, can you get away with this for the whole year?
Yeah, I have no idea. How many weeks of the year do you end up having? Like 36?
Something like that.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, it seems like it would have to be a pretty dense book.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't be surprised if it was a dense book.
Right. Yeah.
Effectively sawdust, as far as I'm concerned.
44, I think, right? Because they have an 8-week summer.
Okay.
Right. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
44 chapter book.
Nice.
Pretty boring.
But yeah, it's a hefty boy.
Yeah.
But yeah, so this is where we're going to get even more of sort of like this just absolutely infuriating power trip based situation where it's like it might be the case where like a teacher is like, raise your hand if you have any questions. And then if you do, they like get mad at you for it or something. It's like a good teacher doesn't get mad at somebody who has a question.
Yeah.
Like that's the students engaging with the subject matter.
Exactly.
They're being involved.
Yep.
They're taking an active role in their own education, which Umbridge does not like. So finally, Umbridge, after everybody has stopped reading and is just looking at Hermione and Umbridge, will say, "Did you want to ask something about the chapter, dear?" And Hermione's like, "Not about the chapter. Nope. I've got a query about your course aims." And Umbridge is like, "And your name is?" "Hermione Granger," said Hermione. And I'm sort of like, heck yeah, it is.
Yeah, it is.
Heck.
That's right.
This is a moment like where I feel like there could be like almost a little bit like a mic drop moment in the series, where it's sort of like, it's like, "And what is your name?" And it's sort of like, your butt is about to be handed to you.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Hermione Granger.
That's right. That's
Boom.
right. And then the crowd goes wild.
Yeah.
Exactly.
She
exactly.
is so like, she is like the only one who picked up on the illuminating parts of Umbridge's speech last night that Dumbledore was talking about. And she is in full on war mode now, ready to illuminate the rest of the class, which she is going to do promptly.
Yeah. Let's see here. And so obviously, Hermione has an issue with the course aims, and she's going to say, "I think the course aims are perfectly clear if you read them through carefully." And then Hermione's like, "Well, I don't."
Yeah. I got news for you. I have read them carefully, and they're not to taste.
They're
not to taste at all.
Not even one bit. Yeah,
Not
there's
even
nothing
one
about using defensive spells, to which Umbridge is like, "Using defensive spells? Well, I can't imagine any situation arising in my classroom that would require you to use a defensive spell, Miss Granger. You surely aren't expected to be attacked during class."
How about just like practice?
Right, exactly.
Maybe to
Yeah.
practice.
Right. We don't live in the classroom, in case you've forgotten.
Right. Exactly. And so they're going to continue with, or Ron's going to ejaculate loudly. "We're not going to use magic." That's what it says in the book.
It uses the word ejaculated.
It does. Yeah. We're just reading the words in the book, people.
Not a good enough reason to use it.
Not a good enough reason.
Yeah. Said would have been fine.
Said would have been fine there.
Anyway, but now I've said it on the internet too, so hooray.
There you go.
All right, let's see here. Let's see. Yeah, Hermione and Harry immediately raise their hands too. Professor Umbridge's pouchy eyes lingered on Harry for a moment before she addressed Hermione. "Yes, Miss Granger, you want to ask something else?" "Yes," said Hermione. "Surely the whole point of Defense Against the Dark Arts is to practice defensive spells." And then Umbridge is going to be like, "Are you a ministry-trained educational expert, Miss Granger?" And she's like, "No." "Well, then I'm afraid you are not qualified to decide what the whole point of any class is. Wizards much older and cleverer than you." And I'm like, no.
Like, first of all, no. Second of all, you are also not a ministry-trained educational expert.
Right.
Miss Umbridge.
That's right. Yes, exactly. "You'll be learning about defense spells in a secure, risk-free way." And Harry's like, "What's the use in that? If we're going to be attacked, it won't be, 'Hand, Mr. Potter.'" And it's like, oh my gosh. Like,
I know.
Even reading it to you guys right now is just infuriating.
I know. It's just like he's clearly making a good point, and you're just like way more concerned about the rules than listening to what they have to say.
Exactly.
Yeah. And fortunately, Dean's got his back, even though this morning he's like, "You know what? I can support you here, Harry. I got you."
Right.
It's like, well, it's like Harry said, isn't it? Even if we're going to be attacked, it won't be risk-free. Exactly, Dean.
Right. Yes. And then she's like, "I do not wish to criticize the way that things have been run in the school." And it's like, yes, you absolutely do mean to criticize that very thing.
That's all you wish to do.
And then she does say, "But you have been exposed to some very irresponsible wizards in this class. Very irresponsible indeed." And it's like, she could have left it there, because there is at least some moderate truth to the fact that Quirrell was also Voldemort and Moody was also Barty Crouch Jr.
And that Lockhart was like erasing people's memories.
And there was Lockhart.
Yeah.
But then she chimes in, and then she goes, "Not to mention," she gave a nasty little laugh, "extremely dangerous half-breeds."
How dare you?
How dare you indeed.
How dare you?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I could punch you right now.
Them's fighting words.
Fighting words.
I disapprove of this message.
Dean also disapproves. "If you mean Professor Lupin, he was the best we ever had. The best."
That's right. Yeah. And this is actually kind of like an interesting little moment too, because in the Fantastic Beasts series, there's also a situation where like ministry officials come in and interrupt Dumbledore's class. And who is it? It's not McLaggen.
Oh no, McLaggen's one of his students, I think.
Okay, but whoever it is,
Yeah.
will say he's the best teacher we've ever got, or something like that. Yeah, and I'm like, oh man, this was.
Oh, and it's like the same lesson that Lupin has. Yeah,
right. Lupin and Dumbledore are the same, confirmed.
Same confirmed, right? That sounds about right. I mean, they are very similar in many ways.
They are. They do teach the same like curriculum, and they sort of have like the same like hands-on mentality,
and the very like passive aggressive politeness.
Right, exactly. Yeah. Anyway, so after this great interjection from Dean, we're going to once again get the hand, Mr. Thomas. And it's like, I hate you.
I know. It's so annoying. And it's like, it says, you've been frightened into believing that you are likely to meet dark attacks every other day. And it's like, no, we haven't. Your hand is not up, Miss Granger. It's just like, she's just demanding order so right away. Of course, Hermione puts her hand up and then she doesn't answer her either way. So there you go. And then she tells them, it is my understanding that my predecessor not only performed illegal curses in front of you, but he actually performed them on you, which hard to argue. That's true. But Dean is on fire in this particular chapter. He's like, well, he turned out to be a maniac, didn't he? And then it's like she realizes she can't confirm that because then that would be like, oh, wait, yes, there was a dark wizard.
Right. Exactly.
Right.
Yeah. It's like, are you insulting Mad-Eye Moody, like the real Auror, or are you insulting Barty Crouch Jr.? Because one of those requires you to change your entire tone.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. But then the real bad one, it comes down here at the bottom. She says, now it is the view of the ministry that a theoretical knowledge will be more than sufficient to get you through your examination, which after all is what school is all about, which is just such crap. Because school is not, this is like, what she's saying is that the point of going to school is to pass exams. So the point, what you're doing is you're attending school for the sake of having been to school, not to learn anything to use in the real world. You just go to school so you can pass exams, not to do anything with them.
Right.
Which is so dumb. And also, I think if you're like really paying attention to this chapter, you can note that what Umbridge says, the point of school is to get you through your examinations, which after all is what school is all about. If you want to contrast this with Trelawney, what she says is, not, of course, that I believe examination passes or failures are of the remotest importance when it comes to the sacred art of divination. So they have an exact 180 viewpoint on the relevance of exams and their usefulness in understanding the subject matter.
Right.
Which is to say that Umbridge is going to fire Trelawney. As like there is a connection between these two characters as like complete polar opposites of the staff.
Yeah, no, that's a really, really good catch. No, I love that. And the other thing I think is kind of interesting here as well is that we were also going to get a chime in from Parvati, who happens to be Lavender's best friend.
Yes.
And so if you'll recall from the beginning of the chapter, Hermione points out that Lavender is a little skeptical of Harry and Dumbledore's story and is more subscribing to the beliefs of the Daily Prophet.
Right.
But this is
ipso facto.
Right. You would believe that Parvati would probably also be on the same page, but she's not.
Right. Because I feel like that's the thing. It's like what's said is that Lavender doesn't trust Harry, but then what the unsaid thing is that Parvati does.
Right. Exactly. Yep.
Yeah. Because otherwise you just say, yes, Lavender and Parvati think the same thing too.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yep.
But so good for Parvati. Harry's Yule Ball date of last year.
How about that? Yeah. Maybe that was enough.
You know?
Yeah. Made a difference.
I know. She's like, I saw you talking to Cho Chang the other day on the bus or on the train, and like, I don't know. You know?
I don't know about all that. Yeah.
I don't know about all that. Yeah.
Right. But yeah. So
is anyone shipping Harvati?
Harvati.
Yeah. No.
Harry and Parvati together.
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
Not so much.
Yeah. Let's see here. What do we got next, though? But yeah, so she's just basically like, aren't we supposed to show that we can actually do the counter curses and things? And this is something that will come up later when Harry is doing his practical for Defense Against the Dark Arts, where I'm fairly certain the examiner will give him an extra point if he can perform the corporeal Patronus.
Yeah. Which he does. Yeah. No problem at all. But Umbridge's response is there's no reason why you should not be able to perform the spells under carefully controlled examination conditions. And it's like, first of all, there is plenty of reason. Like Harry had to practice like Accio for weeks last year, and that's just a summoning charm.
Right. Like it's like understanding the incantation and the like foundational elements of like how magic works. It's like it's almost like you can't just learn musical theory and then pick up a guitar and play it. It's like musical theory helps you understand how to be a better musician.
Right.
But like you need application to get the calluses on your fingers, to get the muscle memory. Like all those types of things are important as well. So then we kind of get the whole feud between Harry and Umbridge, which really fires up quick.
It does. Because Harry has had enough. He says, and what good's theory going to be in the real world. Well, I mean, to be fair, like you could start like a YouTube channel or something. So
yeah, exactly. Theories work well over
do,
there. This is school, Mr. Potter, not the real world, she says softly.
That's such an infuriating sentence.
Right.
She's just like, what does the real world have to do with school? I don't understand.
Right, yeah. So we're not supposed to be prepared for what's waiting out there? There is nothing waiting out there, Mr. Potter. Oh, yes.
But then, like, what's the point of this class at all?
That's also true. Yeah. It's like, why are we learning defensive theory?
I'm so mad.
I know. No, I get you. Who do you think want to attack children like yourselves? Inquired Professor Umbridge.
She's goading him, man.
Yeah. Let me think. Maybe Lord Voldemort?
Boom.
Here we go. It's happening
It
now.
is out now.
Yeah. Ron gasped. Lavender Brown uttered a little scream. Neville slipped sideways off his stool. Professor Umbridge, however, did not flinch. So that's the point. I think the key thing is that she had every intention of this class going exactly this way.
Yeah. She is like, she didn't flinch because she knew this was coming and she planned for it. It says, as she was staring at Harry with a grimly satisfied expression on her face, because this is exactly what she wanted to happen.
Right. Then she takes 10 points from Gryffindor, which at this point is just sort of like, I literally wrote, make it 20, who cares?
Right.
Like, it's like, at this point, like the House Cup, that does not matter.
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter at all.
Yeah.
Let the Slytherins have it. Who cares?
Also, it's like the first day, so how many points could they even have,
That's exactly right. Yeah. You have been told that a certain dark wizard has returned from the dead. And Harry's like, he wasn't dead.
Yeah.
It's a real Ron Swanson at Home Depot, like, I know more than you.
I know more than you.
Situation. Yeah.
But yeah, he's returned.
That's right.
Oh man, and she's just like, what did she say here? As I was saying, you have been informed that a certain dark wizard is at large once again. This is a lie. It is not a lie. I saw him. I fought him.
Detention, Mr. Potter.
Yeah.
Tomorrow reading, 5 o'clock. I repeat, this is a lie. Oh my gosh. And this sentence, I'm like, this stands out because it says the Ministry of Magic guarantees you are not in danger from any dark wizard. And it's like, do they now?
Like, I mean, like, even if you don't think Voldemort's back, you can't guarantee that there are 0 dark wizards.
I guarantee there is no danger out there. It's
I guarantee.
No one can say that.
Right.
Like, not to cause mayhem or anything.
Not to cause mayhem, but also it's like you're talking about the Ministry, and it's like, obviously that's not why she's there and whatnot, but it's like the Ministry guarantees you're not endangered. It's like, but this is Hogwarts, not the Ministry. So why are you even bringing them up right now?
Right. Yeah, right.
Right.
Oh my gosh. But then, then she's just sort of like, okay, and now you will kindly return your reading, page 5, Basics for Beginners, which is really like one of those things where it's like the chapter title of that is just so also, it's like, we're in year 5.
Right.
We're big kids now.
Yeah.
We're not supposed to be doing basics for beginners. This is annoying. But let's see here. Harry, however, stood up. Everyone was staring at him. Seamus looked half scared, half fascinated.
Yeah, because you can tell Seamus is like, he's still mad at Harry for the like remarks about his mom, but he's also sort of like, wait. But like, actually, can I hear the story now?
Like it's kind of happening.
Yeah.
And Hermione's like, Harry, no. And Harry's like, too bad I'm doing it. So according to you, Cedric Diggory dropped dead of his own accord, did he? And it's like,
Harry asked, his voice shaking. There was a collective chortle from the class. That's not what it says.
That's not what it says. There's an intake of breath. For none of them, apart from Ron and Hermione, had ever heard Harry talk about what had happened the night that Cedric had died. Cedric Diggory's death was a tragic accident, she said coldly. It was murder, said Harry. He could feel himself shaking. He had hardly talked to anyone about this, least of all 30 eagerly listening classmates.
30?
30, I know. Voldemort killed him, and you know it. For a moment, he thought that she was going to scream at him. Then she said in her softest, most sweetly girlish voice, "Come here, Mr. Potter." He kicked his chair aside. Good. Yeah.
So what she's doing is goading misbehavior out of the students so that she can pass new decrees.
Exactly. Yeah. So she's pretty much entered the school with full intention of becoming the High Inquisitor. Like the playbook has already been written. Now it's just sort of like enacting the steps that ultimately are going to get her to that position, because you can't just go in and like overtake. But if like it seems like things are on the loose, then maybe you can use extreme measures.
Right. So she's going to go in here and cause a bunch of problems and make it look like there's tons of misbehavior so that she can say like, oh, now that there's misbehavior, I can correct it. And in correcting it, I will control you.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep, exactly. So anyway, then she takes him forward. She writes a note to Professor McGonagall and says that he needs to take this to his head of house or whatever. So Harry's like, fine, yeah, I'm leaving. So he runs into Peeves in the hallway because he just can't have a single moment of peace.
Nope.
And Peeves immediately refers to him as crackpot and then sings a song about the potty wee lad.
Why, it's Potty Wee Potter.
Yes, yeah.
Oh, must think he's barking the potty wee lad, but some are more kindly and think he's just sad, but Peeves knows better and says that he's mad.
Shut up! A door to his left flew open. Professor McGonagall emerged from her office looking grim and slightly harassed. What on earth are you shouting at, Potter? She snapped as Peeves cackled gleefully and zoomed out of sight. Why aren't you in class? And then Harry's like, I've been sent to see you. Sent? What do you mean sent?
Yeah. So now he has to give her the note and she opens it and she's like, is it true that you shouted at Professor Umbridge? You called her a liar?
He was like, yes.
Sure did.
I did that. I did do that. Yes, indeed.
I feel like she's like kind of proud of him though,
I tend to believe that as well. Like, I think that this is like another one where like subtle acting like is going to be so perfect, but it's sort of like the better that it can look like she's sort of like got like a little like twitching smile, in the corner of her mouth, sort of like, okay, nice job. I have to be upset with you, but like good work.
Right. Yeah.
Then she says, have a biscuit, Potter. Have what? Have a biscuit. And so there's this is like one of those things that's always, this is like a great, like, is it British or wizarding thing? But the biscuits that she's offering him are referred to as ginger newts.
Yes.
And I assumed that a ginger newt was like a British cookie of sorts.
Right.
But instead, a ginger newt is literally a wizarding cookie that is in the shape of a newt.
Right. It's like I think it's like a ginger flavored cookie in the shape of a newt.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So, and this is where I think sort of like, McGonagall is going to speak in code better than most of the other members of the order do. And maybe code is not really even the best way to describe it, but she's going to say misbehavior in Dolores Umbridge's class could cost you much more than house points and a detention. And Harry's sort of like, it's like, Potter, use your common sense. Like, you know where she comes from. You must know to whom she is reporting. So it's like,
she's not here to teach.
Right. McGonagall is like being like rather candid with him.
Yeah.
And it's nice to see that because I think that this is also sort of like McGonagall starting to realize as well that like Harry has a burden on his shoulders much greater than the average student. And like he needs to be spoken to almost plainly, like, like in a more, I guess, direct manner.
Yep. And so he's like, but can she reveals that he's gotten detention every night that week. And he's like, what? But certainly you could step in. And she's like, I could not. She's your teacher. She has every right to give you detention. You have to go every single night, 5 o'clock, starting tomorrow. Tread carefully around Umbridge, which of course he will not.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes. And then this is where Harry's sort of like, but I was telling the truth. Voldemort's back. He is. Professor Dumbledore. And McGonagall's like, for heaven's sake, Potter, like, do you really think this is about truth or lies? It's about keeping your head down and your temper under control.
See, this is where I think she's wrong though, because it is about truth and lies.
Right.
It's like she's like trying to protect him, but it's like I think she is wrong here and Harry is right. That's like, no, like we can't let her tell the students these lies because that is more dangerous than like just keeping our head down.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep. Exactly. And I love have another biscuit. No thanks, said Harry coldly. Don't be ridiculous, she snapped.
You will accept my nice offering.
That's exactly it. He took one.
I love that scene. Don't be ridiculous.
I know.
They're delicious.
Then she also references the start of term feast, and Harry said, she said progress will be prohibited, or, well, it meant that the Ministry of Magic is trying to interfere at Hogwarts. And McGonagall is just immediately like, well, I'm glad you listened to Hermione Granger at any rate, she said, pointing him out of her office.
Yes. Aren't we all?
Yes, indeed we are. It's like, it's a really good thing for all of Wizardkind that Hermione is present. But with that excellent scene, it will bring us to the end of chapter 12 and give us something to look forward to with chapter 13. Detention with Dolores.
Oh, not really something to look forward to, though, huh?
That's right. Jay, do you have a review to close us out with?
I sure do. Today's review comes from Signy. and that says, "I'm not Swedish, but I love this." And I'm not sure what their question has to do about being Swedish at all.
Oh, okay. Well, that's all right.
In any case, it says, "I'm not Swedish, but I love this. Hey, brother, here's a theory, and I was wondering what you thought about it." Okay, here it is. What if Slytherin's wife is the basilisk as a maledictus?
Oh,
yeah. Which I think we have covered this.
I think that there is a chance, in fact, that we have, because we know in the film depiction of the movies, and I think maybe even the book description suggests that the statue of Salazar Slytherin in the Chamber of Secrets is quite large.
Yes.
However, we do also happen to know that people, when petrified by the basilisk, seem to not age at all.
Right.
You know, so it's sort of like it's like an interesting dilemma where it's almost as if like everything about their biology is frozen, because it's not like they like awaken and they're like emaciated. It's not like it's described that like they need to be like fed specific medicines. It's almost like while they're petrified, it's like they have just been frozen in time.
Right. They're like in stasis.
So the idea that we had once upon a time was almost exactly as outlined, that the basilisk is never meant to be like Slytherin's monster. It's never meant to be menacing or an attack. And Salazar effectively is living during a period of time where the opinion towards, because this is all happening, of course, before the Statute of Secrecy as well, which suggests the Statute of Secrecy's existence at all means that there was a reason for wizards to go underground,
right,
to be hidden from the Muggle populace. And so what we come back to quite often is the belief that Slytherin wasn't like, he didn't have pure blood ideology the same way that like the Malfoys and the Death Eaters and Voldemort and Lestrange.
Right, it's not a matter of superiority, it's a matter of safety.
It's a matter of safety. And the idea is that it's sort of like, you know, if we let these people who do have such a strong prejudice towards people who are magical into our school, then we might be ripped apart from within. And then, of course, some of the irony there is that this belief ends up,
it's still the wrong opinion, but
because it still causes a divide amongst the founders themselves. But so the idea there is almost like, instead of like going somewhere, because Salazar is not defeated, he's not imprisoned, we never know what his fate is at all.
Right.
And so it's just sort of like he just disappears. So what we have suggested before is almost that like Salazar intended to return eventually when he could emerge into a world that may have a more like progressive view in terms of what all is going on.
Sure.
So, and maybe that's just conjecture, but either which way, he is frozen himself by way of who and through a wife who we believe he must have had, because he has an heir.
Right. He has an heir, which means that he at least has a child and probably a wife.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yes. So anyway, I don't completely hate it. You know, we know that Nagini obviously turns into
Maledictus. We don't know Nagini's lineage though. All we really know is that, the way that maledictions work is that it only affects women, and it must come from your mother's side.
Yeah, so mother to daughter, effectively throughout time and space. So I mean, I don't know if we made this argument or not, but possibly that Nagini would be like a distant descendant of Salazar.
I guess that could be the case then, if it's the descendant of. I mean, if what we're saying is that the basilisk was a maledictus,
right,
and was a woman initially, and became the basilisk, but before that had a child, and then that could be carried downwards to eventually afflict Nagini. Right. Then in some way, then Nagini would also be an heir of Slytherin.
Which would also then be interesting as far as like, you know, Voldemort's selection of her as a Horcrux, and even his like particularly unique relationship with her, which is also something that we've covered in detail from a variety of angles. Not the least of which is that Nagini's own soul actually dies, and all that remains inside of Nagini when she becomes so villainous is the piece of Voldemort's soul.
Right.
So it's like she is animated by nothing more than Voldemort's Horcrux at that point. But yeah, so we've had this thought that like the Chamber of Secrets was like a place for them to go into hiding. because basilisks can live for an extraordinary amount of time. And you know, I mean, even if it was, I can imagine the scene where this is even something that like we, the audience, then learn about this situation. And it's almost like it'll take 1,000 years before anybody can ever even touch the outside edge of what actually happened.
Right. Yeah. But so you can imagine then what happens is that they're in the Chamber of Secrets. The wife has become the basilisk, and he has left the school, and like as a way to be with her forever or whatever, or to like cast himself into the future, he has the basilisk petrify him.
Right.
So the statue isn't a statue. It's literally him.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
Like it says it's quite large. I don't know how we would do that. There's like engorgement charms and stuff. I don't know. Maybe it's like, I will provide a spot for you to like hide even within the chamber. And that's why she lives in the mouth or whatever.
Yeah. I mean,
thing, which then provides like the dark mark imagery.
Right.
But it would be so interesting if that was true, that it was like if Slytherin himself was still alive down in there. And also it makes the name of the Chamber of Secrets a little more appropriate, because the secret is just that there's a basilisk down there, but there's only one secret. So secrets would mean there should be two secrets.
Indeed.
At least two. And the secret could be that Salazar Slytherin is alive and there's a basilisk down here.
Right.
Multiple secrets.
Multiple secrets. Yeah. And I mean, that's even like a really interesting one too, because if you can cast one of the founders of Hogwarts all the way into a timeline that like bypasses Voldemort completely.
Yeah.
Even that's crazy.
That's crazy.
Just to imagine. Like, you know, I mean, this is not a world that we've ever gotten a huge amount of building on. And the building that we have had, you know, between Cursed Child and, you know, the Fantastic Beasts saga has been a little shaky at best. But it's always fun to imagine a world where like Harry, Ron, Hermione team back up in the future, and you get to see them as like full-grown wizards doing cool stuff. Right. You know, and then if you can bring back ancient elements from stuff that we already love, it's like, yeah, all the better.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I love it. I think it's a fun theory.
Fun theory.
Yeah.
Fun theory. Love that one. Because then, yeah, it also would give like is Nagini an heir of Slytherin as well? Which like Dumbledore even says like she underlies the Slytherin heritage or whatever, and it's like, but literally, literally, yeah.
Right. Yes. Yeah. It's underlined.
Yeah. There it is. Boom.
Love it. But anyway, guys, that's all for today. Don't forget, we do have tour tickets available now. The links to all those are going to be in the description, the show notes, all the obvious spots. Also at SuperCarlinBrothers.com. We have an events page over there. Just click that and you can go through. We are going to be going to Denver, Las Vegas, Salt Lake City, Phoenix, Houston, and Dallas.
Yes,
so
we are.
6 shows. It's going to kick off somewhere early March.
March 7th.
March 7th?
Yes.
There we go. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, so be sure to check it out. We hope to see you there.
Yes, we do. Otherwise, thanks for listening, and make sure you tune in next time for Chapter 13, Detention with Dolores, here on Through the Griffin Door.
Today's episode was edited by Isabel Chrisley. Vaishon Brandon does our art. Catherine Stein is our production manager, and the show is hosted by me and Jonathan Carlin.